Chapter 1101, a name representing fear and despair. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ McGonagall looked at Merlin with fear and despair in her eyes. Even when she learned that Dumbledore was no longer there, McGonagall never showed such a desperate look. The surprised McGonagall continued to mutter, "Merlin is still alive? This must be a joke. This is impossible." The scene before this made many wizards present confused their minds. Merlin is a legendary wizard who exists as a god in the wizarding world of Yin Country. He has such a legendary life, leaving a fascinating story, and then ending his life. The name that people admire. However, Merlin, who appeared in front of them now, completely subverted their thinking. This is a respected legendary wizard, simply the most evil wizard from hell. Merlin smiled and said, "Marx McClown, Dumbledore, Voldemort and other top wizards of this era have been solved by you. If you are said to be the most powerful wizard of this era, I guess no one will come out to object." Marx McClown 11 narrowed his eyes and did not answer, but stared at Merlin. He realized that Merlin was not a compliment at all. Sure enough, Merlin went on to say, "But my favorite thing is to step on the ground one by one who thinks he is strong, so that I will be humiliated." Merlin's words made McGonagall and others horrified. Marx McClown's achievements in the wizarding world can't be underestimated, but it's really unbearable to say it through Merlin's mouth. The most important thing is that Merlin did say this. The strength and courage. McGonagall showed a look of despair. He thought that Mark's eye would definitely help them solve their current predicament when he came here, but when he knew the opponent's name was Merlin, McGonagall felt the ultimate despair from the bottom of his heart. Plus, because in the hearts of their older generation of wizards, the name Merlin represented too much. Coupled with the strength that Merlin has just shown, Merlin has left an invincible impression in their hearts. They simply cannot defeat such a Merlin. Even Marks-Eye, even Harry, who trusted Marks-Eye the most, had a look of fear on his face at this time. It wasn't that Harry had a problem with Marks-Eye's trust, but that Merlin was fundamentally invincible. This belief had surpassed Harry's trust in Marks-Eye. Marx McClown's eyes when looking at Merlin also slowly changed. Although Merlin showed a very arrogant attitude, Marx McClown understood that Merlin was indeed a very difficult opponent. When Merlin was at its weakest, Marx McClown failed to seize the opportunity to capture Merlin, but now that Merlin's strength has increased significantly, facing such a Merlin, even Marx McClown has no absolute certainty that she can defeat Merlin. The outcome of this war is not known at all. Marx McClown said coldly, "If you want to defeat me, let's use your strength to explain it. You can't defeat me just with your mouth." Merlin nodded in agreement and said, "You are right, I will let you know what cruelty is." Merlin's eyes flashed with cold light, and the magic wand was waved, and the magical power between heaven and earth suddenly became restless. McGonagall and other Hogwarts professors and students all showed a look of horror. Under Merlin's power, they felt their own powerlessness, as if they were just ants in the torrent, and Merlin had no comparable possibility. Marx McClown was not to be outdone. Two magic wands appeared in his hands. A wave of terrifying magic that was not inferior to Merlin suddenly filled the surroundings. Marx McClown's expression became serious. He could feel that Merlin was the strongest enemy he had encountered. None of them, even top wizards such as Dumbledore, Voldemort, and the Hogwarts Big Four, are not comparable to Merlin. Merlin has surpassed their level, but the existence of a wizard god. Marx McClown didn't dare to be careless. Two magic wands waved, and a golden holy sword suddenly appeared near Marx McClown's body. These golden holy swords all exude sharp sword aura, although they are far less powerful than the normal holy swords, but they win in large numbers. Even so, every golden holy sword has the ability to kill elite wizards in seconds, and the number of such powerful golden holy swords has reached hundreds of. Terror. Merlin was taken aback for a moment, and laughed. "Marx McClown, you still have two brushes. You made so many swords at once, but it's okay for you to scare other people with these swords. It's okay to scare me too much." Marx McClown's face was calm. Two magic wands were swung out at the same time, and hundreds of golden holy swords were shot out at the same time, and they shot all over the world towards Merlin, with a shocking momentum. If it were another wizard, maybe he had already used the ability to escape, desperately trying to avoid Mark-Si's attack. But Merlin didn't panic at all, and the wand just waved gently. A black sphere appeared in front of Merlin. This was actually a small black hole. As soon as it appeared, it sucked everything around it desperately, including the ruins of Hogwarts under Merlin's feet. Stones, woods, and various miscellaneous objects were not accidentally sucked into them, and even the space was distorted and deformed under this irresistible suction. After all, Mark-Si's hundreds of golden holy swords are blessed by Mark-Si's huge magical power, and they are assisted by the magical power of heaven and earth, and they are not easily absorbed by the black hole. But even so, hundreds of gold holy swords pierced a few meters in front of the black hole, and they had already stagnated, unable to advance at all, as if they were frozen in the space. Merlin is still a smiling face, looking at Marx McClown jokingly. Anyone can easily see the provocation and joking contained in Merlin's face, as if to say, if Marx McClown only has this strength, it is better to commit suicide directly. Forget it. Chapter 1102, The Most Powerful Battle on the Planet. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marx McClown's eyes condensed, and he twisted his wand abruptly. Hundreds of golden holy swords burst out with dazzling golden light. One of the handles suddenly burst, and the extremely powerful shockwave spread in front of Merlin. This is a powerful magic shockwave, like an annihilating force. Wherever it goes, everything is destroyed, including the small black hole created by Merlin. Under this magic shockwave, the black hole is also shattered. However, when the powerful shockwave was about to hit Merlin, Merlin just waved his wand, and the shockwave unraveled automatically, without causing any harm to Merlin. Merlin nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Not bad, but it's not enough. Come on, let me see how strong you are." Listening to Merlin's provocative words, Marx McClown was not anxious or angry. He knew that fighting against a strong man like Merlin, any change in mood would lead to a reversal of the battle. Of course, Marx McClown would not make such a small mistake. Mark-Si's two magic wands are placed on both sides, and the golden magic power envelopes the two magic wands. The magic power wrapped in the magic wand actually forms the appearance of two golden holy swords, but the difference is the power of the two golden holy swords. It's a world of difference. Marx McClown's figure suddenly disappeared, as if disappearing into this space. Merlin's expression was also a little more serious. He knew that Marx McClown was going to move. Merlin suddenly shook his body, a yellow sword light flashed, and he actually cut off several of Merlin's long hair, and the sharp sword energy shaved Merlin's face, causing Merlin's face to be sour. But before Merlin could react, there was another yellow sword light, another one, and then another. The timing of these sword lights appeared at the same moment, but only the top wizards could see that these sword lights appeared in order. This effect occurs only because the time between the intervals is so short, or even negligible. Naturally, Merlin understood this truth, but he also knew it in his heart and consciousness. But his body couldn't keep up with the reaction. If it weren't for the amazing intensity of his magic power, he helped Merlin survive several dangerous moments. Marx McClown did find one of Merlin's weakness, that is, Merlin's physical strength was far less than Marx McClown, and in Marx McClown's close hand-to-hand combat, Merlin was not Marx McClown's opponent at all. This also led to such a scene. However, Merlin is not a vegetarian. A heavy wave of magic power covers Merlin's body. Merlin did not dodge again, and the yellow sword light slammed on Merlin's magic power. The yellow sword light hit Merlin's magic shield with a sonorous sound, and even some dazzling sparks burst out. From the outside world, these collisions are not particularly powerful, but Marx McClown knows that if the seemingly weak sword light slashes on the ground, it can even split the ground. However, this kind of attack did not have any effect against Merlin's magic shield. as ordinary people would see it. Even the resulting momentum was very unbearable. Merlin deserves to be the most powerful wizard Marx McClown has ever encountered. Even if Marx McClown tried her best to gain the advantage of close combat, she was downplayed and resolved by Merlin. Looking at the broken sword aura on her body, Merlin couldn't help laughing, and said, "Marx McClown, what kind of attack are you? If your strength is only this little, I am afraid I won't have much time to play with you." Merlin's words immediately spread throughout Hogwarts, into the ears of all the wizards and all the remaining British troops. These people invariably took a breath, and they had exhausted all their thoughts to imagine Merlin's strength. But I really didn't expect that even Mark-Sai, who was so powerful in their hearts that there was no range, would not be Merlin's opponent. Marx McClown's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Marx McClown's face was extremely solemn, and it could even be said to be an unprecedented heavy expression. Marx McClown has never appeared in front of everyone with such solemn expression. You know, Marx McClown in the past was full of self-confidence all the time, and pride was revealed in his bones. Even in the face of a strong enemy, he did not reduce his style. On the contrary, the stronger the opponent, the more passionate Marx McClown's fighting spirit. Where is it like Mark-Sai now, with solemn and depressed emotions shrouded in him? But Marx McClown's emotions just show that the energy in Marx McClown's body has been accumulated to the extreme. At this time, Marx McClown is also the most terrifying and powerful Marx McClown. Marx McClown slowly said, "Since my little carving skills can't arouse your interest in Merlin, then I can't hide myself anymore." Merlin brows. He also realizes that Marx McClown is about to use real power, but Merlin doesn't mind. In his opinion, Marx McClown is just a beam-jumping clown. He can only jump in front of him for a while. It is impossible. Poses a big threat to him. Marx McClown took a deep breath, and the two magic wands moved slowly in the air, and the magic power between the heaven and the earth also fluctuated accordingly, and the mystery that contained the mystery of the heaven and the earth spontaneously appeared in the hearts of everyone. This is a mysterious magic of heaven and earth, containing the principle of life and death, and inspiring and mysterious. Okay, good. Marx McClown put away his two magic wands, and the whole person stood alone in the air like this, as if it had been standing there for hundreds of thousands of years. And Marx McClown itself had already become the only divine residence between heaven and earth. Open the world. Marx McClown muttered silently, and the spirit of the whole person had reached a peak. Rumbling. Marx McClown took a step forward slowly, and the entire space had a large area of shock. Marx McClown has become a powerful existence in the space, and a small movement is enough to affect the life and destruction of the space. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 1103, The True Gold. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ In the next second, Marx McClown's figure had appeared behind Merlin, and his palm seemed to be approaching Merlin extremely slowly. Merlin was suddenly covered with cold light. This palm actually gave Merlin the feeling that he had nowhere to hide. The seemingly slow palm of Mark-Sai is exactly the embodiment of Mark-Sai's fastest speed. A heavy magic defensive cover floated on Merlin again, firmly protecting Merlin's whole body. It was Merlin who easily cracked the protective cover of Mark-Sai Golden Holy Sword's attack just now. Marx McClown's palm lightly patted on the protective cover, only to hear a clear sound. The protective cover on Merlin's body was like a thin layer of paper, easily torn. Merlin's face sank slightly, and he didn't expect that his protective shield would be broken so easily. But in a short period of time, Merlin could not make any counterattack. He was directly hit by Marx McClown into the air and shot into the ground. This behavior immediately aroused the exclamation of everyone around them. They never thought that Marx McClown could unexpectedly counter Merlin and achieved such good results. Did I look dazzling? Marx McClown actually defeated the terrifying wizard. McGonagall made an incredible voice. She didn't believe what she was seeing now. Harry exclaimed with excitement, as expected of Mr. Marx. He is really powerful. I know Mr. Marks will not be afraid of that wizard." Hermione also nodded with joy. She was still worried about Mark's eye just now, and finally felt relieved after seeing Mark's eye coming back so beautifully. Mark's eye is still the Mark's eye she knows, and there must be nothing wrong. The soldiers of the Yin country who were in the rout and fleeing in the distance also noticed this. Originally, Merlin had already established a God King image in their hearts and could not be an enemy at all. Even Marks McClown's shot was just to draw with Merlin, who knew why Marks McClown suddenly drove Merlin into the ground. Could it be that Mark's eye is more powerful than Merlin? Is it a more terrifying killer? Thinking of this, these British soldiers couldn't help trembling with fright, speeding up and fleeing this devil region. Merlin shot into the ground, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. Merlin slowly rose from the cave, and his clothes became messy. At this time, Merlin's face was gloomy and seemed to be irritated by Mark's eye. Marks McClown also slowly landed on the ground, still surging with powerful magical fluctuations, and Marks McClown naturally saw the change in Merlin's expression. Marks McClown knew that Merlin was shocked by his unexpected attack, and the next wave of fights would inevitably come up with real skills, and Marks McClown would not be as powerful as before. If this is the case, then you can't fight at Hogwarts forever. Whether it is Mark's eye or Merlin, their strengths are extremely terrifying. Once they fight in the real sense, Hogwarts will inevitably become the object of the first sacrifice, including all the professors and students inside. No one can can't fight at Hogwarts, otherwise Hogwarts will not escape the fate of perish. This is the most practical idea in Marks McClown's heart, and this idea is also correct. Hogwarts is indeed very powerful in the eyes of everyone, but under the power of Mark's eye and Merlin, it is nothing at all, and it can be destroyed by any aftermath of power. Although Marks McClown has been expelled from Hogwarts, she still belongs to Hogwarts in her heart, so she has strong feelings for Hogwarts. The destruction of Hogwarts has made Mark's eye very heartache, and he does not want to let Hogwarts suffer any more harm. But the biggest problem now is Merlin. Marks McClown already had a general idea of Merlin's strength. Marks McClown knew that with his existing strength, he could not completely defeat Merlin. If Merlin did not destroy Hogwarts, he had to draw Merlin away. Marks McClown frowned tightly. I don't know why. Marks McClown always feels that Merlin will come here, not just to avenge herself. In the bottom of Marks McClown's heart, we can vaguely feel that Merlin is swearing to her death. The determination to kill. Although Marks McClown and Merlin had a festival, it was not worthy of Merlin's killing intent without any affection or room. Why on earth? Marks McClown didn't know for the time being, or even if his thoughts were correct. But Marks McClown knew that she couldn't hesitate anymore, because Merlin would not stay behind the next time she shot. By then, she might not be able to withstand Merlin. Of course, Hogwarts under her feet would be overthrown and destroyed. I can only give it a try. Marks McClown suddenly turned around and left Hogwarts range. With Mark's eye's current strength, this distance of instant displacement is not a problem at all. He bets that Merlin will chase him and kill him instead of targeting Hogwarts, because Hogwarts in Merlin's heart is far less important than Mark's eye. This is a gamble. Hogwarts without Mark's eye can't bear even Merlin's ordinary spell. Now that Marks McClown leaves suddenly, it takes less than a second for Merlin to destroy Hogwarts, but this second is enough for Marks McClown to escape and not be discovered by Merlin. So Merlin must make a choice, whether to spare a second to destroy Hogwarts, or to chase Mark's eye desperately. In fact, Marks McClown was extremely nervous. The reason he did this was of course to divert Merlin away from Hogwarts. Seeing Marks McClown's sudden departure, Merlin was stunned for a moment, and then without any hesitation, he leapt forward in the direction where Marks McClown left, biting Marks McClown's back firmly. The two had left Hogwarts in just a few breaths one after another, and disappeared. Marks McClown finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Merlin finally followed, and did not continue to act on Hogwarts. Chapter 1104 I Believe Him. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Although it fits Marks McClown's heart, Marks McClown knows that it is not the time to breathe a sigh of relief. Since Meilin will catch up, it shows that Meilin's determination to kill herself is extremely firm, and her situation has become even more dangerous. She must think ways to deal with it. Marks McClown did not hold back anymore, moving forward at full speed, moving at a speed comparable to a rocket. But Meilin didn't mean to be thrown away behind Marks McClown, closely following the trajectory of Marks McClown's movement, and constantly tracking away. Plus, within Hogwarts, McGonagall looked at the direction Marks-I and Merlin were leaving in horror, and was speechless for a while, but everyone could see the indelible fear on McGonagall's face. Snape sighed and said, even if Marks-I is strong, it might be slightly inadequate compared to Merlin _R. Hearing what Snape said, Harry and Hermione on one side trembled. Harry rushed up and said, didn't Mr. Marks already defeated Merlin? How could Mr. Marks not be Merlin's opponent? Hermione nodded firmly on the side, and said, McClowns, Marks-I can definitely defeat Merlin. Although Meilin's terrifying strength once threatened Marks-I's image in their hearts, the scene of Marks-I knocking down Meilin still gave them a sense of belief that Marks-I would not lose. Ron on one side cowered and said, if Marks-I is not afraid of Merlin, why did he run away suddenly? Harry glared at Ron fiercely, and said, that's Marks-I who doesn't want to involve so many professors and classmates at Hogwarts. Do you think they will not affect us when they fight? You can't see such simple things. Hermione also said, Harry is right. Marks-I had the upper hand. Why should I be afraid of Merlin? Ron narrowed his mouth and didn't refute it anymore. He was just talking casually. Snape sighed. The reason Marks-I can gain this advantage is because Merlin has not used his true level. Although their level of strength has far surpassed me, I still have this vision. Merlin hasn't really moved. That's why Marks-I temporarily gains the upper hand. If Merlin uses her true strength, I'm afraid no one of us can escape. McGonagall took the words suddenly and said, Marks McClown understands this, knowing that even he may not be able to withstand Merlin. So he chose to draw Merlin away. Harry's mouth moved slightly, and he wanted to refute a few words, but he just opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. He didn't expect Snape and McGonagall that they were telling the truth, but they didn't seem to other explanations. Hermione said anxiously, Marks-I will definitely win. Harry, hurry up. Marks-I will definitely win. It seemed that he had gained courage from Hermione's words, and Harry also summoned his courage and said, McClowns, I believe Mr. Marks. This is what Harry said, but even he felt that he was short of breath when he said this sentence. Why did Merlin put such pressure on them? Even the blind worship of Marks-I could not reverse this pressure. Snape patted Harry on the head and said, I also believe that Marks-I will be able to win. Hermione and McGonagall looked surprised. They didn't expect that the person who thought Marks-I was about to lose, would immediately stand up Marks-I, but they soon understood what Snape meant. Indeed, Marks-I is their support here. If Marks-I falls, Hogwarts End will not be much better. They can't actually help Marks-I so much. They can only pray and bless Marks-I silently. Able to win this battle. Harry looked at Snape gratefully, nodded, and said, Mr. Marks will definitely win. Hermione also smiled and said, I also believe in Marks-I. McGonagall was stunned, showing a helpless smile, and said, you are really a bunch of silly kids, but I also hope that Marks McClown can defeat Merlin. After all, the wizarding world of Yin Country is still waiting for him to command him. Snape looked in the direction Marks McClown had left, and said, Marks McClown, this kid will definitely surprise us. Seeking flowers. Hogwarts professors and classmates bowed their heads, silently praying that Marks McClown would win this battle. In their hearts, Marks McClown never left Hogwarts, and Marks McClown was still their proudest existence at Hogwarts. On the other side, in the dense forest outside the Hogwarts campus, countless embarrassed British soldiers gathered together slowly. Compared with a few hours ago, today's British soldiers can only be described as terrible. All the British soldiers had a panicked look on their faces, holding the guns in their hands tightly, looking like a frightened bird. They had been frightened by the power of the wizard, whether it was Merlin or Mark-Sai. They finally realized the horror of wizards. In the future, they said they would not dare to provoke these horrible wizards again. The shadow left in their hearts today is already big enough. A British general with 4 stars on his uniform slowly gathered the remnants of the British Army. As the commander, marshal, chief of staff and other senior officers died one after another, he was already the highest commander of the British Army. He can only gather the remaining British soldiers. Admiral Chris, the surrounding soldiers are almost gathered, and the rest are just a few soldiers fleeing alone. It is difficult to summon again. A young British soldier stood in front of the 4-star admiral with a panic face. Reporting. The 4-star general called Chris sat slumped on the side of the rock. There is a considerable distance from Hogwarts. For the time being, there is no need to be afraid that the wizards will send people to pursue them. These British soldiers who are critical to escape can finally breathe. Breathe out. Chris asked with a pale face, how about the casualties? Chapter 1105, Chasing to the End of the World. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The young soldier hesitated and said, our army has suffered heavy casualties. There are more than 128,000 troops in the army, but we have gathered it. But it can be worth 10,000 people, and there are not 9. Chris took a deep breath. Although he thought that there would be a lot of casualties, he was still convulsed when he heard of such casualties. The government of Ying Country and the wizarding world of Ying Country are quite different. In terms of wizards, the wizarding community of Ying Country can be said to be standing at the top of the world. However, the government of Ying State has been weakening and retreating in the past 100 years, and its military strength has also been greatly reduced. The British Empire, which was originally the Empire of the Sun Never Set, now only has less than 300,000 troops, and the army is only 100,000. Suddenly lost the 3, and a full 100,000 troops. For the government of Ying, a heavy blow. The young soldier continued, the damage to our army's equipment is also very serious. The mechanized army is almost completely destroyed. The tanks, armored vehicles, helicopters, etc. owned by it are also seriously damaged. Almost all of them are lost, and the military units are not well preserved. Okay, stop talking. Chris interrupted the soldier's speech. Now the situation is extremely bad for the Ying government. The entire British army can basically be described as paralyzed. I thought that the government of Ying had to redistribute money to build a new army, and the government of Ying was so financially tight. Thinking of this, Chris, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. The crusade against the wizards was a complete failure. Which nerve in the National Assembly of Ying Dynasty went wrong before sending troops? But Chris can't think about that much, and the government of Ying will naturally worry about the future. He is a little 4-star general who has no right to speak at all. What he has to do is to pull the remaining British soldiers back to London, and then report the wizards to the Ying government. It was the demon-like wizard that caused the British army's defeat. If this wizard continues to exist, he will inevitably become the most terrifying demon in the world. It will not only endanger the country of Ying, but also the entire world. Chris also wants to make known to the world that Merlin is the perpetrator of the tragedy in America, so that everyone knows that this terrifying wizard is someone else, not Mark-Sai. In this case, at least the international community will unite to deal with this terrifying wizard and share some pressure for the government of Ying. As for Mark-Sai and Ying's wizarding world, they are also not weak. The current British military government can't shake it anymore. With Merlin's existence, the first thing they must do is to unite against Merlin, instead of continuing in fighting and fighting by themselves. Own people. Chris stood up and said, the order goes on. Don't rest. Set off immediately and return to London. Next we have very important things to do. The young soldier was taken aback for a moment, and said, but the brothers have just taken a break. and the rapid march will hurt their military spirit. Chris said in a bad mood, "We are the defeated dogs now. If there is any military ambition to speak of, we will order immediately, and whoever disobeys will be shot on the spot." The young soldier realized that Chris was not joking, and hurriedly put his legs together and said, "I see." Tens of thousands of British soldiers moved slowly again, heading towards London. When they return to London, they will detonate public opinion in the country of Ying and the world. In a huge forest hundreds of miles away from Hogwarts, Marks McClown's figure slowly stagnated, standing on a towering tree. It is already a long distance from Hogwarts. No matter how fierce their fighting is, it is impossible to spread to Hogwarts. At the moment Marks' stood still, Melin's figure also slowly appeared on the towering tree not far from Melin, staring at Marks coldly, and said, "Why don't you run away?" Marks McClown smiled lightly. "I have already left Hogwarts. There is no need to go anymore, and no matter how I escape, won't you chase to the ends of the world?" Melin frowned slightly and said, "That's right, Marks McClown, although you shouldn't know this, but it seems that you have guessed a lot." Marks McClown's eyes condensed slightly, and as expected, Melin's goal was herself. "Although I still don't know what Merlin 2 is, it is definitely not a good thing for myself." Merlin slowly drew out a magic wand, pointed it at Mark's eye, and said, "Since you know it, I advise you to listen to me obediently, otherwise I will be anxious. I can guarantee that I will not make anything." Marks McClown smiled freely and said, "There is nothing you can do for people like you. You can even start with hundreds of thousands of people in the United States. I don't think you will keep your hands on me." Merrington paused before nodding slowly, and said, "You are right to say that, and I don't want you to live anymore." From the moment Marks McClown smashed Melin into the ground, Melin had already sentenced Marks McClown to death in his heart, and he would not let Marks McClown survive. Marks McClown took a deep breath, then drew out his two magic wands, and stared at Merlin closely. He knew that Merlin was going to use his true character, and Merlin in this state was very scary and dangerous. Even Mark's eye don't dare to take it lightly. Melin did not retain any more. A magical power that could shake the power of heaven and earth erupted from Melin. This magical power even shocked the entire forest by 5.6, and the earth made a trembling sound, as if to surrender to Melin's feet. Marks McClown didn't hesitate at all. There were daunting magical power fluctuations all over her body. The forest sea under her feet was constantly trembling, and the power fluctuations were also quite powerful. The mighty power of heaven and earth envelops Mark's eye. This is also Mark's eye's most powerful state. It is precisely by virtue of this state that Mark's eye can smash Melin into the ground. Marks McClown slammed the heavenly tree under his feet, and the entire towering tree burst into pieces. Chapter 1106 Horrible. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Even the ground burst into a huge deep hole, which shows how terrifying Marks McClown's strength is. As soon as Marks McClown moved, the whole world seemed to fluctuate, following Marks McClown's actions and agitated. An energetic golden holy sword appeared next to Marks McClown. At this time, the golden holy sword condensed by Marks McClown was different from the previous golden holy swords. Each handle brought together the mighty power and lethality of heaven and earth. Extraordinary. Melin sneered at Marks McClown and the golden holy sword flying over, without any panic at all, just raised his wand and pointed it in the direction of Marks McClown. I saw that the magic wand in Merlin's hand shot out a green curse, which looked like a tiny trace, but the power contained in it was extremely terrifying, even comparable to the might of a nuclear bomb. Marks McClown's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt extreme danger from the green curse of Melin. With a wave of Marks' eyes two magic wands, all the golden holy swords carrying the mighty power of heaven and earth rushed to Melin, and may cut Melin into countless pieces at any time. Merlin's wand turned lightly, and the oil green spell rushed into the 11 golden holy sword, and the golden holy sword cut straight into the power of the spell. But the sharp golden holy sword didn't cut through the power of this spell at all. Instead, the power of this curse corroded the golden holy sword, and it didn't take a blink of an eye to corrode a golden holy sword. Mark's eye condensed into dozens of golden holy swords and was corroded by the oil green spell power in a short period of time, and the power of the spell was only reduced by half. These oil green magic spells turned into a group of oily energy liquid, suspended in midair. One can imagine the extreme corrosive power contained in it. Marks McClown took a deep breath. Although he had a hunch that M'Lyn would be difficult to deal with, he did not expect that a magic spell in M'Lyn could corrode the golden holy sword containing the mighty power of the world, and even half of his power remained. However, before Marks McClown made any reaction, M'Lyn waved his arm fiercely, and a half ball of oily green liquid with extremely corrosive power suddenly rushed towards Marks McClown, without allowing Marks McClown to react at all. Mark's eye could only use up his fastest reaction speed. He raised his wand and condensed into a translucent magic shield in front of him. The liquid easily corroded Mark's eye's magic shield, and even a few drops directly splashed on it. Marks McClown body. Marks McClown gritted his teeth and retreated a dozen steps. The green liquid splashed on new Mark's eye crazily corroded Marks McClown's muscles, and even spattered foul-smelling blue smoke. Mark's eye's wand swung quickly, forming a magic blade to cut off the corroded skin. Blood was constantly emerging from Marks McClown's wound, but the wound was constantly healing with the naked eye. This small wound would not have any effect on Marks McClown, but it was enough to let Marks McClown know that there was indeed a power gap between herself and M'Lyn. M'Lyn tweeted repeatedly and said, as expected, Mark's eye, this kind of healing ability is not something ordinary people can have. Even I don't have such a terrifying healing ability. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes and said, it's just that I have some advantages. I am afraid it is not that simple to defeat me. Merlin smiled and nodded, and said, you are right, these advantages are really nothing. I will let you see my real strength. Marks McClown took a deep breath, but before this breath was completely exhausted, Merlin raised his wand, and the magic between heaven and earth suddenly rioted. A formed vortex appeared above Merlin's head, and the surrounding air was continuously being sucked into it, and the surrounding space involved also vibrated. Marks McClown stared at the vortex on Merlin's head, and his heart trembled. He could feel a deadly feeling from this vortex. The lethality of this vortex must be very terrifying. And even Mark's eye could not bear this kind of lethality. M'Lyn sneered and looked at Marks McClown, and did not immediately activate the vortex above her head, but quietly waited for Marks McClown's actions, obviously making Marks McClown fully prepared. Open the world. Marks McClown didn't hesitate anymore, and the two magic wands crossed her chest, urging the magic power all over her body. The magic power between heaven and earth also became restless. Following the rhythm of Mark's eye, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and a giant hand slowly stretched out. It is one of the most powerful curses Marks McClown currently has to break the world. M'Lyn smiled and nodded and said, that's right. With that said, M'Lyn waved his palm lightly, and the huge vortex on his head immediately began to operate, whizzing towards Marks McClown. Marks McClown did not show any weakness, and the giant hand above his head rushed towards M'Lyn. Both were terrifying forces capable of destroying the world, and before they collided, the entire forest underneath had been turned upside down. Countless leaves were blown up, and even some smaller trees were blown up. The whole forest was like a sign before the end of the world. With countless leaves and storms, Marks McClown looked at M'Lyn from a distance. At this time, M'Lyn just smiled at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of jokes, like looking at a hamster trapped in a cage. The huge whirlpool and the giant hand crashed together, and a terrifying shockwave instantly flattened the entire forest sea. Even some of the relatively low mountains and rocks were swept across, and the entire area seemed to be covered by a huge comb. Scratched the same. Marks McClown forcibly stabilized his body, but this powerful shockwave had exceeded the range that Marks McClown could bear. Marks McClown only lasted for less than a second before being hit by the shockwave and hit one side of the mountain wall. Marks McClown forcefully endured the surging chi and blood inside his body, staring at the place where the terrifying energy fluctuated in front of him. The terrifying energy vortex and the giant energy hand are constantly colliding. The turbulent energy is constantly colliding and surging. The earth is constantly being washed away, and energy traces are deeply imprinted on the earth. Chapter 1107 The Truth is Revealed. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The giant hand's energy is already slowly dying in front of the vortex, and there are constantly broken traces appearing on the giant hand, and it quickly spread to all positions of the giant hand. Although the vortex energy was broken and destroyed in many places, it was much better than Marks' giant hand. Marks McClown gritted his teeth, and could only watch the giant hand that he had used all his magic power to smash step by step. The energy continued to escape and impact the surroundings, and finally reached a critical point. The giant hand burst open, and the energy suddenly burst. A more powerful shockwave escaped again, and the mountain wall behind Marks McClown shattered. Helpless Marks crossed the mountain wall and hit the ground on the other side, but the impact still hit Marks, setting Marks firmly on the ground. The huge vortex immediately crushed the energy of the giant hand, and a strong sense of oppression pressed towards Marks' and the space shattered uncontrollably, revealing a series of black space cracks, huge and hideous. Merlin laughed loudly. An arrogant voice came from behind the whirlpool, and said, "Marks McClown, then you can't do anything. This is not the Marks McClown I imagined." Marks McClown took a deep breath and forcibly pulled her body out of the ground. At this time, a huge vortex had descended, penetrating Marks McClown's body. Boom! Marks McClown's body was crushed by the vortex, and countless violent forces blew through Marks McClown's body, bringing out bloodstains. Marks McClown clenched his teeth, forming a magic shield around his body, as if he wanted to resist some damage, but the effect was not as good as he thought. The whirlpool blasted past, crushing everything around, leaving only a cloud night covered with blood. Marks McClown slowly landed on the fragmented ground. His body was full of gully wounds, and there was still a lot of violent energy raging inside. Marks McClown sucked in big mouths, and forcibly endured the severe pain that came from her body. Although Marks McClown had amazing healing ability, this kind of injury was not a small one, even if it took a while to recover. Mlin also appeared in front of Marks McClown at this time, smiled at Marks McClown's embarrassed appearance, and said, "Why, can't you bear this attack?" Marks McClown took a deep breath, stared at Mlin, and said coldly, "Your strength is indeed stronger than mine, but this is not the reason you can be arrogant." Mlin spread his hands, and didn't mean to deny Marks McClown's statement at all, and said, "So, I have advised you not to make senseless resistance. It will be fine if I can absorb it." Marks McClown's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were full of vigilance when he looked at Mlin. Did Mlin just say that he wanted to absorb his own words? Merlin was taken aback for a moment. He also realized that he had accidentally missed his mouth, and he actually said his intention. Marks McClown squinted his eyes and said, "You want to absorb me?" Merrington paused, smiled freely, said, "I'm really a little bit overwhelmed. I actually said all my thoughts." Marks McClown asked, "Why do you want to absorb me?" Mlin glanced at Marks McClown and said, "Anyway, you are a dying person. I will let you die a little bit more clearly. The reason I want to absorb you is because of the meteorite energy in your body," Mlin said while looking at Marks McClown's heart. "The meteorite originally belonged to me. Who knew that you actually snatched what originally belonged to me and incorporated it into your body? So there is no way. In order to regain my things, I can only kill you and get back what belongs to me. It's a meteorite. Marks McClown didn't expect that the reason why Mlin was chasing him down was because of the meteorite in his body. Although he didn't know why Mlin wanted this meteorite, it was definitely not a good thing. Mlin sneered, hoping to see a trace of fear on Marks McClown's face, but Marks McClown didn't have any expression, as if he was thinking about something. If you think about it carefully, that piece of outer meteorite looks very extraordinary from the very beginning. Even the division system, after contacting the outer meteorite, can choose to draw it directionally, and draw the magical small world. Marks McClown remembered again that before he rescued the vampire clan, Lilith and the others had come out to look for meteorites outside the sky. At that time, they believed that the meteorite from the outer world could lift Merlin's curse and give the vampire family a new life. This also led to the occurrence of a series of things afterwards, and Marks McClown also snatched the meteorite from outside the sky from their hands. For this reason, they could only beg Marks McClown, who possessed the meteorite from the outer world, to save the vampire family. In the end, Marks McClown did use the power of the meteorite from the outer planet to break the seal of Melin, forcing Melin to release the dominance of the vampire family and fled in embarrassment. But Marks McClown still remembered that before Melin fled, he had said that everything Lilith did was actually controlled by him. In other words, Lilith thought that the outer meteorite could lift Merlin's curse at the time, but it was actually controlled by Merlin. In fact, Merlin wanted to obtain the outer meteorite he dreamed of through Lilith's hand. It's just that people are not as good as the sky. How could Melin never think that the outer meteorite would actually fall into Marks McClown's hands? Marks McClown Okezao also broke his curse and seal by relying on the power of the outer meteorite, and forced himself into embarrassment. Escape. Marks McClown finally understood that Mlin had always been aiming for the meteorite in his body. But due to various reasons and emergencies, Mlin came to him today and said what he had in his heart. Marks McClown took a deep breath. For example, most of the outer meteorites have been sucked into Marks' body today, and it is impossible to separate them anyway. The only way is what Mlin said, to absorb himself completely. This is the way for Mlin to gain the sky. Meteorite approach. Chapter 1108 Endless. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ In other words, if Marks is alive, Melin will not be able to obtain the meteorite from the outer world, and if Melin wants to obtain the meteorite from the outer world, he must kill Marks. The two are already immortal. Merlin sneered, suddenly turned his wrist, and started again. Mlin understood that Marks McClown's recovery ability was amazing. Even Mlin was amazed, so he couldn't give Marks McClown too much time to recover his body, otherwise Marks McClown's abnormal resilience would make Marks McClown an immortal person. Kill. In just a short time of thinking, Merlin had already seen that the damage he had caused to Marks by the huge vortex with terrifying power just now was healing quickly. In less than a few words, there were only faint bloodstains left on these wounds. With a wave of Merlin's hand, the world changed color, and one after another vortex like a black hole appeared beside Mlin. Every vortex possesses the power to destroy a small city. When dozens of black hole vortexes are superimposed on the power, I am afraid that another Washington will also be destroyed. Marks McClown was also urging the magic power of his whole body. One black and white magic wand was continuously swung hard. 383 heaven and earth magic power continued to surge and surge. Behind Marks McClown, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Unexpectedly Marks McClown's appearance. Between the heaven and the earth, the blue sky above his head appeared in Marks' appearance, and his feet stepped on the earth. It was very magnificent, and it brought a lot of oppression. This is the result of Marks' use of magic power to the extreme. So Marks' appearance will only appear when he uses his strongest spell. However, the appearance of Marks McClown's magic power behind Marks McClown was very vague, and it could even be said that he could only vaguely distinguish Marks McClown's appearance. Whether it is the smaller parts such as the eyes and nose, it is blurred. This is also because Mark Psy's magic power has not reached its peak performance. Nevertheless, the appearance of the body behind Marx McClown is already amazing. Marx McClown took a deep breath. This was the ultimate he could do now. You know, in the past, when Mark Psy used the strongest spell to open the world, he was only able to condense BBFJ palm. But now it is very good to be able to condense the vague body. Mlin looked at Mark Psy's magical energy body behind Marx McClown in admiration, and said, "It is Mark Psy, sure enough to drive you into a desperate situation and still have such a dazzling performance. Not bad, not bad, so good, or else kill you too." Too boring. Marx McClown was already in cold sweat at this time, and maintaining this posture was also a great burden for Marx McClown, but Marx McClown did not dare to act rashly. If Marx McClown launches an offensive hastily, in case Merlin discovers that she is depressed and seizes the opportunity to fight back, this is definitely not a good result. Merlin sneered. He naturally saw Marx McClown's reluctance, but he did not take advantage of others. After all, Merlin, who has absolute advantage and absolute pride, doesn't care about this small advantage. Merlin waved his hand suddenly, and dozens of black hole vortexes whizzed towards Mark Psy. At the same time, the surrounding space could no longer withstand this huge energy, and it shattered one after another, revealing a large piece of space debris. If someone is innocently involved, I am afraid that it will be in it within a second. Shattered. The Earth was too overwhelmed. Big chunks shattered suddenly, and rolled over, revealing a bottomless abyss. This piece of heaven and earth, already broken. Marx McClown is also working hard, controlling the Marx McClown magic energy body behind him to rush forward, forcibly resisting dozens of black hole vortices. However, Mark Psy's magical energy body was not the opponent of the black hole vortex at all. It was only the moment of contact. Mark Psy's magical energy body made a loud noise, and countless energy exploded from it, escaping more violent shock waves. Marx McClown's chest was ups and downs, and he could see the strength gap between himself and Merlin. It would be basically impossible for him to defeat Merlin by himself. At this time, dozens of black hole vortexes had already cut Mark Psy's magic energy body into pieces. Mark Psy could only grit his teeth fiercely and slam his magic wand. Mark Psy's magic energy body stagnated for a moment, and his body suddenly expanded. It bursts apart. Boom! Earth-shattering sound resounded through the world, and a terrifying explosion wave centered on the location of the Mark Psy energy body, spreading to the surroundings at the fastest speed, breaking the world and destroying it. Marx McClown's body was shot out like a cannonball, knocking over several mountain peaks one after another. The shockwave of the battle between the two was really terrifying. Even Marx McClown couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact and was shot out instantly. And the center of the explosion between Merlin and Mark Psy was filled with countless space cracks. Violent power filled this broken world. The earth had already shattered, and an aura of destruction burst out from the cracks, making people feel a despair of death. Among the broken rocks, Marx McClown slowly crawled out of it in embarrassment. The clothes on her body had been broken a lot, and there were countless bloodstains on her body. If Marx McClown still had the eyes of God, I am afraid that many people would think Marx McClown people who cannot be saved are already. Marx McClown spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at the broken world in front of him. After the fierce battle between him and Merlin, this world can no longer be called a place. This place is simply transformed into a hell-like existence. Ordinary people can't even live in such a place, even in a day's time. The horrible space crack will swallow it. Marx McClown also felt that under this collapsed world, Merlin was sneering at herself. Although Marx McClown was so embarrassed in the fight, Marx McClown understood that Merlin might even be unscathed at this time. The gap between the strength of the two is too big. Marx McClown stood up, her face gloomy, but the wound on her body had almost recovered. Chapter 1109, World War. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. However, in the successive battles with Merlin, Marks McClown has already consumed a lot of physical and magical power. After recovery, Marks McClown looked the same as usual, but Marks McClown understood that his current state was still far from the peak. At the peak state, he couldn't fight Merlin, and now it is even more difficult to resist Merlin's attack, unless Marks McClown can make a breakthrough in strength. However, when Marks McClown was still thinking about this question, when he was wondering whether he should use the division system to improve his own strength, suddenly a green flash of oil shot past, directly through Marks McClown's shoulder, and took it away. White blood. Marks McClown's face changed, and indeed, Merlin's figure appeared in front of Marks McClown, looking at Marks McClown with a smile. The smile on the corner of her mouth was full of irony and joking. Merlin sneered and said, "Why, I immediately relax my vigilance. Just think is it killed?" Marks McClown let out a dull voice and said, "The result hasn't come out yet. Are you embarrassed to show off?" The wound on Marks McClown's shoulder quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon even the trace disappeared. Merlin squinted his eyes a little, and said, "Your recovery ability is indeed very strong. Various attack damage can't hurt you. It seems that if you can't solve you all at once, I'm afraid no one can defeat you. This is your last. Do you know it? Plus." Marks McClown twitched at the corner of his mouth and said, "Since you know, you can prove to me if you can solve me all at once." Merlin smiled and nodded, and said, "I will prove it to you, but I hope you don't show a decadent look at that time. This will make me very heartbroken." Marks McClown smiled coldly, and the figure slowly disappeared in place with a sudden movement. Marks McClown had actually disappeared. Merlin's brows trembled slightly, and said, "It's apparition again. But do you think simple apparition can escape?" With that, Merlin's figure also slowly disappeared in place. Marks McClown's use of Phantom Shift is not to escape. He knows that with Merlin's strength, his own Phantom Shift cannot escape at all. The reason why Marks McClown uses Phantom Shift is only because this piece of heaven and earth can no longer tolerate their battles, and if they fight in vain, they will only completely destroy this area. That's why Marks McClown left this area and guided Merlin to other places. At the same time, it relieved a little bit of the pressure on her facing Merlin. He insisted that she could not handle Merlin at all. Plus, Marks McClown knew very well that if she stayed in place to fight Merlin, she would definitely lose. Up to now, only by relying on the only space magic of the same level as Merlin, or even higher than Merlin, can you remain invincible. A harbor in the English Channel. Marks McClown's figure appeared on the harbor, and when he was about to appear again, suddenly a magical power fell from the sky and turned into a huge whirlpool, covering the sky and the earth. Marks McClown reacted quickly at the same time, transporting the surging magic power of heaven and earth, and condensed into a giant hand in front of him. The two slammed together, and another powerful shockwave instantly spread to the entire harbor. The sea has set off turbulent waves, the reefs on the coast have been shattered by shockwaves, and there is a small city on the edge of the harbor. At this time, the people in the small city didn't know what had happened, but were doing their own things for themselves. Hearing the deafening explosions, they thought it was just a storm. Marks McClown appeared in the sky above the harbor, surging up with powerful magical power to resist the shockwave for the small city. Otherwise this terrifying shockwave alone could overturn the entire small bay city. By then tens of thousands of people. Casualties. The strength of wizards at the level of Marks McClown and Merlin is really terrifying, and ordinary moles can't bear any damage from them at all. The powerful and intimidating shockwave gradually disappeared, but the original location of Marks' eye has been lost. Merlin hummed heavily, knowing that Marks McClown had left using Phantom Shift again, and could only follow the trace of Marks McClown's departure, and continued to use Phantom Shift to track Marks McClown. Find flowers. Originally, after the two powerful spells of Marks' eye and Merlin collided, the space became extremely unstable, and even the space had been broken. In this case, it was very dangerous to use apparition. However, Mark-Sai's knowledge of space movement has been very profound. Another aspect of the skill of Portable Small World is to enhance Mark-Sai's understanding of space. So Mark-Sai is very confident in using Phantom Shift in this situation. Merlin is a simple artist with boldness. It can even be said that Merlin is the most powerful wizard in the world. There are some spatial cracks that Merlin can't see, and in order to chase Mark-Sai, this little danger is again what's the deal. Marks McClown and Merlin, one after the other, actually started chasing each other. Marks McClown's figure kept phantom shifting, and Merlin followed closely, without any intention to let Marks McClown go. There is actually no difference in the speed of the two. Mark-Sai has a very deep understanding of space, and coupled with his familiarity with Phantom Shift, so the distance to use Phantom Shift is far beyond that of ordinary wizards. However, Merlin was powerful and his magical power was far beyond Mark-Sai. Only then could he trace Mark-Sai's location. In the next moment, the figure of Marks McClown appeared in a small town not far from London in Yin Country. The figure of Marks McClown had just descended on the town, and the figure of Merlin appeared immediately afterwards, and she still held it in her hand, holding a dark black ball. Marks McClown's brows trembled. He didn't know how Merlin could condense a black ball of magic power during the apparition. But Marks McClown knew that the power of this magic black ball was no different from the power of Merlin's magic attack before, and it was bound to destroy the world. Chapter 1110, The Catastrophe of All Nations. This article is updated by Middle. Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Merlin locked onto Marks McClown's location, and with a strong wave, the dark black ball burst out suddenly and smashed towards Marks McClown's location. Marks McClown had no choice but to raise two magic wands, once again used to open up the world. A giant hand suddenly came out, resisting Merlin's black ball. The collision between the two is another extremely terrifying explosion. Marks McClown's body retreated violently and smashed several mountain peaks. At the same time, the power wave of the explosion shattered the ground. The innocent people in this small town had not yet reacted. The explosion wave had covered everything. Buildings, crowds, livestock, everything was destroyed. Marks McClown took a deep breath. Even he could not resist Merlin's power, let alone the innocent people underneath. However, Marks McClown did not have a 3-4-3-way, and could only continue to use Phantom Shift to leave this area. Merlin coldly looked at the direction of Marks McClown's disappearance, without saying anything, continued to keep up, chasing Marks McClown's moving position. London, dozens of kilometers away. At this time, the people of London are struggling to live their lives, performing their duties. It is no different from the past, but when they are thriving, the whole of London trembles suddenly, and all the buildings tremble, like an earthquake to come. In general, the people of London seem to be very panicked. This is not a place where earthquakes often occur, even if there are some natural disasters by chance. They are just tsunamis and waves. Where can such a large-scale vibration occur? Is there an earthquake? Why do I feel a little shaking around me? You don't have common sense. How long has it been since London has had an earthquake? There should be a tsunami forming nearby, so it affects us. The tsunami hasn't come again. How could it affect us just because of its formation? It's you who doesn't have common sense. Just as the people of London were discussing this matter with doubts and curiosity, someone suddenly yelled with extreme horror, "It's not good. Look over there." Many Londoners shifted their sights and looked to a direction northeast of London, where a small mushroom cloud appeared slowly rising to the sky, which looked very conspicuous and dazzling in the superlative city of London. Terrorist attack. Terrorists must have attacked London with a nuclear bomb. It's over, we're all over. Run away. I don't want to die. I will definitely die if I stay here. Some Londoners who could not bear the fright could no longer bear this kind of fear, and were about to flee London. The super city of London was suddenly caught in a panic. After all, terrorists left a very bad impression on people in Europe and America. Their first reaction was a terrorist attack. But soon, Some Londoners who had a clear idea discovered that this attack was definitely not a terrorist organization. If terrorists attack the country of Ying, they will inevitably detonate a powerful bomb in London. However, the explosion range is dozens of kilometers outside London. Although the power is amazing, it has not yet reached the level of affecting London. They seem to have seen this scene before them. By the way, the US tragedy was published in the newspaper. At that time, New Haven was also attacked by a huge mysterious force. The difference was that the entire city of New Haven was destroyed, and they were not affected. It's a wizard. It's those evil wizards. Some excited Londoners yelled that the government of the state of Ying did not conceal the military actions taken against the wizarding community. Many people knew that the state of Ying sent troops to the wizarding community. As for the defeat of the country and the loss of tens of thousands of elite soldiers, the government of the country did not declare it. But how can this matter be kept from the masses? Many people in Ying country understand in their hearts that the government of Ying country has undoubtedly defeated the evil wizards in their hearts, and the culprit is these wizards. In front of them they witnessed a big explosion made by a wizard, which directly led to the destruction of a town. This made them even more indignant, and their hatred for the wizard reached the highest point. However, what they didn't know was that the perpetrator of this disaster had disappeared in the country of Ying at this time, and fought fiercely away from other places. This was Marks McClown's choice to inflict less losses as much as possible. Naturally, Mlin didn't care about this, and followed Marks McClown, attacking and attacking again and again. Above the vast Atlantic Ocean, violent explosions continued to erupt over hundreds of kilometers in the sky, setting off huge waves of 1,000 stories high. And these big explosions only took 10 seconds, and they erupted hundreds of kilometers apart. All of these were the result of the fierce battle between Marks McClown and Mlin. However, this war did not see any dawn at the end. The fierce battle between the two gradually approached the American coast and landed in America smoothly. A small city in the south of the United States is not a well-known city, and it is not even well known. However, due to the recent tragedy in the United States, people in the city were marching and demonstrating at this time, propagating slogans to expel wizards. They never thought that death was only one step away from them. Residents in American cities seemed a little flustered at this time, but not because they knew that Mlin and Marks I were about to come to this place, but because of the influence of the tragedy in the United States. Therefore, 0.1 is in chaos everywhere in the country, and many unpredictable people are seeking their own interests from it. For example, some people took advantage of the fire and robbed them, and some people secretly stole store goods, etc. Not only this city, but even the entire country of the United States was affected and chaotic by this storm. At this moment, the figures of Marks I and Mlin appeared at the same time. But their appearance this time attracted the attention of many people for the first time. Because of the American tragedy, the American people hate the existence of wizards. Chapter 1111 Day of Human Catastrophe. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ And now, the appearance of Marks McClown and Mlin just confirmed the image of wizards in their hearts. It's a wizard. The wizard is here again. Immediately, people from the US spotted Marks McClown and Mlin and yelled, making more people discover Marks McClown and Mlin. But the first moment they discovered Marks I and Mlin, the reaction of these people was not to run away, but to pick up whatever they had and threw them angrily at Marks I and Mlin to express their hatred for the wizard. However, this method has no effect on Marks McClown and Mlin, and they will not care about these things, because they know in their hearts that the people in this city will soon die. The difference is that Marks McClown is helpless, while Mlin is bloodthirsty and excited. Marks McClown turned around abruptly and shouted, "You guys run away." Marks McClown knew that even if someone heard his shout and turned and flee, the city would still cease to exist. But Marks McClown still couldn't pass the level 11 in her heart, and wanted to do her best to give ordinary moles a survival opportunity. However, these moles didn't pay attention to Marks I at all. and still clamored and cursed and threw various sundries at the two of them. Plus, it can be seen that these moles didn't care about Marks McClown's words at all, which also cut off their last ray of life, even though they had no chance of surviving. Merlin's wand was raised high, and Markseye could only raise the wand in desperation. There was another huge sound, and the terrifying power of the explosion immediately spread to the entire city. Marks McClown's embarrassed figure was shot again hundreds of meters away, looking at everything that was suddenly destroyed on the ground from a distance. Countless people couldn't even make a scream, and they were buried in the Steel City coffin one by one. Marks McClown sighed and shook his head. He could only use space power again to hide in the Space Phantom. He couldn't restrain Merlin. He could only respond to Merlin's attack in this way, but it also affected too many innocent people. Otherwise, once Marks McClown hesitated for a while and stayed in place to play a few rounds with Melindo, then he would definitely lose. Today is destined to be the day of catastrophe. The two fought and retreated, and various huge roars continued to appear all over the world. This huge battle also slowly attracted the attention of the world. Urgent report. The whereabouts of the wizard is once again exposed to people, continuously destroying cities and killing people all over the world. A piece of news immediately occupies all human social networks, and the picture used is exactly the moment Markseye and Merlin stayed in a US city. Behind them, it was a city that was spread and covered by a huge explosion, and it was even vaguely visible that countless people inside were swept by the explosion wave, and the flames burned their bodies. Although the appearance of Marks McClown and Merlin was not clearly photographed, the conspicuous wizard clothes on them could not deceive others, and the horror of wizards spread across the world immediately. Emergency report. According to an article published by the Swiss National Press, two evil wizards have successively attacked cities around the world, including a town in Switzerland, which caused at least 2,000 deaths and injuries, and the complete destruction of a town. The search operation is still ongoing. The Canadian daily newspaper issued a statement that burst on the southern coast of the United States was maliciously attacked by evil wizards. The entire city has been destroyed. It is estimated that the population of 200,000 people in the city is more than good. The Japanese news agency issued a statement that two evil wizards appeared in the waters 15 kilometers south of Tokyo Bay. The battle between the two set off huge waves. The waves have hit Tokyo Bay, causing at least thousands of casualties. Then the two wizards fought east of Yokohama. Two nearby cities were affected, causing more than 200,000 casualties. China's Xinhua news agency reported that two evil wizards were found in the waters 30 nautical miles north of Shandong province. A 15-meter high wave was set off. The wave attacked Qingdao City. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Later, two wizards were found in Langdi Jiangwu Autonomous County and caused a huge explosion, killing 5 people and hundreds of cattle and sheep. Not only that, India, Pakistan, Russia, Turkey, Greece, and other countries have experienced great attacks in a short period of time. The large ones may have killed or injured hundreds of thousands of people, and the few may have appeared in open places, with only a few people killed or injured. But the impact of this incident has undoubtedly spread throughout the world, and this kind of destruction was caused by Markseye deliberately moving to an open place. If Markseye didn't pay attention to this, the death toll would have doubled. Just as Marks McClown thought, after many years, in the records of today's history in historical books, many countries have used the term Day of Catastrophe to commemorate the people and masses who died today. And the most pitiful 710 is an island country in the Pacific Ocean. It is not large in size and has a small population. The place where Markseye and Merlin fought was just a little closer, and the whole island was shattered by the aftermath of the explosion. The entire country perished, and even the history books could not be left. Japan, which had trade with it, finally discovered the demise of this island country. I have to say that today is really a catastrophe for the world. Greece, a city that was destroyed, Mark-Sai's wizard robes were already very shattered and even rotten to the ground. After being destroyed by so many powerful shockwaves, even tough clothes could not bear it. An explosion just now completely destroyed a city in Greece, and Marks McClown's body was also shot into the ground. But this time Mark-Sai did not choose to continue the apparition, but drilled out of the ground, tore off the shattered wizard robe, and then stared at the appearance of the destroyed city in front of him. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 1112, The Biggest Test. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Mlin's vague figure walked out from it. At this time, Mlin was not in a good state. He did not have the perverted recovery ability of Marks McClown. In so many encounters, Mlin was also in a panic. A feeling of. However, the pride of Mlin's heart forced Mlin to still look at Marks McClown with joking eyes, and sneered, "Continue to apparition, why don't you escape?" Marks McClown knew that even if she escaped again, she would only be able to contain Mlin. This approach not only has no effect, but will even increase the casualties of the world. It is better to stop on the spot, let go, and use your whole cards to try whether it can cause damage to Merlin. Marks McClown said lightly, "I'm not running away, I just want to use a new way to contain you, but the effect is not as good as I thought." Mlin walked slowly to Marks McClown, looked at Marks McClown coldly, and said, "Contain? If you can defeat me, there is no need to confine you so effortlessly, right?" Merlin continued taunting, "I still advise you to hand over the outer meteorite in your body, maybe I will let you go." Marks McClown also smiled, "If you can beat me, I don't think you need to talk nonsense here. After you beat me to death, don't you just want to get what you get?" Hearing Marks McClown's words, Mlin's expression was slightly stagnant. Marks McClown's words were not wrong. Mlin seemed to have the upper hand, but one cannot deny the fact that Mlin had no absolute strength to crush Marks McClown. One move kills Mark-Sai. Merlin also consumed a lot in this chase, and his state was not as high as before. Although the state of Mark-Sai is worse than that of Mlin, after all, Mark-Sai's ability to sense heaven and earth's magic power is no less than that of Mlin, and Mark-Sai's recovery ability is also stronger than that of Mlin. Under these circumstances, the state of Mlin and Mark-Sai are actually not much different. The biggest problem is that Mlin also used the most powerful attack, still unable to restrain Mark-Sai. Otherwise, Mlin would not chase Marks McClown stubbornly, not because Mlin played hard, but because Mlin had the intention and was powerless. Mlin's expression ceased to be joking, and she stared at Marks McClown and said, "You are not my opponent. You can't help me if this goes on, but I have a chance to catch you, and the result is still the same!" Marks McClown smiled faintly, and said, "Then let's talk about it at that time. You can't beat and kill me. You want to get a meteorite from the sky. It's just wishful thinking." Merlin shouted angrily, "Mark-Sai, you have enough. Don't think I really can't help you." Marks McClown sneered, "Come on, I want to see how you do me." Mlin raised the wand again, and was about to use a powerful spell to bomb Mark-Sai again as before. At this time, Mark-Sai's eyes condensed, as if he had made some decision. A vague stone hammer appeared on Mark-Sai's head! Mental attack. Marks McClown made up his mind to use mental power to fight back against Mlin. Before, Marks McClown had been reluctant to use mental power because Marks McClown didn't know what level of mental power Mlin was, and his mental attack was too unstable. If success can bring Mark-Sai a huge advantage, if failure it will make Mark-Sai's current state worse. But at this point, Marks McClown clearly realized that even though Mlin could not defeat him in a short time, the battle continued. It was not certain who would win and who would lose, and Marks McClown's winning rate would be very low. Mark-Sai must make a choice, and mental attack is undoubtedly one of Mark-Sai's cards. At this time, Mark-Sai can only fight one. It is that Mlin's mental strength is not as good as himself, even equal to himself, and when he understands the situation of mental attack, he can bring Mark's Eye to Mark's Eye. Come to the advantage. The Spirit Stone hammer instantly appeared on top of Melin's head and shot into Melin's brain heavily. Marks McClown stared at Melin stubbornly, hoping to see a trace of errors in Melin because of her mental attack. This is the best time for Marks McClown to attack. As expected, there was a hint of surprise in Melin's expression. Marks McClown's figure violently moved, and he had to seize this good opportunity to prepare to take action. Who knew that a muffled sound like thunder suddenly blasted Marks McClown's mind? With a pop of Marks McClown, his body was stagnant in the air, his nose even oozes bright blood, and his spirit blew back. Marks McClown's mental attack was not effective. Instead, Melin's mental strength caused Marks McClown's mental backlash. If Marks McClown's body were not strong and powerful, he might have fallen into a half-dead state at this moment. Despite this, Marks McClown's mental power still suffered a lot of trauma, causing Marks McClown's movements to appear a little slow. Merlin suddenly laughed and said, Marks McClown, you actually used your mental power to attack me. It seems that you are also poor, thinking that only a small amount of spiritual power can give you back the advantage. While talking, Melin waved his magic wand. At the same time, Melin's surging spiritual power gathered into a huge spiritual storm. Along with Melin's horrible magic power fluctuations, he was about to blast towards Mark's Eye. Marks McClown did not regain the disadvantage, and even because of this behavior, Melin found a perfect opportunity. If Marks McClown doesn't have time to react, I am afraid that this terrifying magical energy will instantly wipe out Marks McClown's whole body with goodness and spiritual storm, and it is no exception in spirit and in the spirit. Even if Marks McClown had reacted, with the mental strength and magic strength inferior to that of Merlin at the same time, Marks McClown would also be ill-fortuned. Marks McClown is facing the biggest test in her life, even a choice between life and death. Marks McClown's eyes revealed a look of struggle. Even if he died, he would stand up and resist Melin's attack, but the magical energy and spiritual storm of Melin had already come to Marks McClown. Drink Chapter 1113. Nothing can be done anyway. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. Marks McClown screamed, and the two magic wands burst out with dazzling light, and even the sound of dragon chanting from the two magic wands could be heard. Marks McClown's magical power surged, and at the same time, his mental power was fiercely surging. Block. Marks McClown's two magic wands were pushed out at the same time, and the surging magic and spiritual power formed an indestructible shield of magic and spirit in front of Marks McClown. At the same time, Merlin's spiritual counterattack and magic attack had rushed to Marks McClown! Boom! Marks McClown trembled all over, and even drops of blood burst out of her skin, showing how much pressure Marks McClown had endured in order to withstand Merlin's attack. With the fluctuation of Merlin's magical power and spiritual power, a large area of wasteland around him suddenly shattered and collapsed, and even the peaks not far away collapsed. Merlin's power is evident. Even though the magic shield in front of Marks McClown was smashed into cracks by Merlin's power, it was about to collapse, but in the end it was still firmly maintained under the horrible power of Marks McClown's pouring horror. This is also Marks McClown's exhaustion resisted Merlin's offensive. If Marks Eye 370 didn't burst out at the last moment, Marks Eye's mental counterattack alone could cause Marks Eye to lose part of his combat power, unable to withstand Melin's attack, and could cause Marks Eye to be seriously injured or even killed by a single blow. This is not the result Marks Eye wants to see. But fortunately, Marks McClown's explosion at the last moment not only saved herself, but also resisted Merlin's offensive. After a while, Merlin's terrifying power slowly ceased. The surrounding area has been destroyed by a large area, the ground shattered into one piece after another, and countless spatial cracks appeared in the space, which is slowly healing, but it may take some time to heal depending on the situation. Merlin appeared in the smoky place in front of Marks McClown, looked at Marks McClown jokingly and said, "That's right, it finally gave me a little surprise. Your mental attack is quite unique." Marks McClown dissipated the shattered mojo shield in front of him, and spouted a mouthful of blood. He didn't know whether Merlin was complimenting or sarcasm, but it seemed that the irony meant a lot more. Merlin watched Mark's eye not speaking, and said, "Why don't you speak? You resist my attack. Shouldn't you be arrogant again?" Marks McClown took a deep breath. Let alone arrogant. Marks McClown didn't have anything to be happy about at all. He faced Merlin's pressure too much, and the strength of the two was too far apart. Both in terms of magic strength and spiritual strength, they were far behind Merlin. Plus, the reason why Marks McClown was able to last so long was only because Marks McClown's physical strength was stronger than Merlin's, especially his tyrannical healing ability. Otherwise Marks McClown would have been defeated by Merlin long ago. It has been a long time for Marks McClown to encounter an opponent that is so much stronger than himself. This makes Marks McClown also vaguely unconfident, as if he is just a sandbag. Although Merlin has not been able to break through, it will only happen sooner or later. Merlin's eyes narrowed, and the magic wand in his hand was shot out immediately, and a green curse struck Marks McClown like lightning. Marks McClown was cold all over, and instantly evaded to one side. Marks McClown could detect that this was the Evada's life curse. Marks McClown's figure hadn't stood still, and several loyal green Evada's life spells hit Marks McClown. In just 1 second, Merlin exploded nearly 10 Evada's life spells. With a kick on the soles of Marks McClown's feet, his figure moved again, and several death curses rubbed Marks McClown's body, shooting into the ground behind him and disappearing. Looking at the flexible Marks McClown bar, Merlin frowned slightly. In fact, what Merlin said to Marks McClown just now was not ironic, but sincerely praising Marks McClown's flexible use of mental power. Although Merlin's mental power is stronger than Mark's eye, but Merlin doesn't know how to use his mental power, and when attacking with mental power, he can only use the most crude and direct mental range to spread the attack. This also led to the reason that the mental power attack of Merlin just now could not break Marks McClown's mental power defense. After all, Marks McClown was very skilled at using mental power, and a small amount of mental power was enough to resist more mental power attacks from Merlin. Moreover, after fighting with Mark's eye for so long, Merlin also gradually lost the patience to continue fighting with Mark's eye. You must know that Merlin is a legendary wizard. Whether it is Merlin's era or today's era, Merlin considers himself to be the proud son of the entire era, the most powerful and peak existence. The fact is also true, so Merlin thinks that Marks McClown is just a person who can pose a little threat to herself. As long as she gets tired of playing with garbage, she can kill it at any time. But this is not the case. It is clear that Merlin has exhausted all his strength to kill Mark's eye, but no matter how Merlin used his whole cards, even Mark's eye accidentally revealed a flaw in his mental power, Merlin was unable to kill Mark's eye in the end. Not even serious injuries. This made Merlin gradually become impatient, and slowly became impatient towards Mark's eye. He couldn't tolerate someone being able to jump in his hands for so long. This was an insult to him. Marks McClown could also feel Merlin's irritable mood from Merlin's shot. After all, a legendary character like Merlin actually made him such a young guy so jumpy. It would be difficult for anyone to hold his mind. Merlin waved his magic wand faster and faster, and curses burst out from Merlin's hands. Some were powerful and terrifying, and some were spells full of death. None of the spells could be easily resisted. Marks McClown also suffers secretly. Merlin also exhausted all his strength to kill herself. Marks McClown avoided most of Merlin's curse attacks simply by relying on her agile figure. Some of the curse of dead angle attack Marks McClown can only abruptly carried it down with a spell. While going back and forth like this, while Merlin felt uncomfortable, Marks McClown was also very uncomfortable. Chapter 1114. Despicable and Shameless. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. At this moment, Whoever wins or loses depends on which mentality of the two people can't bear it first. Merlin's wand was swung faster and faster, and it vaguely exceeded the speed of Merlin's usual spell use. In the face of Mark's eye, Merlin also broke through the usual limits, and his strength skyrocketed. Marks McClown gritted his teeth and watched every movement of Merlin attentively, feeling the surging magic of Merlin brewing and surging in the air. Slowly, Mark's eye deepened his understanding of the movement of the magic of heaven and earth, and integrated into the world. The strength also slowly increased, deepened. Both are attentive, watching the opponent's every move, and also breaking through the boundaries of their usual strength, facing the enemy in the best state of their life. The speed of Mark's eye's actions is also constantly accelerating, and it is even hard to see Mark's eye's figure with the naked eye, and Mark's eye's brain is also running fast. Marks McClown and Merlin have fought for so long, and they have a general understanding of Merlin. The strength of Merlin's magic power far exceeds that of Marks McClown, and it is estimated that it should surpass the strength of the 8th level of magic power, reaching the 9th level of magic power. This is a terrifying strength. Even Mark's eye is now only a 7th level magic power. It is already the top existence in the wizarding world today. It is conceivable how terrifying the existence of the 9th level magic power of Merlin is. Marks McClown is now thinking about a very eye-catching question, that is, whether he should upgrade his level 8 magic power. Now Marks McClown has 450,000 potential points left, so upgrading the level 8 magic power is no problem. But the biggest problem is that Merlin definitely has the strength of level 9 magic power. Even Mark's eye level 8 magic power will not help. Mark's eye needs at least 500,000 magic power to upgrade level 9 magic power. But even if Mark's eye exhausted his potential points to upgrade his level 8 mana, he would not have much advantage to Merlin. At most, he would maintain the situation and would not have much impact on the outcome. Marks McClown sighed secretly, and finally chose not to upgrade the level 8 magic power for the time being. His only trump card now was the upgrade of the division system. Even if it was Animagus and the open world curse, there was no chance of winning against Merlin, and the unexpected upgrade of level 8 magic power was Mark's eye's last advantage. If he exposed his bottom line in order to maintain the situation, then Marks McClown would not have a chance to defeat Merlin. Merlin also appeared more and more impatient at this time, and his eyes were full of anger when he looked at Marks McClown. He had never been played with by a person before, and this person was still so young. Marks McClown was forced by Merlin to become more and more embarrassed, but it was obvious that Merlin could not defeat Marks McClown in a short time, and could only get a little pleasure from this kind of oppression. But this sense of oppression could no longer satisfy Merlin. Merlin was anxious to see Marks McClown surrendering to him. Instead of such a awkward appearance, Merlin couldn't let anyone jump in front of him. Merlin suddenly closed his hand and did not attack again. A person who had just released the curse wildly just now suddenly became calm. This is undoubtedly a very bad omen. Marks McClown's figure also stagnated, looking at Merlin vigilantly. He knew that Merlin would not stop for no reason. He would definitely have a backhand. Marks McClown said coldly, "What do you want to do?" Merlin took a deep breath and said, "I can't help you in a short time." Marks McClown squinted his eyes slightly. This is something he and Merlin knew well, but why did Merlin suddenly say it? Merlin suddenly smiled coldly, as if thinking of something funny. Marks McClown's heart chills. Although he is not familiar with Merlin's character, this smile is definitely not a kind smile. On the contrary, this is Merlin's proud smile. Does Merlin still have the cards to deal with himself? Marks McClown's whole body tensed, ready to upgrade level 8 magic power at any time to prevent Merlin's next attack. But Merlin did nothing, just smiled and looked at Marks McClown. The atmosphere seemed a bit strange for a while. Marks McClown's heart froze for a while, and immediately realized what was wrong. Merlin had already done his best to fight against herself just now. Marks McClown can still be sure of this, so it is definitely impossible for Merlin to hide her strength. Find flowers middle dot. Since Merlin didn't hide his strength, why did Merlin show such a smug smile, as if he could capture Marx McClown? At this time, Marx McClown felt the strangeness of the space, and Merlin's figure slowly became blurred. It was a phantom shift. Merlin actually left Mark's eye behind, and the apparition left. This is impossible. Isn't Merlin's target for the outer meteorite in his body? For Merlin, there should be nothing more important than the outer meteorite in Mark's eye. But why did Merlin suddenly abandon him and leave? Marx McClown noticed the direction in which Merlin's apparition moved away, and she was cold. It was England's direction. If Marx McClown didn't guess wrong, Merlin's goal should be Mark's family. Marx McClown suddenly waved his magic wand, and immediately apparated and chased in Merlin's direction. He already knew what Merlin wanted to do. Merlin couldn't pose a fatal threat to Mark's eye in a short time, so Merlin didn't plan to waste time with Mark's eye. So he went back to Ying Yuan's house, and wanted to threaten Mark's eye with the lives of Mark's eye. Indeed, Merlin's idea was exactly the same as Mark's eye thought. The pride in Merlin's heart would not allow Merlin to waste time with Mark's eye, and the only way that Merlin could constrain Mark's eye was Marx's family. Merlin planned to apparat and reach Marx's family first, and in the first place, he had to control everyone in Marx's family and use them to threaten Marx McClown. If things really evolved to that point, Marx McClown would not be able to deal with Merlin, and even be forced to be passive, and the final opportunity to kill Merlin would be lost. So this thing must not be allowed to happen. We must catch up with Merlin. Chapter 1115. Do you dare? This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The speed of Marx McClown and Merlin's phantom shift is not much different, but in actual comparison, Merlin is slightly faster, which is why Merlin chased Marx McClown to fight all over the world before. Now Merlin moved the apparition first, and the speed of Mark's eye's apparition was indeed a little short, so the distance between the two was slowly opened up, and Merlin first entered the territory of Ying country, the place where the Marx family of Ying country is located. At this time, the Marx family has become the leader of the wizarding world of Ying country, so it has built a magnificent castle and a wide range of buildings. In order to gain more and more power, the Marx family has also summoned many powerful wizards to guard the Marx family, and many of them have also recruited a lot of staff from the 340 Ministry of Magic and elite wizards. Therefore, the Marx family is also becoming stronger day by day. At least no one can match in the wizarding world of Ying country. At the gate of Marx's house, there was even a patrol team of dozens of wizards, patrolling at the gate of Marx's house in shifts day and night. Inside the Marx family there is also a wizard patrol with hundreds of people, constantly waiting for the safety of the Marx family. Today, the Marx family has become a behemoth, and no one can underestimate it. And even such a powerful Marx family is now Merlin's goal. The space above the Marx family slowly fluctuated, and Merlin's figure appeared above the Marx family, and her cold eyes had locked onto the huge Marx family below. The speed of Merlin's phantom shift is slightly faster than Mark's eye. Coming from a distance, the distance that Mark's eye can be pulled down is not a few, but the speed of Mark's eye's movement cannot be underestimated. The distance that Merlin has pulled is only for Merlin to fight for. It took less than 5 seconds. Merlin knew that Marx McClown would rush to Marx's house in less than 5 seconds, and it would not be easy for him to do anything threatening to Marx's house by then. After all, at that time, not only had to deal with Mark's eye, but also the behemoth Marx family. Even Merlin couldn't bear it. Merlin only had 5 seconds, but for Merlin, that was enough. The endless magical pressure suddenly fell on the Marx family, and countless wizards of the Marx family suddenly became alert. They are all powerful wizards in the wizarding world. Moreover, Merlin's appearance without any concealment was naturally a wave of waves. and the entire Marx family was awakened like a honeycomb. But soon, the wizards of the Marx family felt this suffocating wave of magic power, which was a huge tremor in their hearts. They had never felt such a terrifying wave of magic power, even from Marx McClown. The dozens of wizards at the gate of the Marx family are the core team of wizards in the Marx family. Following Marx McClown's Southern warfare, they have extremely rich combat experience and amazing combat power. They are extremely loyal to the Marx family. They also felt this suffocating magic wave, although they were terrified. But in line with their loyalty to the Marx family, they reacted for the first time. At the same time, they used the flying curse to summon the flying broomstick and rushed towards Melin. At the same time, they issued a harsh warning to remind the entire Marx family of an enemy attack. Facing these Marx family wizards who had given up their lives, Melin had a little admiration for their spirit of giving up their lives for righteousness, but at this time, Melin didn't keep any hands. Melin must subdue the entire Marx family within these 5 seconds, and use this to threaten Marx McClown, so everyone who blocks him must die. Merlin's wand pointed out that the surging magic power hit the dozens of Marx family wizards who charged up like a huge wave. They didn't even make a scream, and their entire bodies were shattered by the huge wave. Countless blood mist sprayed high in the sky, and some stumps and broken arms were flying in the air. The tragedy was evident. The Marx family's reaction was also extremely rapid. After feeling the horrific magical fluctuations of Melin, he immediately made defensive preparations. Just after dozens of Marx family elite wizards had forgotten their lives and bought the Marx family's precious time for 1 to 2 seconds, a magic shield slowly opened over the Marx family, forming an indestructible shield. Melin took a deep breath. At this time, more than 2 seconds had passed, and there were only 2 seconds left before Mark's eye arrived. He had to do something. A small black hole appeared at the top of the magic wand in Melin's hand, crushing the surrounding space, and instantly hit the protective shield above Marx's house. Marx fan Marx Siguan and his wife walked out of the Marx family headquarters and looked worriedly at Melin in the sky. They felt an unquestionable threat from Melin. This kind of threat far surpassed Dumbledore and Voldemort's powerhouses. Even if Dumbledore carried a large number of Ministry of Magic elites to encircle the Marx family, they did not have the same worries as they do now. Lilith and other 2 great ancestors of vampires, and Marx Gian and other Cal figures of the Marx family also walked up to the Marx fan and his wife and looked at Melin worriedly. They knew that they had no ability to resist in the face of this Melin. The Marx fans and other big figures in the Marx family have this mentality, let alone the other members of the Marx family. They already seemed a little flustered in front of Melin at this time, and they did not have the confidence to deal with Melin. After all, the true pillars of their hearts were not at Marx's house. The small black hole of Melin descended on the magic shield above the Marx family's head, and the seemingly indestructible magic shield instantly melted a large hole. With Melin's overwhelming strength of 0.9, the shield of the Marx family didn't do much. More than a second passed, and Merlin's figure slowly dissipated in the air. There was only less than 1 second left before he calculated that Mark's eye arrived. But this was enough for Merlin. Of course, this is based on Merlin's correct calculation. Just as Melin was about to appear in front of Marx fan and his wife and captured them, Marx McClown's stern face appeared in front of Melin. Chapter 1116 Instance 9999. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The 2 magic wands pointed directly at Melin's heart in the air, as if Mark's eye's magic wand would pierce Melin's heart as long as Melin took 1 step forward. Melin narrowed his eyes. He calculated that Zong Mark's eye would not be there so quickly. How could Mark's eye appear here in advance? At this time, Marx McClown's eyes were full of extreme killing intent. Melin's behavior has challenged Marx McClown's bottom line. It's not a big deal for Melin to fight Marx McClown all the time, but if she wants to harm Marx McClown's relatives, Marx McClown will do nothing. Can't bear it. So in order to stop Melin, Marks McClown did not hesitate to upgrade his level 8 magic power in the middle, which is why Marks McClown went back to Marks's house beyond Merlin's expectations. Merlin, don't deceive people too much, or I will make you regret it. Marks McClown stared at Merlin's eyes, and said this sentence from between his teeth. Indeed, Merlin's behavior has violated Marks McClown's bottom line. Like Dumbledore before, Marks McClown has already listed Merlin as a must-kill list. Merlin snorted coldly, and said to him that Marks McClown's threat was nothing at all, and it could even be said to be provoking Merlin's inner dignity. Originally, Merlin had already knotted a knot in his heart for the delay in defeating Marks McClown, but now that Marks McClown still said such words, it was Merlin's heart that couldn't accept it. Merlin shouted angrily, "Marks McClown, you can't avoid the fate of death today. I will let your relatives watch you die, and then let them go to hell to accompany you." Merlin knew in his heart that since Marks McClown rushed back beyond his expectation, it was basically impossible for him to threaten Marks McClown with the life of the Marks family, and the anger in Merlin's heart could only be poured on Marks McClown. With a heavy wave of Merlin's wand, it made a harsh sound of breaking the wind. Numerous small black holes appeared behind Merlin. At this time, Merlin was like a divine residence, shrouded and surrounded by black holes. Just one hand is the result of destroying the world. Since Merlin could no longer cross Mark's eye to attack the Marks family, then Merlin had already made a good idea to use the aftermath of power to destroy the Marks family. Merlin believed that even if he didn't take the initiative to deal with the Marks family personally, just the aftermath could destroy a lot of the Marks family's lives. Of course, Marks McClown saw Merlin's thoughts. Merlin wanted to destroy the Marks family and slaughter the Marks family members to disturb her own mind. This kind of obvious trick is naturally not hidden from Marks McClown, but Marks McClown knows Merlin's thoughts, but there is no way to deal with it. There are many people in the Marks family who are very important to Marks McClown. No matter which one dies, it is not a good result for Marks McClown, so even if Marks McClown knows Merlin's intentions, he must keep the Marks family behind him. The two magic wands of Marks McClown, one black and one white, filled with strong dragon power and frightening fluctuations of magical aura. This was an energy fluctuation that made Marks McClown feel heart palpitations. After all, Marks McClown had already upgraded his level 8 magic power, and his strength was several times stronger than before, and it was not even at the same level. This kind of strength Marks' eye burst out. Naturally, it is amazing, and it cannot be said in a day. Merlin's pupils shrank sharply, and he actually felt a threat from Marks McClown, and this threat was still a bit fatal. You know, Merlin's impression of Marks McClown is nothing but a stronger wizard. Even when Marks' eye and Merlin had fought for so long, and when Merlin couldn't help Marks' eye, Merlin's feeling towards Marks' eye was just that he was a tricky wizard, and it took time to deal with it. But Merlin never felt that Marks McClown gave him a deadly threat. It could even be said that there were not many people who could make Merlin feel deadly threat, and Marks McClown was one of the few. Merlin took a deep breath and said, "You have become stronger." Marks McClown did not answer. His eyes were fixed on Merlin. Of course, he would not explain to Merlin why his magic power was enhanced. This is something stupid people would do. Marks McClown's choice of silence gave Merlin a sense of oppression. Just now, Merlin suddenly rushed to attack the Marks family. Marks McClown desperately pursued Merlin in a short period of time. Why did Marks McClown rise so much in this short period of time? And the increase in strength is more than one level. Merlin hadn't figured this out, so he was full of jealousy at Marks McClown at this time, for fear of Marks McClown's whole cards that he didn't know. At this time, a giant Marks' eye magic image appeared behind Marks' eye. At this time, Marks' eye magic image is much more solid than before, and even has vivid facial features and expressions. The whole body is filled with the magical power that shocks the location of the heavens and the earth, and it looks like the slightest power. Not weaker than Merlin. Merlin groaned for a while, but still waved heavily, the countless black holes behind him trembling suddenly, and then smashed toward Marks' eye's location. The space simply couldn't bear the huge energy, and it instantly shattered into countless space cracks. 343. Marks McClown did not hesitate, commanding the magical colossus of Marks McClown behind him, resisting before himself and the Marks family, using its body to resist Merlin's attack. Marks McClown knew in her heart that even if he had been upgraded, it was only level 8 magic power, and Merlin was at least level 9 magic power. In contrast, his magic power was not as strong as Merlin. Had Marks McClown not been sensitive to the magic of heaven and earth, and could urge the magic of heaven and earth to help him fight, Marks McClown would have been defeated by Merlin long ago. Therefore, the magical colossus formed by Marks McClown must be insufficient compared with the energy of Merlin's countless black holes. But Marks McClown has no choice. In order to protect the family behind him, Marks McClown must go all out and stay here. The Marks I magic colossus raised its giant hand and slammed against the madness of countless black holes. These small black holes were embedded in the palm of the Marks I colossus, raging wildly, and exploded with amazing energy, destroying the palm of the Marks I magic colossus. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 1117. The most unexpected thing. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marks McClown also tried his best to pour out her magic power, using her own sense of the magic power of heaven and earth to maintain the colossus of Marks McClown magic power. Although the Marks I magic power colossus was already in danger under the violent bombardment of the terrifying black hole of Merlin, it still maintained the figure of the colossus, blocking Marks I and Marks' family. Merlin was surprised to find that Marks McClown now has the strength to fight his life and death. And Marks McClown's improvement in strength is a point that he has not yet understood. This has become a thorn in his heart. How could Marks McClown rise to such a great strength, and now it is a threat to her life? Although this threat is very small, it should not be underestimated, and it is also something that Merlin cannot bear. The dissatisfaction in Merlin's heart suddenly broke out. He could no longer tolerate the existence of Marks McClown, and he had to solve this annoying opponent. Boom. 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 There was a loud blast of explosions in the space, and large chunks of space shattered and collapsed. The surrounding mountains also shattered and collapsed, crashing down, and countless stone chips and sawdust splashed in the air. If it hadn't been for Marks McClown to guard the area where the Marks family was located, I'm afraid the Marks family would have been destroyed under this kind of destroying attack, and there would be no scum left. However, despite this, many of the Marks family's buildings were unable to withstand the strong impact and collapsed one after another. Some Marks family's elite wizards also stood up to maintain the defenses around the Marks family, otherwise the damage they suffered would be more obvious. And Marks McClown stood tall on the Marks family, and the two magic wands in his hand radiated extreme light, and the voice of Long Yin became more and more obvious. This is the result of Marks I's ultimate magic power using the magic wand. You can even see two dragon shadows surrounding the magic wand, and the power of the dragon continues to spread from it. Despite this, Marks McClown exhausted her own magic power, and the power that burst out was still not as powerful as Merlin's magic power. Countless black holes condensed in the air, smashing into Marks I frantically, and the magic colossus of Marks I condensed by Marks I was smashed by countless black holes, and it was gradually showing signs of failure. Countless sweat came out of Marks McClown's head, and his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Merlin. This is the limit that Marks McClown can do. Sure enough, the 8th level of magic power cannot match that of Merlin. If Marks McClown's condensed magic colossus of the Marks family collapses, not only Marks McClown will face Merlin's attack, but also the entire cloud. The home will be affected by Merlin's attack. The consequences are devastating. Marks McClown gritted his teeth. He could not shrink back. After all, he was not only protecting his own life, but also the entire Marx family. Merlin was also like a madman at this time. This was the best opportunity before him. Marx McClown and Merlin are really too flexible in fighting. Merlin has exerted 10% of his magic power. If there is no one who can threaten Marx McClown, how can he fight his own strength like now? Although Merlin did not achieve his goal when he came to the Marx family, the current situation and the goals that Merlin wanted to achieve were not much different. The Marx family successfully became the best bargaining chip to contain Marx McClown. If Marx McClown wanted to protect the Marx family, she would have to stand firm against Merlin's attack. In this way, it is undoubtedly much easier for Merlin to defeat Marx-I. Merlin laughed loudly. He thought Marx-I was already a mortal end. Under his offensive, no wizard in the whole world could bear it, even Marx-I can't either. The body of Marx-I magic power Colossus is already covered with various cracks and scars, and many black holes are deeply embedded in it, constantly eroding the body of Marx-I magic power Colossus, and may break apart at any time. Merlin waved his magic wand continuously, and the black holes of powerful fluctuations continued to condense, and they were about to pile up into Marx-I's irresistible damage, driving Marx-I to a desperate situation. Marx McClown also gritted his teeth, preparing to meet the attack of Merlin's devastating storm. At this moment, the smile on Merlin's mouth suddenly stopped, and the surrounding black holes trembled steadily, as if something strange had appeared. Marx McClown obviously felt Merlin's strangeness too, looked at Merlin's direction strangely, and didn't quite understand why Merlin had such a situation at this critical juncture. At this time, Merlin's attention was no longer on Marx McClown, but instead was staring at the magic wand in his hand. There was a slight crack in the magic wand in Merlin's hand, and the crack was expanding as Merlin used magic power. Slowly spread. Merlin's wand unexpectedly appeared in such a situation. Not only Marx-I could not predict, but also something that Merlin could not predict. But this unexpected situation was also inevitable. Merlin's strength is already considered the most powerful existence in the entire world, but the magic wand in Merlin's hand is an ordinary magic wand. After Merlin went out of the vampire family of Ying country, she was upset in the United States, and then returned to the country Ying to kill the quartet. This magic wand had already endured too much power from Merlin. It is normal that the magic wand is finally not supported. After all, Merlin's magic power is too strong, and the quality of ordinary magic wands can be considered very good for so long. When Merlin exploded and output magic power to attack Marx-I, this ordinary magic wand finally reached its limit, and this kind of dangerous rupture occurred. Boom! With a loud good sound, a small black hole surrounding Merlin burst open, forming a huge shock wave. Suddenly, layers of shock waves continued to affect the surrounding black holes. One after another, they broke and exploded, forming a chain of explosions, but the scope of the explosion was beside Merlin. Since Merlin's wand could no longer be supported, the output of Merlin's magic power was disordered, leading to all the consequences. Merlin's reaction was also very timely, immediately bursting out strong magic power to protect the body, and at this time the magic wand in Merlin's hand finally burst out overwhelmed. Chapter 1118. I want to save everyone. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ boom. The magic wand exploded countless sawdust. Even Merlin's palm was exploded with blood. Plus. Of course Marx McClown realized that this was the best time for him, and hurriedly wielded the most powerful magic power, controlling the Marx McClown magic colossus, and rushing towards Merlin. The black hole formed by Merlin also became a threat to Merlin at this time. Coupled with Marx-I's full attack, this power was not inferior to Merlin's outbreak, but this outbreak was meant to deal with Merlin. The black and white magic wand in Marx McClown's hand made a resounding dragon roar, which was the result of the magical force surging to the extreme. I saw Marx-I's magical colossus solidify again and rushed in the direction of Merlin frantically, but Melin had no ability to escape. He could only passively watch the explosive shockwave combined with his own magical power and Mark's eyes attack come in front of him. Boom! Marks McClown's heart shuddered. He knew this was the greatest harm and threat to Merlin, but the powerful shockwave of this explosion was not simple, and Marks McClown's powerful body might not be able to withstand it, let alone the bottom one. The wizards of the Marks family. Rumbling. The entire Marks family area was flooded with chaotic power 323, and this chaotic power could not even be controlled by Marks McClown. This was no longer a single power, but various types of energies were rioting, and could not be controlled forcibly. Therefore, Marks McClown couldn't defend against the power of this riot. The Marks family behind him immediately became a high-risk area, and the energy of the riot could strangle everyone in place. Marks McClown took a deep breath, and his figure moved and appeared in front of Marks Fan and his wife. At this moment, Marks Fan and his wife were looking at the surroundings with horror, but had not noticed Marks McClown's appearance. Marks McClown said, "Dad, Mom, this place can't stay any longer, and the entire Marks family will be strangled by the forces of the riot." Marks Fan and his wife only reacted. The two of them approached Marks McClown by appointment. It was obvious from their physical movements that they wanted to protect Marks McClown, and they didn't even think about it now that they had no ability to protect Marks McClown. Marks Fan said anxiously, "Then what do we do now? We can't resist this terrifying force at all." There are still many Marks family members and people from the new government. BBC Marks Sixuan shook his head repeatedly and said, "I can't take care of so many people. Xio, you leave quickly. We are not able to leave here, but you must have a chance. You leave quickly. As long as you can leave safely, everything is enough." In Marks Sixuan's simple thinking, she didn't care about the lives and deaths of others, or even the lives and deaths of herself and Marks Fan. From the beginning to the end, she only considered the safety of Marks McClown alone. Marks McClown glanced at Marks Sixuan, and while moved in his heart, he was also thinking about the safety of everyone present. Marks Sixuan didn't consider this, but Marks McClown had to. The Marks family finally re-emerged. It took the efforts and bloody battles of Marks McClown and many Marks family and vampire elites, and it took a lot of sacrifices to successfully achieve the result of the rise of the Marks family. If it is disrupted by Melin, the rise of the Marks family will encounter another setback, and it will be even more difficult for the Marks family to rise again. And it will have to go through a lot of sacrifice and bloodshed. This is not what Marks McClown wants to see. The Marks family dominates the wizarding world of the Ying country, attracting many government personnel from the Ministry of Magic of the wizarding world of the Ying country, and it recruits many elite wizards from the Ying country. If all the elites of this part were killed here, it would definitely be a devastating blow to the wizarding world of the Kingdom of Ying, and even the wizarding world of the Kingdom of Ying would be devastated because of this, and the wizarding world of the Kingdom of Ying, as the world's largest power, would fall. Marks McClown can't let this happen, so everyone on the scene must be rescued. Marks Sixuan saw that Marks McClown was still in a daze, and quickly grabbed Marks McClown's hand, and said, "Xia McClown, didn't you hear me? Run away. As long as the Marks family has you, they will rise again sooner or later. If even you are gone, the Marks family is really over." Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, "No, I want to rescue all of you." Marks Fan and Marks Sixuan were taken aback at the same time, and they didn't think how Marks McClown would save them. In this situation, the entire Marks family and the new government personnel would all be massacred and there was no way to escape. Marks McClown wanted how to save them. Marks McClown had no time to explain. With a big wave of his hand, a mysterious spatial fluctuation suddenly radiated from Marks McClown's side, sucking in Marks Fan and Marks Sixuan and his wife who had not yet reacted. In the portable world, Marks McClown sucked the two into his portable world. At this time, only the portable world had this kind of protection. "Everyone, immediately gather near me," Marks McClown shouted angrily, and the sound waves spread throughout the Marks family, and everyone in the Marx family heard Marx McClown's shout. Although they didn't understand Marx McClown's words, they still had absolute respect and obedience to Marx McClown. Everyone moved towards the location of Mark's Eye at the same time. In front of Mark's Eye is a huge space door, and this space door is Mark's Eye's small world. This space gate exploded with huge suction power, and absorbed the Marx family and the new government personnel who came into Marx McClown's portable world. This was the only way Marx McClown could protect everyone in the Marx family. There are thousands of people in the Marx family. After all, the Marx family has already dominated the entire Yin Country wizarding world. For this reason, the Marx family recruited a lot of elite wizards, plus the elite wizards of the Marx family itself, and the formation of a new government to recruit personnel from the previous Ministry of Magic. Therefore, the organization of the Marx family has also become increasingly bloated and huge. The scale of thousands of people. However, under Mark's Eye's rapid dispatch and the strong suction of the space gate, thousands of people rushed to Mark's Eye in a short period of time and entered the small world of Mark's Eye. Chapter 1119 I Can't Forgive You. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marx McClown tried to maintain the scale of his portable world. After all, thousands of people squeezed into his portable world at the same time was not an easy thing to bear. Moreover, Mark's Eye had lost too much magic power in the battle before, and it was very difficult to open the small world to protect so many people. However, Marx McClown persisted and sucked everyone in the Marx family into the portable world. After repeatedly confirming that there were no other people in the Marx family area, Marx McClown stepped into the portable world without any hesitation. At the same time, the space door of the portable small world slowly closed. At the moment when the portable world was closed, the entire Marx family area burst apart, and all the buildings exploded vigorously. At the center of the explosion, Merlin looked at Marx McClown and the location where everyone in the Marx family disappeared. An extreme hatred came from Merlin's. The eyes burst out. But Merlin had lost all the ability to act at this time. The terrifying explosion restricted Merlin's body movement. He could only passively bear the terrifying explosive power, feeling the ultimate destructive power spreading on himself and eroding himself. Vitality. Marx McClown, I won't let you go. Merlin's hateful voice came from his throat, but in the explosion of this terrifying power, no one heard Merlin's words at all, and even Merlin could not hear his own voice. The terrifying power of the explosion spread across the Marx family instantly, destroying everything. Mark's Eye, a small world with you. At this time, thousands of people from the Marx family were staying in Mark's Eye's small world, looking curiously at the situation here. The small world of Mark's Eye is a virgin forest. When Mark's Eye was carrying out the forbidden trial, he absorbed the horseman into his own small world. Therefore, in Mark's Eye's small world, it is also a virgin forest full of all kinds of strange things, which seems very strange. Marx Fan and his wife looked at the surrounding environment in surprise. Aren't they still at Marx's house just now? And now the scope of the Marx family should be affected by the energy of destruction. How in the blink of an eye, they appeared in this strange forest, as if they were dreaming. Lilith and the few vampires who went to the horse forbidden area together looked at this strange forest thoughtfully, and have recognized that this is the forbidden area trial place that disappeared before. If it is placed in peace, they will continue to question this matter. But what showed this trial place before them was Mark's Eye, who had already recognized the Lord, so they naturally had nothing else to say. If there was no Mark's Eye, they would have been annihilated by Ying's Ministry of Magic long ago, and Mark's Eye would have taken a trial land that didn't belong to them, and they were not qualified to speak more. And some elites of the Marx family and new members of the Marx family looked at this forest, and their admiration for Marx McClown was inexplicable. They were all ready to be killed by Merlin, who knew that Marx McClown had shown such a magical method to save their lives, which made those who had already admired Marx McClown even more admiration. Needless to say, those who were originally officials of the Ying State Ministry of Magic and now became officials of the Marks family. These people themselves are not powerful wizards. In their opinion, Marks McClown's methods are too unbelievable, beyond their imagination, let alone Marks McClown rescued them by this method. Marks Fan and Marks Sixuan's couple walked to Marks McClown's side. Marks Fan asked curiously, "Xia McClown, where is this place?" In the face of her parents, Marks McClown would naturally not conceal it, and said, "This is a space that belongs to me only, and has nothing to do with the outside space. As long as I am fine, there will be no problems in this space." Marks Fan nodded repeatedly, and said, "Xia McClown, of course you will be fine, but your hand is indeed unexpected." Marks Fan's words of admiration sounded from the crowd. The demon Merlin was attacked by such a terrifying explosion for 9 deaths. "We thought we were going to be buried with him, but we didn't expect to survive now. Merlin will definitely not be able to ignore it. Find flowers. Marks Sixuan also showed a rare smile and nodded. "McClowns. He should die like this, otherwise it would be horrible. I don't know how many innocent people died in his hands." When Marks Fan and his wife mentioned Merlin, Marks McClown's original relaxation slowly disappeared. Before, Marks McClown felt a slight relaxation because he rescued everyone in the Marks family in time. Now he is replaced by solemn seriousness. Marks Fan and Marks Sixuan clearly felt the changes in Marks McClown. Marks Fan hesitated and asked, "Xia McClown, is there any problem?" Marks McClown sighed and said, "Merlin will not be killed by this explosion. At most he will be injured a little, and with his strength, even if his recovery ability is not as good as mine, he wants to recover from this injury. It's still very simple." Hearing Marks McClown's explanation, both Marks Fan and his wife were dumbfounded. In the perception of Marks Fan and his wife, this kind of explosion is already quite terrifying. How could Merlin not die? Even if he did not die, it would at least be a serious injury. But Marks McClown actually said that Merlin would not only be fine, but that he would be able to recover soon, which is simply incredible. Marks McClown knows that it is difficult for Marks Fan and his wife to understand Merlin's strength, but Marks McClown can't take care of so much at this time. Although they are temporarily safe, Merlin is outside and can recover after the explosion. And Marks McClown clearly understands that although he has already upgraded to the 8th level of magic power, there is still a lot of gaps in the face of Merlin, and this gap cannot be made up by Marks McClown using many methods. At this time, he can entangle with Merlin for so long it's already pretty good. After upgrading the level 8 magic power, Marks I has less than 350,000 potential points left. This seems to be a lot of potential points, but it is still far from enough to raise Marks I to level 9 magic power. Chapter 1120, The King of Monsters in the Forbidden Forest. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ In other words, Marks I still couldn't compete with Merlin, and upgrading other skills could not greatly improve Marks I's combat effectiveness. It was just a waste of potential points. As far as Merlin was concerned, it was just being backlashed by his own power. This injury was not worth mentioning. Even Merlin's bursting wand was just a small accident, and Merlin could solve the problem by finding a wand casually. It's not so easy for the wand to burst before. After all, the magic wands of wizards rarely have parallel imports, and the materials of the wands used by ordinary people are very good. Of course, a magic wand like Marks McClown is extremely rare, but there are many magic wands that can barely bear Merlin's magic. Therefore, the magic backlash caused by the burst of Merlin's wand was only caused by the accident of 330. And it could not be any advantage of Marks I. Marks I still had to think carefully about how to deal with Merlin. Marks Fan and his wife also saw that Marks McClown was in distress, and the wise ones did not continue to harass Marks McClown, but quietly stepped aside and gave Marks McClown time to think. At this moment, a slender figure approached Marks McClown. It was Lilith. As one of Marks McClown's closest comrades in arms, after struggling for so long and experiencing so many things, Lilith is already very familiar with Marks McClown's mood, and she naturally sees Marks McClown's distress now. Don't be too anxious. Although Merlin is strong, you are not without the strength to fight him. What you have to do now is to stabilize your mind and don't be frightened by Merlin's strength. Marks McClown gave a wry smile. Listening to Lilith's words, he also knew that Lilith didn't really know the difference between her strength and Merlin, so he said this. Marks McClown said, I think it is basically impossible to defeat Merlin, and it is just a matter of time before Merlin wants to kill me. You should know what my troubles are. Lilith was taken aback for a moment, and said, but hasn't Merlin been backlashed by her own magic power? Marks McClown shook his head and said, with Merlin's strength, this bit of magic backlash is nothing at all. Even the terrifying explosion outside can't threaten Merlin. Lilith frowned and said, but the magic wand in Merlin's hand has already shattered. If he changes a wand, his combat power will definitely decrease. You shouldn't be so unconfident. Marks McClown shook his head and said, Merlin's wand can no longer keep up with his strength. It is a wand that is not easy to use, so he just takes other people's wands and feels like him. So even if you change a wand, the combat effectiveness is the same. There will be no change. Lilith took a deep breath. She knew that Merlin was strong, but she did not expect that even Marks McClown would lose the usual confidence and belief in the face of Merlin. You must know that in the past Marks I, even in the face of extremely powerful opponents, in front of Lilith's opponents who were out of reach and could not shake at all, Marks I could still maintain a relaxed and confident smile. Where was she flustered like meeting Merlin this time? Lilith could really feel a trace of despair in Marks McClown's heart. Lilith said, then what are you going to do? According to what you said, you won't have much time. When the explosion outside subsides, Merlin finds that you are gone. If you do something to Hogwarts, it will be troublesome. Marks McClown nodded. He knew what Lilith said, otherwise he would not be so anxious. It is indeed safe to hide in the small world. But without the protection of Marks McClown from the outside world, who can stop Merlin's massacre? If Merlin attacked Hogwarts at this time, it would take less than a second for the entire Hogwarts to be destroyed by Merlin, and there would not be any accidents to the people in it. All of them would have to be massacred. Unacceptable consequences. Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, do you have any idea? Lilith was taken aback, and smiled bitterly. You can't do anything. What can I do? Marks McClown frowned tightly. In fact, he already had some thoughts, but he was not sure if this method was possible. But for the moment, it seemed that there was no other choice for Marks McClown. Marks McClown suddenly said, Lilith, do you remember that character in the Forbidden Forest? Lilith's face changed suddenly, as if she had heard something terrifying. Her eyes widened and she looked at Marks McClown. Her mouth slightly opened but she was unable to speak. Marks McClown glanced at Lilith, and did not speak to urge Lilith, because Marks McClown knew that the person he was talking about was a shadow in Lilith's heart, and it could even be said to be a nightmare-like existence. Even a strong woman like Lilith could not escape the psychological torture of this nightmare. Lilith paused for a long time before she said, of course. It doesn't matter if I don't remember anyone, it's impossible for me not to remember the King of the Forbidden Forest. The King of the Forbidden Forest is the name of the big man in the Forbidden Forest. Marks McClown was not very clear about that period of history, but he knew that at that time the vampire family was still at its peak, and the strong within the family were like clouds. At that time, the vampire family was no less inferior than the Ying Kingdom Ministry of Magic. It was such a powerful family of vampires. Under the leadership of Lilith, the power of the entire family was gathered to fight against the King of the Forbidden Forest. In the end, the vampire family actually lost more than half of its 1.4 manpower, and it consumed a lot of powerful artifacts, and finally sealed the King of the Forbidden Forest. It is the King of the Forbidden Forest that consumes too much power of the vampire family, otherwise, The vampire family will not be so easily invaded by Merlin. Marks McClown said, I want to know about the King of the Forbidden Forest. King of the Forbidden Forest? You mean the monster in the Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts? Lilith was taken aback and smiled bitterly, but I don't know much about the King of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 1121, The Amazing Magic Power That Day. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marks McClown said in surprise. Didn't you fight each other, and successfully sealed him? How can you not know? Marks McClown vaguely remembered that when he took Harry, Hermione and others to the horse race, he once felt a huge magic power rising into the sky. That magic seems to be related to the seal. Now think about it. When the Lily Ribbon team fought against the King of the Forbidden Forest and sealed the King of the Forbidden Forest, Lilith nodded and said, we have played against each other, but it is not a direct match. Because the power of the King of the Forbidden Forest is too terrifying, even a vampire of my level, once we meet him, he will be killed in seconds. We all consume him with the life of the vampire elite, and I can only at the end, attack. When Lilith said this, her eyes suddenly lost their look. It seems that the horror of the King of the Forbidden Forest has been deeply ingrained in Lilith's heart. Hearing Lilith's words, Marks McClown probably understood why dealing with such a King of the Forbidden Forest actually lost half of the strength of Lilith's elite squad. It turned out to be defeated by filling them with lives. Lilith smiled bitterly. There is no way. The King of the Forbidden Forest is too terrifying. I am afraid that it is not much different from the current you, and you may not be able to get the benefits. Plus, Marks McClown didn't comment on her words. Lilith didn't understand how powerful she was now, so she thought so. After thinking about it, Marks McClown said, if you know anything, please tell me. Lilith was taken aback, and said, it's not much and it's very simple. The Lord of the Forbidden Forest is a huge monkey king. His body is comparable to a mountain. A slap can easily smash a towering tree. His sex is abnormal, strong, ordinary spells have no effect on him. Marks McClown frowned, listening to Lilith's explanation, thinking about something carefully. Lilith continued, I don't know the rest. Although we sealed him, I always feel that he is not that simple. Marks McClown asked, do you remember the location of the seal of the King of the Forbidden Forest? Lilith nodded quickly and said, this is naturally remembered. After all, it is such a strong opponent. How can I not remember it? Marks McClown nodded intently, looking very intriguing. Lilith was puzzled. Why are you asking this? Don't you think? Lilith's expression became horrified, as if she didn't expect Marks McClown to make such a decision. Marks McClown showed a smile and said, what do you think I am going to do? Lilith stared at Marks' eye and said in disbelief, do you want to lift his seal? Marks McClown smiled and nodded. Now the only assistance he can get is this. Now the threat posed by Merlin is too great, and Marks McClown desperately needs a powerful helper. Lilith hesitated, and did not immediately answer Marks McClown. This question is indeed a challenge for Lilith. The King of the Forbidden Forest has paid a huge price before sealing it up. If it is so simple to lift the seal, she must have an explanation to the vampire family. Although Marks McClown's qualifications were there, even if Marks McClown didn't give a reply, there would be no big problem. Marks McClown also understood Lilith's mood, did not urge, but stood quietly to the side, waiting for Lilith's answer. Lilith hesitated for a while before saying, do you have to lift the seal of the King of the Forbidden Forest? Marks McClown nodded slowly and said, McClowns, I cannot defeat Merlin by myself. The King of the Forbidden Forest is the only person I can think of helping me now. Lilith shook her head and said, it's not that simple, and you don't know the King of the Forbidden Forest. How can you be sure that he will help you? Marks McClown said, I have no choice now. Do you want to watch Merlin destroy the world step by step? Lilith sighed. She also knew that Merlin's strength was terrifying, but she really never expected that the King of the Forbidden Forest, whom she sealed by her own hands, would actually see the sun again in her lifetime. Lilith said, Well, now that you have decided, I can tell you where I sealed the king of the Forbidden Forest. With that, Lilith pulled out a roll of parchment from her sleeve, which was yellowish. Marks McClown frowned and said, "This is?" Marks McClown has never seen Lilith take out this roll of parchment, but looking at Lilith's demeanor, this roll of parchment has been following Lilith for a long time, and it is impossible for Marks McClown to not notice. Lilith explained, "This is the map of the Forbidden Forest drawn by the King of the Forbidden Forest." Marks McClown took the map in Lilith's hand and looked at the map of the Forbidden Forest in Lilith's hand seriously. Marks McClown is no stranger to this map, because this is the map of the Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts School. Many places are the same as Marks's impression, but Marks's discovered that there are many unclear locations on this 370 Forbidden Forest map, and they have marked very detailed information. Marks McClown pointed at these locations and said, "Is this information true?" Lilith nodded and said, "I have set foot in the entire Forbidden Forest. There shouldn't be a big difference. Don't worry about this." Marks McClown looked at a bright red dot marked on the map, where a monster was clearly drawn. Marks McClown asked, "The King of the Forbidden Forest is here?" Since Lilith had collected the Forbidden Forest information because of the Forbidden Forest King, then this distinctive location must be where the Forbidden Forest King was. Lilith shook her head and said, "This is the lair of the Forbidden Forest King, but because of our fierce battle with the Forbidden Forest King, we probably have deviated from the Forbidden Forest King's lair, which is probably at this location." With that said, Lilith pointed to a certain location on the map, which was indeed a distance from the King of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 1122, Still a Meteorite. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Looking at the location Lilith was pointing at, Marks McClown showed a thoughtful look. This location made Marks McClown very familiar. Sure enough, Marks McClown has completely overlapped with his memory. When he entered the Forbidden Forest a long time ago to participate in the Horseman trial, Marks McClown also felt a very powerful force hidden somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, where Lilith was pointing. Very similar. Sure enough, this location is where the King of the Forbidden Forest was sealed. Lilith didn't realize what Marks McClown looked like, and continued, "Seal the King of the Forbidden Forest's secret treasure of my clan shouldn't be a big problem for you, plus the time has passed for so long, the secret treasure's sealing effect is greatly reduced. You crack, it's not difficult to get up." Marks McClown nodded lightly. He had already remembered where Lilith was pointing. Lilith suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and said, "By the way, there is one more thing." Marks McClown was taken aback, and said, "What?" Lilith said, "The King of the Forbidden Forest should have something to do with the meteorite outside the sky." Tanwai meteorite is a memory for Marks and Lilith. It was when the two of them were fighting for the Tanwai meteorite. They did not know each other. At that time, Lilith was even stronger than Marks McClown, but in the end she was caught by Marks, defeated by Night. At that time, the two were still in a hostile relationship. Who knew that since that battle, Marks McClown and Lilith had actually become comrades in arms for so long, fighting side by side for so many years, they can even be called inexorable friends. Marks McClown seemed to think of the past, and smiled and said, "A meteorite outside the sky?" Lilith nodded quickly and said, "I'm going to trouble the King of the Forbidden Forest." It is precisely because the King of the Forbidden Forest is related to the outer meteorite. He will hinder us because of this, and we also want to get information from him. The clues of meteorites outside the sky. Marks McClown nodded thoughtfully, remembering that Sirius Black once said that the meteorite fragments from the outer space they used to make the map of the live spot seemed to have been thrown by the King of the Forbidden Forest. Marks McClown said, "Then what is the relationship between the two of them?" Lilith was stunned, and said, "I know he is related to the meteorite outside the sky, but in fact it is not clear what the relationship is." Marks McClown probably guessed it too. If the King of the Forbidden Forest has a direct relationship with the meteorite outside the sky, It is impossible for Marks McClown to not receive any relation to the King of the Forbidden Forest when he got the meteorite outside the sky. Marks McClown said, "Okay, I know, I will pay attention to this." Lilith sighed and said, "Are you ready to go?" Marks McClown was stunned, nodded immediately, and said, "The explosion outside should be about the same. If you go out too late, Merlin will be over." Lilith also understood Marks' meaning, and put the parchment in her hand into Marks' hand, and said, "Take this map, it will be useful to you." Marks McClown did not postpone, and received Lilith's map in her arms, and there was no need to say thanks for the relationship between them. Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, "The time is almost up, I should go too." Lilith looked at Marks' solemnly, and said, "Be careful." Marks McClown smiled, and at this time he returned to his previous self-confidence appearance. As long as there is a way to deal with Merlin, Marks McClown will not be afraid in his heart. Lilith took a step back and looked at Marks McClown quietly, but did not speak because she knew that Marks McClown was about to leave. Marks McClown smiled and nodded to Lilith, and then looked at Marks Fan and Marks Sixuan not far away. They cuddled together and looked at Marks McClown affectionately, with reluctance and helplessness in their eyes. Marks Fan and his wife did not hear the conversation here, but it did not prevent them from knowing Marks McClown's thoughts. Although they are now the leaders of the wizarding world of Yin Country, they still can't help Marks McClown. The difference in strength is the most helpless. And Marks McClown sighed apologetically. After all, he had promised his parents that he would never leave them again, but the current situation could not help Marks McClown make a choice. If Marks McClown does not leave, the entire world will fall into dead silence, and Marks McClown must fight for the Marks family and the world. Marks McClown took a deep breath, turned his head resolutely, no longer looked at Marks Fan and Marks Sixuan and his wife. He had run out of time and had to leave immediately. A vortex space door appeared beside Marks McClown, slowly moving the surrounding space, and within the space door, chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations continued to erupt, and terrifying energy erupted obviously on the other side of the door. Marks McClown didn't hesitate anymore, stepped directly into the space door and disappeared in everyone's eyes. Marks Fan and Marks Sixuan sighed gently, and slowly shook their heads. Lilith also turned her head helplessly. Although Marks McClown's journey could not be said to be a life of 9 deaths, it was extremely risky and could not be optimistic. On the other side, the exploding chaotic storm continued to ravage the entire world, and the ground was torn into huge formidable cracks. It is impossible for anyone to approach this area, otherwise they will be torn to pieces by this terrible storm. An invisible magic barrier was condensed around Marks McClown, blocking the surrounding storms. The terrifying energy storm hit the magic barrier beside Marks McClown, only faint ripples. Marks McClown did not notice the surrounding storm. Her eyes Hao stared at a small black spot not far away, where was the center of the explosion storm, and there, a figure was being torn apart by terrifying energy. It is Merlin. But at this time, Merlin was not as windy as before, but his clothes were in tatters, and even sensational bloodstains appeared on him. Although the expression on Merlin's face didn't look painful, the pain of struggling in discomfort could not be concealed. Merlin also noticed Marks' appearance at this time, and his eyes slammed into the direction Marks appeared, wishing to eat Marks raw. Chapter 1123 Chinese, Can You Kill? This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. However, Merlin is now being backlashed, and the damage caused by Merlin's magic and Marks' magic is still destroying the space zone near Merlin, and Merlin cannot leave this area for the time being, let alone take action on Marks. Marks McClown obviously felt Merlin's murderous vision, but Marks McClown did not act rashly. Merlin could not move at the moment, but Merlin was not a simple person. Marks McClown did not believe that Merlin had no means to counter him. Therefore, Marks didn't mean to be close to Merlin, but smiled coldly at Merlin, and immediately fleed to the weaker side of the explosion storm. And Marks-I's goal was Hogwarts Forbidden Forest. Merlin bitterly looked at the direction Marks McClown had left, and his voice was as hard as iron, spreading across the entire area, saying, "Marks McClown, you can't run away. Even if you run to the end of the world, I will chase you to the end." Marks McClown did not respond. His figure slowly became blurred, and finally disappeared, disappearing in the sky. With the assistance of super high-speed phantom shifting, Marks-I's figure constantly shuttles through the mountains and rivers, moving at high speed like a beam of light, constantly approaching in the direction of Hogwarts. Not long after, a huge and familiar campus appeared in front of Marks-I. It was Hogwarts. And a huge forest 227 is located next to Hogwarts, which is the destination of Marks-I's trip, Forbidden Forest. To say that this Forbidden Forest has a deep connection with Marks-I. Marks McClown often went in and out of the Forbidden Forest when he was still at Hogwarts, each with a different purpose. But one thing is certain, is that Marks McClown also has a lot of affection for the Forbidden Forest. Marks-I didn't fly directly into the Forbidden Forest, but slowly landed outside the Forbidden Forest and walked into the Forbidden Forest on foot. Now that he had Lilith's map guidance, Marks-I didn't need to be blind, but went straight to a place in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is the same as before. There are still countless towering trees thrusting into the sky, with smoke filling the surroundings. It is no different from a few years ago. Marks-I seems to have returned to the Forbidden Forest adventure with Harry and others when he was a child. At that time, although Hogwarts was also undercurrent, the threat was not too big for Marks-I. Marks-I finally lived easily. By accident, he was laughing with Harry and Hermione, and time passed. But now, the whole world of wizards in Yang Country and even the whole world are in turmoil, and even threatened to be destroyed. Marks McClown walked here again, bearing the safety of the whole world. When Marks McClown was thinking about the past, suddenly there was a rush of gunshots in front of him, and they kept clicking, as if a mole was breaking out in it. Marks McClown frowned. Hogwarts was the hinterland of the wizarding world, and it was impossible for moles to enter. Even the previous Ying team must have retreated after being killed by Merlin. How could there be such intensive gunfire? Could it be that something happened? Marks McClown walked forward following the gunfire, and she saw dozens of people in mole uniforms holding various guns in front of him, hiding in the dense forest, and constantly shooting at each other. At the same time, many people were shot through their bodies and fell into a pool of blood, covered with terrifying blood holes. What's going on here? Hogwarts actually has moles in the Forbidden Forest, but Malami. What is going on here? Could something happen to the Forbidden Forest? But it's impossible. When Marks McClown passed by Hogwarts just now, she didn't notice any abnormalities. In other words, the Ying team has really retreated. This reality is too unusual. Marks McClown took 2 steps quickly, and the situation before him became clearer. BBC, the ground is full of various corpses. It is obvious that these dead people came from different places. Some are Asian, some are African, but more are white. Marks McClown took a deep breath and couldn't help but glance to the other side. A large group of people appeared there, running desperately with a lot of luggage, and accidentally fell down. 1 or 2 people from time to time, looking very embarrassed. In the crowd, a man holding a submachine gun guarded him at the back, watching Marks-I's direction vigilantly. Marks McClown was taken aback, and he also understood the general situation. It turned out that the man he saw was the man who was shot down. In this way, this mole is quite powerful. Not only did it successfully cover so many people to escape, it also shot down so many enemies. But why does this happen in the Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts? Marks McClown hadn't figured out this problem yet. Suddenly a large group of people with weapons appeared, and they surrounded Marks McClown, and the black muzzle was pointed directly at Marks McClown, and tongues of fire might be shot from it at any time. Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment, as if he did not expect this result. but immediately Marks McClown smiled dumbly. These ordinary moles actually thought that guns were effective for Marks McClown. How naive it seemed to Marks McClown. However, Marks McClown didn't immediately kill these ignorant moles. He really enjoyed the feeling that these moles could kill him. Chinese, can't you kill? A fierce white-skinned soldier stared at Marks McClown, as if he wanted to eat Marks McClown. The man in the military uniform on one side also looked at Marks McClown, and some showed a look of killing, but most of them were cowering and reluctant to do anything. A black man hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't do anything to the Chinese. Otherwise, didn't you see the man just now? It's like a murderer." The white-skinned soldier said angrily, "The Chinese are a shit. I saw one kill one. Could he still stare at me? I'm going to kill him today. I want to see if the Chinese man can kill me." Killed. Chapter 1124 Wolf Warriors 2? This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marks McClown was on the side, listening to their conversation. She couldn't help frowning. Plus, although Marks McClown grew up in the country of Ying, he still has a sense of identity with China. After all, the Marks family also belongs to the Chinese family, and Marks McClown naturally has no opinion on China. But the things that appeared in front of Marks' eye now are really unbelievable. It's all mole soldiers and civilians fleeing, and it's even at the level of the country. What's the matter? However, Marks McClown became more familiar with this picture as she thought about it, as if she had seen it somewhere. Just when Marks McClown was a little lost, the surrounding soldiers were constantly arguing whether or not to kill Marks McClown. And the white-skinned soldier seemed particularly irritable. If someone hadn't been pulling him, I'm afraid he would have held his AK-47 against Marks' forehead and shot directly. At this moment, a bullet suddenly swished and shot straight into the forehead of the white-skinned soldier, splashing a pool of blood, and the white-skinned soldier still had a fierce expression on his face. But he fell to the ground and died. Marks McClown squinted slightly and looked at a location not far away. A man hidden in the grass was holding a gun at this side. It was the Asian man who had covered the retreat of civilians. I don't know when he sneaked over here again to help Marks kill the soldiers around him. The surrounding soldiers were also agitated. They didn't find where the bullet came from. They could only find the surrounding obstacles to hide. There were also several soldiers who were panicking and shooting wildly with submachine guns, without any sights. Clatter. 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 Hidden grass in the distance rang out again, and 3 bullets flew again. Those panicked soldiers immediately became living targets. One by one was knocked to the ground, and blood splashed all over the floor. Marks McClown smiled faintly and waved casually. The soldiers who had been hiding beside Marks' were cold, as if their hearts were grasped by an invisible hand. These soldiers locked their fearful eyes on Marks', who was still standing in place, and their instinct told them that the most terrifying person was not the man hiding in the distance, but the man beside them. Marks McClown browsed sharply. The body of the soldiers who surrounded Marks McClown just now trembled. The eyes, ears, nose and nose were splashed with rich blood, and even spit out fragments of internal organs. Marks McClown had already used magic to destroy everyone's hearts. Crushed. Although these people didn't treat Marks McClown with anything, from the moment they pointed their guns at themselves, Marks McClown had already sentenced them to death in his heart. The man in the distance hadn't noticed that everyone here was solved by Marks', and he was aiming at this side with his gun, as if he wanted to kill some more people. And Marks McClown looked at this man with a familiar smell in his heart, as if he had seen this man somewhere. As soon as Marks McClown's figure moved, he immediately appeared in front of this man. This man originally narrowed his eyes to face the front sight, but he was a little confused before seeing the person. Who knew that Marks McClown suddenly appeared in front of him, so scared that the man almost squeezed the trigger. Fortunately, the man's military qualities over the years made the man resisted the urge. The man raised his head and looked at Marks' in surprise, and said, "When did you come to me?" What he said was actually Marks McClown's long-lost Chinese language. and he was about to pull Marks McClown to hide. Marks McClown smiled and replied in Chinese, "They are all dead, don't worry. You know there are so many people here, how dare you come here?" After all, the Marks family came from China in the previous life, and the Marks fans also speak Chinese. It's just that they seldom use it in their daily life, but it doesn't mean that Marks McClown doesn't speak Chinese. The man was taken aback, and smiled and said, "Isn't it because you are in danger? I didn't expect you to be quite good." With that said, the man was still looking at Mark's eye curiously. Marks McClown also looked at this man curiously. The man had a fortified face, and he could tell at a glance that he was from China. Marks McClown was very familiar with his pure Mandarin. Marks McClown looked at the man in front of him, thinking more and more. Is familiar. Leng Feng, middle dot, find flowers, middle dot. Marks McClown suddenly thought that the man in front of him indeed knew him, as if he was a character in a Chinese movie before Marks McClown crossed. Although Marks McClown didn't have time to watch the movie was very hot at the time, so Marks McClown probably knew about it, and the protagonist of the movie was called Leng Feng. The man was taken aback and said strangely, "How do you know my name?" Marks McClown laughed blankly. Isn't Leng Feng a character in the movie? How could he appear in front of him? Marks McClown was simply unexpected. Is it the actor himself? But how could the actor admit that his name was Leng Feng? And Marks McClown just watched the dead foreign soldiers. One by one, they couldn't die again, and the truth was beyond rebuttal. Remember that the movie seems to be called Wolf Warrior 2 Inches. But if you think about it, isn't this Harry Potter world originally also a movie and a novel? The explanation Marks McClown can think of now is that he has crossed again, and this time has crossed into the movie world even more outrageously. But Marks McClown didn't do anything just now, just entered the Forbidden Forest. How could this happen? Before Marks McClown recovered, Leng Feng suddenly grabbed Marks McClown's hand and said, "You come with me, otherwise the foreign soldiers will come over again. If they find that so many people have died, they will definitely not let us go." Marks McClown could only passively be grasped by Leng Feng, and ran towards the civilians who were fleeing in the distance. At this time Marks McClown also discovered that the civilians who fled far away were all Asian. If Marks McClown didn't guess wrong, most of those people were Chinese. Leng Feng kept looking at the back. The gun safety latch in his hand was always open, allowing Leng Feng to enter the battle at any time. Chapter 1125 Strange Intruder. This article is updated by middle dot vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marks McClown asked, "Where are you taking me?" Leng Feng said anxiously, "Take you to a safe place. Now this country has fallen into chaos. It would be too dangerous for us Chinese to join forces." As soon as Leng Feng's voice fell, Marks McClown felt hundreds of breaths appearing behind him, each of them very fierce, and should be the same as the foreign soldiers Marks McClown met before. These foreign soldiers called, riding in the modified jeep, shuttled freely in this forest, just like a nation in the forest. Marks McClown said, "What's going on now? I haven't figured it out yet." Leng Feng glanced at Marks McClown in surprise, and said, "You don't know anything, but you are in this country? Are you stupid?" 360 Marks McClown narrowed his mouth helplessly. How did he know what happened now? He just knew that there was this movie, but he didn't know what happened in the movie. Leng Feng glanced at Marks McClown with sympathetic eyes and said, "This country has a war, so we can't stay here for a long time. I want to send you all to the embassy and send you back to the motherland." Marks McClown probably understood what had happened, and then nodded, but these so-called threatening foreign soldiers were nothing but trivialities to Marks McClown, and it was nothing at all. Just when Marks McClown wanted to turn over and fight back, Leng Feng suddenly jumped up and pressed Marks McClown underneath. Marks McClown did not expect Leng Feng to make such a move suddenly, so he did not react for a while and was overwhelmed by Leng Feng. On the ground, with a violent whistling sound, a smoky rocket launcher flew, and the target was Leng Feng and Marks' eye. This kind of rocket is of course nothing to Marks McClown, but it is a deadly threat to Leng Feng, such as moles, so it is normal for Leng Feng to act like this. Hot air from the rockets bursts across Mark Sai and the top of the cold front, and this heat even heats the ground. The rocket launched through the air and shot into the big tree not far from them. With a bang, the whole tree burst open, and countless sparks and sawdust also splashed in the air. Leng Feng gritted his teeth and said, "We can't join them, otherwise they will only be exposed." As he said, Leng Feng suddenly got up to hold Mark Sai, and ran in another direction. Marks McClown could feel that Leng Feng's arm strength was already very powerful for ordinary moles, but Marks McClown didn't intend to follow Leng Feng, and with a light shake, this force shook Leng Feng's palm away. Leng Feng was startled, and suddenly turned around and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and follow me." Before Marks McClown could answer, a harsh scream suddenly came into Marks McClown's ears, and this sound resembled a man and ape. Anyway, it sounded very strange and unpleasant. Leng Feng looked behind Marks McClown in surprise and exclaimed, "What is that?" Marks McClown looked back fiercely. It was also a jeep, but it was not a human being sitting on it, but an ape. The ape in front of him screamed, surpassing the surrounding foreign soldiers, and rushed towards Mark Sai and Leng Feng. The foreign soldiers were also frightened by this ape. Those powerful guns shot at the ape and the jeep under him. I saw countless powerful bullets and rocket fire bombing near the apes, but they had no effect on the apes. The apes and the jeep beneath them are like heavy weapons, crushing everything, crushing bullets and artillery fire, rushing towards Mark Sai and Leng Feng. The ape monkey's unpleasant voice still yelled tirelessly, his eyes fixed on Mark Sai, as if it had come because of Mark Sai. Marks McClown frowned slightly. He felt something wrong from it, which was really incredible. First appeared in the Forbidden Forest moles that had never been seen before, and these moles were actually still Mark Sai's impressive movie characters. Then this weird ape appeared again, still babbling and shouting ugly words. The target was very clear, and it was here for Mark Sai. The distance between the monkey and Mark Sai instantly narrowed, and the monkey still yelled in an incomprehensible voice. But at this time, Marks McClown's brow suddenly jumped. Marks McClown did not understand the voice of the monkey, and he had never heard such an unpleasant voice before, but he actually heard the meaning of the monkey from the voice of the monkey. "Quickly follow me, quickly follow me, quickly follow me." Marks McClown's eyes widened, staring at the ape. However, the apes had no gods in their eyes, as if they were a puppet. They rushed straight past the location of Mark Sai and Leng Feng, and instantly disappeared into the dense forest. Marks McClown took a deep breath. Why would this ape convey such a message to himself? Why would he let himself follow him? Everything in front of him is really strange. The strange thing is the whole world, everyone, including the cold front in front of Mark Sai. Leng Feng glanced at Marks McClown, originally with an eager look, but Marks McClown saw the hollow hidden deep in it. Marks McClown immediately drew out his magic wand and waved it violently. Marks McClown's magic instantly tore everything around him. Leng Feng suddenly shattered into countless fragments, together with the entire space, the entire forest, and all the foreign soldiers chasing behind. All at the same time, a blob of warm blood exploded on Leng Feng's body and spilled onto Marks McClown's body. Marks McClown could even feel the temperature of Leng Feng from this blood. But at this time, there was no wave in Marks McClown's heart. No matter how real this feeling was, Marks McClown knew that this was just an illusion. That's right. All the unusualness and weirdness have allowed Marks McClown to confirm the thoughts in her heart. And everything in front of her is an illusion. No matter how true the illusion is, it is also an illusion. Sure enough, at the same time that everything was broken, the warm feeling of blood disappeared. Chapter 1126 Why? This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Just when Mark Sai was lost in the illusion of the Forbidden Forest, in the outside world at this time, a bloody wind was brewing. ready to sweep the whole world at any time. The headquarters of Yingyoon's family was already in ruins at this time. The originally magnificent Marx family was covered with various ruined walls, and countless broken bricks and tiles were scattered among them. If it weren't for that there were not many corpses in it, anyone who saw this would think that the Marx family had been destroyed. At this moment, in the ruins of the Marx family, a lonely figure stood on it, looking at the surrounding ruins coldly, as if looking for something from the ruins. "Marx McClown, where have you been?" a cold voice murmured, and a low voice spread throughout the ruins. The broken bricks and tiles on the ground were trembling slowly in the sound wave, as if they were afraid of something. Mlin slowly raised his head. The Marx McClown just now was obviously also affected by the terrifying blast wave. The entire Marx family was affected. It is reasonable to say that no one would be spared. After all, the power of this explosion even felt heart palpitations for Mlin, and it was not something ordinary humans could resist. Everyone in the Marx family, including Marx McClown, would not end well with such an explosion. But the facts are not what Mlin thought. Not only did Marx McClown and the Marx family members not be broken into pieces in the explosion, they even disappeared, as if they had escaped into another space. In Mlin's imagination, this was absolutely impossible. It must have been Marx McClown using some tricks to hide everyone in the Marx family, and Marx McClown took advantage of the Big Bang to escape. It must be so. After all, Mlin watched Marx McClown leave here with his own eyes, and it was an indisputable fact that everyone in the Marx family disappeared. But what about the Marx family? Mlin thought that Marx McClown had hidden the Marx family members nearby, but Mlin continued to bombard the surrounding area with magic power, almost destroying the entire Marx family once again. But there was nothing suspicious at all. This had to make Mlin feel strange. What method did Marx McClown use to hide so many people in the Marx family? At this time, Mlin could no longer feel the breath of people around. Marx McClown had already far away from here, except for the slight breath of Marx McClown still faintly left in the air, which proved that Marx McClown had been here. There was nothing else with Marx. Night-related things too. Mlin took a deep breath and said coldly, "Marx McClown, do you think you can run for a lifetime if you run for a while? I have a way to show you." Mlin suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of bloodshot and hatred, and his hatred for Marx I had reached an extreme level. Damn it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. Time and time again, why can't I completely defeat you? Before that, Merlin had never regarded Marx I as a matchable enemy, thinking that Marx I, even if it was a little tricky, was just an ant that he could pinch to death at will. Plus, who knows that Marx McClown has surprised and shocked Mlin time and time again, not only with the strength behind Mlin so much to deal with Mlin, but also makes Mlin feel threatened without losing the wind, but also constantly showing his cards to surprise Mlin. In the end, Marx McClown managed to escape under Mlin's nose, and successfully rescued the entire Marx family headquarters. For Mlin, this was a shame that could no longer be shamed. At this time, there was a raging flame in Mlin's chest, and this flame was about to ignite Mlin's entire body and burn the entire world together. Damn bastard! With a sharp kick of Merlin's toes, the whole person rose into the air and disappeared into the air like a phantom. In the sky, you could see Merlin's slowly disappearing figure. Merlin is heading towards the other side of the English Channel with extreme speed. He wants to use his means to tell Marx McClown how stupid it is for Marx McClown to provoke him. For Merlin, if he is not happy, the whole world will not be better. The French capital, Paris, is a huge canyon in the eastern suburbs. A group of wizards in plain witch robes held up their wands, chanting spells constantly in their mouths, and invisible waves of magic power spread across all of them, slowly spreading in the air, and a layer of magic shield was faintly visible in the air. Slowly squirming, as if healed. After a long time, the group of wizards in plain wizard robes stopped their movements and sat weakly on the ground, their pale faces regaining their strength. A younger-looking wizard muttered, What the hell is going on with the Ministry of Magic? The protective cover here hasn't been repaired for so long. Why do we suddenly send us to fix it? It also limits the time within 3 days. How can a protective cover be repaired in 3 days if it is so worn out? An old wizard gave the young wizard a cold look and said, 343. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Now the wizarding world of the whole world is in turmoil, the wizarding world of the US, Israel, and even the wizarding world of Ying trouble. Our French wizarding world has been in peace for a long time. If we don't take precautions, we will not be able to face a sudden crisis. A slightly fat wizard also nodded with a smile, and said, McClowns, our French wizarding world has been peaceful for too long, and the combat power is far less than that of other wizarding countries. If the same crisis happens to us, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to persist. It is better to take precautions as soon as possible. The young wizard murmured, and said nothing. He only expressed his dissatisfaction slightly. In fact, he also knew that the wizarding world was turbulent, and it was not a bad thing to take precautions. What's more, their French wizarding world seems to be a great power wizarding world, but everyone knows the situation of foreign powers in the middle, and in fact there is no capital to resist the crisis. Chapter 1127 Terror is Coming. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The old wizard sighed and said, the situation in the country of Ying has also been confirmed. Many people think that the Marx family and Marx I who were born in the sky will soon control the wizarding world of the Ying country, and may even become the world wizarding world leader. But even if they were so powerful, they were destroyed by that mysterious force. It is said that the newly built Marx family headquarters is now in ruins. No. Isn't the Marx I of the Marx family the most powerful wizard in the world today? There was a look of fear on the young wizard's face, and the other wizards looked at each other. Although Marx McClown is a wizard from the wizarding world of Ying country, her name has spread throughout the wizarding world of the whole world, and many wizards from other countries have heard of Marx McClown's name. This is also a normal thing. The wizarding community of Ying country is among the best in the whole world, and Marx I is about to unify the wizarding community of Ying country. This kind of event is naturally spread around the world like wind. The young wizard hesitated and said, did Marx I be killed? The old wizard paused, then shook his head, and said, I don't know, but I heard that the Marx family is already in ruins. It is estimated that the people over there are also bad luck. Hearing the words of the old wizard, the surrounding wizards also sighed. The recent events in the wizarding world have been too frightening. Well-known wizards have died, and the powerful Ministry of Magic such as the United States and the Kingdom of Ying have been destroyed. Such things really make the wizards panic. The old wizard looked around and said, okay. The protective cover here has been repaired. Let's go back as soon as we prepare. Now it is not safe everywhere. It is better for us to go back to the headquarters sooner. The rest of the wizards nodded their heads. Their French Ministry of Magic is not as powerful as the Ministry of Magic of other countries. Although the situation in the wizarding world in China is relatively stable, the turmoil in the wizarding world of other countries has affected them. Nowadays, there are many mixed wizards in the French wizarding world. There are not a few wizards who are criminals. As wizards of the French Ministry of Magic, they must act cautiously. Otherwise, it is not a strange thing to thrash the wilderness at any time. Just as everyone was preparing to evacuate this area, a penetrating chill suddenly covered everyone present. This is a kind of extreme cold from the heart, which is creepy. After all, the old wizard is rich in experience, so he drew out his wand suddenly and looked around nervously. His trembling palms exposed his nervousness. The surrounding wizards also hurriedly drew out their magic wands and looked around in horror. They had no idea why they had such a sign suddenly, but they knew from the bottom of their hearts that this was definitely not a good sign. Is this land called France now? An old voice rang in everyone's ears without warning. Merlin's figure did not know when he had appeared behind the old wizard, showing indifferent eyes, and did not look at the wizards at all. The old wizard didn't even think about it. his backhand wand burst into light, and he wanted to use the spell to attack Merlin. Merlin didn't move at all, and the whole person paused in place, as if thinking about a problem. And the magic wand in the hand of the old wizard made a crisp sound, and a group of hot flames spread along the magic wand instantly across the wizard's body, burning along the skin of the wizard's body, and burning into the internal organs. The wizard uttered a terrible scream, his whole body twitching violently from the pain caused by the burning flame, but he could only do this. Not long after, the poor wizard had turned into a ball of coke, smashed on the ground, splashed with countless ashes, and died so hard he could no longer die. The surrounding wizards were stunned at all this. They did not react at all. They could only watch the wizard leading them die in front of them, and the death was so strange. "Where is the headquarters of your Ministry of Magic?" Merlin slowly turned around. His voice was extremely flat, but his tone was like the monarch giving orders to his men. A wizard screamed, unable to withstand the tremendous pressure that Merlin had brought him, so he threw down his magic wand and raised his legs to run away from Merlin. Merlin ignored the escaping wizard. His indifferent eyes were still out of focus. The body of the wizard in the distance no longer ignites spontaneously, as if a ball of flame is running, but the wizard who flees does not seem to notice that his whole body has been ignited and is still running wildly. In just a few seconds, the wizard also turned into a ball of coke and smashed on the ground, constantly rolling, just like the way he was running before. The remaining wizards stared in horror, and did not dare to move. Although they are still not sure about the identity of the terrifying wizard in front of them, one thing they can confirm is that they are not the opponent of this wizard at all. As long as Merlin wants it, none of them can escape his clutches. No one wants to say the location of the headquarters of your Ministry of Magic. Merlin continued to say, as if death was making a judgment. The remaining French wizards trembled all over. Facing this death-like man, they couldn't afford any courage to say rejection. Good's our good. But exposing the location of the headquarters in front of their comrades is always up to their hearts, so they all fell into a brief silence for a while. Merlin nodded thoughtfully, and said, "It looks like you are quite sturdy. If that's the case, forget it." Just when Merlin's voice fell, all the wizards burst into flames, rushing frantically, and they were about to cover everyone. The young wizard finally couldn't help but knelt down and cried, "Don't kill me," I said. Merlin raised his brows slightly and looked at the younger French wizard. Chapter 1128, Calamity Comes So Fast. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The flame on the wizard disappeared instantly, but half of his palm was burned in a short time. Plus, the young wizard was covered in a cold sweat as if she had been submerged in water. The surrounding French wizards saw what the young wizard was doing. Some cast an angry look, and some wanted a chance to survive like him, opened his mouth. But they didn't have time to make any more actions, and the hot flame instantly swallowed them, along with their lives. The young wizard lowered his head in horror. He didn't dare to see the death of his colleagues. He could only stare at the remaining half of his palm. His mind was completely blank, and he couldn't even feel the severe pain. Merlin gently covered the young wizard's head with his palm, and said softly, "A person who knows the current affairs is a person who can survive. You are very smart." The young wizard was trembling, and Merlin's gentle voice was like a icy wind blowing from hell, stinging the young wizard's immature heart. Merlin said lightly, "Come on, tell me what I want to know." The young wizard trembled suddenly and said, "I'll take you there. It's still some distance from the headquarters." Merlin nodded lightly, her eyes flickering and crazy killing intent. In order to elicit Mark's eye, Merlin has chosen 367 to use the cruelest means, and the French Ministry of Magic is just the beginning of cruelty. Headquarters of the French Ministry of Magic. Here is a huge castle. The architectural style is very similar to that of the 15th century, and it looks quite retro. Among them, the heads are surging, and most of them are wearing wizard robes with French symbols. Although the French Ministry of Magic has declined in the world today, hundreds of years ago, It was the hinterland of the Holy Roman Empire. The power of wizards stood out in the world, not to mention the first and the best existence. Only in the long history, the fall of the empire led to the reduction of wizard power, coupled with the abnormal rise of other wizard powers such as England. The wizard power of this land of France slowly faded. Even so, the French wizarding world is still a force that cannot be ignored in the world. At the tallest spire building in the center of the headquarters, a short old man is sitting on the highest point, looking at the scenery in the distance. If you don't know it, BBCH might think he is a dwarf. Aberhutu, are you worried about anything? A figure appeared behind the old man. This was a strong man. The broad wizard robe was draped on the body, and the obvious muscle outlines of the man could still be seen. The old man called Aberhutu slowly turned his head. He is the current minister of the French Ministry of Magic, Barry Rex Aberhutu. Aberhutu said with a sad face, "The images I used for divination recently all show that our French Ministry of Magic is going to suffer a bloody disaster recently, and I am afraid that something will happen." The strong man froze for a moment, and smiled bitterly. Today's wizarding world is really turbulent. The US Ministry of Magic, Israel's Ministry of Magic, and the Yin country's Ministry of Magic all have accidents one after another, and the cause is unknown. If disaster strikes, it is God's will. Aberhutu took a deep breath and said, "Emil, if there really is something wrong with the Ministry of Magic, you must help me protect my relatives. Now the only person I can trust is you." Emil is the current director of the executive department of the French Ministry of Magic. After hearing Aberhutu's words, Emil sighed and said, "I can only do my best. This kind of disaster is coming, not if I can did it." Aberhutu smiled bitterly and said, "You are right, even I don't have the confidence to overcome this difficulty, so how can I expect it?" The Emil immediately joined his feet and said, "Although the task is difficult, I will promise that I will not let your loved ones suffer any harm before I die." Aberhutu took a deep look at Emir. His eyes were filled with relief, and he said relaxedly, "Well, I don't know when this disaster will come. The most urgent thing is to take a good rest and take the rest of the time. Ha ha." With that said, when Aberhutu was about to go down with Emil, Aberhutu's figure trembled slightly, the smile on his face slowly stagnated, and his face was covered with a haze. Emil was taken aback and asked, "Aberhutu, what's wrong?" Aberhutu raised his head with a solemn expression, and said solemnly, "I didn't expect our remaining time to be so short." At this moment, the direction of the French headquarters gate exploded. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the entire Ministry of Magic trembled. Dozens of French Ministry of Magic staff flew high in the air, but at this time they only had their limbs and arms broken, and there was no life left. An old figure appeared at the gate. The indifference in his eyes did not change at all, as if what he had slaughtered just now was not humans, but dozens of insignificant walking ants. Merlin. Next to Merlin was the young wizard. At this time, the young wizard looked at his colleagues who were instantly killed in horror, with regret and fear in his heart. Their death was indirectly caused by him. Merlin turned his head faintly, and said, "Thank you for your way. Since you helped me, I'm not good at doing it to you. Let's go." The young wizard was taken aback, bowed to Merlin in a hurry, thankful, tears and nose shed all at once, felt that bowing was not enough, and knocked on the ground several times, finally felt that his behavior was worthwhile. After the young wizard had done everything, he ran away, for fear that Merlin would regret it. Merlin watched the direction where the young wizard was leaving, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. The tower closest to the young wizard trembled suddenly, and a huge crack broke out at the bottom, and it hit the ground with a bang. And above this ground is the location where the young wizard escaped. Chapter 1129. What are you up to? This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The young wizard didn't have time to react, but felt that a dark shadow suddenly enveloped him, and then thousands of weights poured down. Merlin turned his head. He fulfilled his promise and didn't do anything to the young wizard. As for accidents, something Merlin couldn't stop. Merlin stretched out her scarlet tongue and licked her dry lips. This feast of massacre was about to begin. Go to death. Merlin waved his magic wand, and the magic power suddenly surged like a light cannon blasted out. Boom! The buildings in front of them exploded directly, and a large number of wizards were too late to defend and died under the explosion. The wizards screamed and groaned one after another. These were many wizards who had opened the armor and body magic, but their magic was unable to completely defend against Merlin's light cannon, resulting in serious injuries. Stop! A barefooted small figure appeared in front of Merlin, with unstoppable anger on his face. As Minister of the French Ministry of Magic, he did have the capital of anger. Who are you, dare to come to our French Ministry of Magic to go wild? Are you tired of living? Aberhatu shouted angrily. He felt a fatal threat from Merlin, but he represented the French Ministry of Magic, and he could not be discouraged at this time. Suddenly, wizards from the headquarters of the French Ministry of Magic kept coming out of the building, watching Merlin not far away vigilantly. For a time, many powerful wizards appeared at the headquarters of the French Ministry of Magic, and their magical powers were constantly surging, and their tyrannical strength was evident. Aberhatu took a deep breath, and the French wizard behind him also gave him a lot of courage. As the Minister of the French Ministry of Magic headquarters, it is impossible to retreat at this time. Emile also walked behind Aberhatu at this time, already holding the magic wand in his hand, ready to fight with Merlin at any time. Merlin also sneered, watching more and more wizards appear on the French Ministry of Magic. However, Merlin didn't rush to do anything at this time, but looked at the wizard on the Ministry of Magic jokingly, like an ant that was about to die. Dozens of French wizards appeared behind Merlin, looking at Merlin seriously. The magic wand in his hand exuded the light of magic power, and a powerful spell had been brewed, and it could be shot in an instant. Merlin's head was also surrounded by dozens of wizards. Dozens of magic wands pointed directly at Merlin's forehead. Merlin was already heavily surrounded by wizards on the French side, as if he was in a mortal predicament. If other wizards are surrounded by such heavy surroundings, they will inevitably panic, and their hands and feet will not be coordinated. After all, the French Ministry of Magic is also a ministry of magic of a large country. Although its strength is declining, it cannot be shaken by ordinary wizards. But Merlin's face did not change in the slightest, and he even felt a trace of interest. In his opinion, the movement of the French Ministry of Magic's entire army aroused his playfulness. Aberhatu calmly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Although Merlin seemed to be surrounded by them, but I don't know why, Aberhatu actually felt that their condition had not improved, but fell into it. A greater disadvantage. It feels like they angered a terrifying demon that they shouldn't anger. Merlin slowly said, just because of this. Do you want to do something to me? A cold and harsh air quickly rushed from Merlin and covered the entire French Ministry of Magic. It was a breath of death that made people shudder. Aberiver forced his composure on the chart and said, who do you think you are? Why are you qualified to challenge our French Ministry of Magic? Merlin smiled faintly and said, why do you ask me? Merlin suddenly asked Aberhatu, as if Aberhatu said something funny. Aberhatu was taken aback for a moment, and didn't know how to refute it for a while. Emile took a stride and said angrily, be respectful, this is the French Ministry of Magic, not where you run wild. Merlin laughed. His expression instantly turned cold, and said, no one in the Ministry of Magic in the US and Ying dared to talk to me like this, and a French Ministry of Magic in your mere fraction is nothing to me. Seeking flowers Aberhatu, Emile, and even the people of the French Ministry of Magic behind them, their faces changed in an instant. They looked at Merlin in disbelief, and they didn't react for a while, but soon they realized what Merlin meant. They are indeed not familiar with Merlin at all. It can even be said that they have never heard of it. However, they have heard too much about the affairs of the United States and the Kingdom of Ying. The United States and the Ministry of Magic of the Kingdom of Ying have already been destroyed, and the country of the United States has also fallen into chaos. Even the capital has been destroyed, which can be described as the consequence of the country's destruction. Although the Ministry of Magic of the Kingdom of Ying was destroyed by Marxia Marxi, who overthrew the Ministry of Magic of the Kingdom of Ying, was now defeated by the mysterious man, and the headquarters of the Marx family was completely destroyed. The mysterious people who caused all of this have long been a nightmare in the hearts of wizards around the world. Aberhutu and other wizards from the French Ministry of Magic could not have imagined that such a mystery would appear to them in this way. Aberhutu took a deep breath, trying to forcefully maintain his calmness, but his pale face had already betrayed Aberhutu's ideas. Aberhutu had also thought about this result, but did not expect this cruel reality to be so close to him. Aberhutu glanced back at Emil. The meaning in his eyes was very obvious. Amir moved his mind and could only lower his head sadly. He understood the meaning of Aberhutu, and now he could do only this for Aberhutu. Emil nodded lightly towards Aberhutu, his eyes full of sadness. Aberhutu showed a comfortable smile and turned his head. At this time he has no worries. Chapter 1130 Living God. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ I saw Aberhutu walked straight out, raised the wand in his hand and pointed at Merlin. No matter who you are, as long as I am the minister of the French Ministry of Magic one day, no one can harm the French Ministry of Magic. Aberhutu's voice spread throughout the French Ministry of Magic, and everyone looked at the minister who belonged to them, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Strong as the US Ministry of Magic, Marxia Marxi and other forces can't defeat Merlin, and Aberhutu's courage to stand up at this time is also very good. Merlin nodded lightly and said, "The tone is good, but you need strength to support it." Aberhutu exhaled, his figure violently moved, the magic wand burst out with dazzling light, and a dazzling 3 barnacles formed on the head of Aberhutu, whistling and carrying an astonishing momentum! At the same time, all the French wizards around Merlin seemed to have been ordered, and they shot at the same time. Dozens or even hundreds of spells hit Merlin at the same time. No matter how they looked, it was a mortal blow. Every attack possessed terrifying power. Merlin watched the attacks from the sky with cold eyes, her eyes drooping, as if she was not affected. "Shoot at me? It seems you don't know what destruction is." Merlin's eyes suddenly opened, and a breathtaking breath broke out instantly, ringing the death knell of the French sorrow. The magic wand in Merlin's hand was slowly raised, and a bloodthirsty aura spontaneously emerged from Merlin, instantly spreading to the entire French Ministry of Magic. Although this magic wand was also just a substitute for the one that Merlin had found to replace her broken wand, it still didn't change Merlin's overwhelming strength. Just as Marx McClown said, the magic wand that belonged to Merlin could no longer keep up with the vast magic power of Merlin. So even if it is a wand that matches Merlin, it can only be regarded as an unsuitable one for Merlin, and it is no different from Merlin's use of other wands. Not good. Aberhutu was taken aback when he saw this. Under this bloodthirsty aura, everyone couldn't help feeling a bloody thought, wanting to fill their hands with blood. The eyes of all the people in the French Ministry of Magic were slowly covered with bloodshot eyes, and the eyes of the surrounding companions were full of greed and killing. This look was like a hungry wolf seeing food for a long time. It's like there is a primitive impulse in the body, ready to swallow the people around him at any time. Plus, everyone stay attentive and don't be affected by this demon. Aberhutu's voice broke everyone's thoughts, and they immediately realized that it was Merlin using an evil magic power to influence them. Or it could be a terrifying mental power. But in any case, everyone couldn't help but sweat in a cold sweat. This evil and bloody thought is really horrible. If it weren't for their minister's voice at the crucial moment, interrupting the bad thoughts in their hearts, I am afraid that they have become a walking dead and fighting each other. The mental power reaches my level, and it can even invade the mind on a large scale. I didn't expect him to wake up everyone. Merlin took a thoughtful look at Aberhotui. Although Merlin didn't think that the French Ministry of Magic had any advantages, one thing she had to admit was that Aberhotui still had two brushes. He is also the minister of a country's Ministry of Magic. Aberhotui took a deep breath. Although he saw through Merlin's illusion art, Aberhotui didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, he became more nervous. This evil magic is not something anyone can do. Merlin's hand has proved that his terrifying place can affect even the human heart. This is a very frightening thing. Aberhotui shouted angrily, "Open the protective cover!" With the sound of Aberhotui's voice, the entire French Ministry of Magic became restless. An invisible barrier quickly shot out from around the Ministry of Magic, forming a thick defensive cover for the ministry, which looked very indestructible. The members of the French Ministry of Magic quickly gathered behind Aberhotui, tightly holding the wand in his hand, ready to go into battle. Merlin laughed and said, "Well, I won't spend time with you slowly, my time is precious." With that said, Merlin's scarlet tongue licked his lips, and when he looked at Aberhotui and the others, there was a hideous look in his eyes. The magic wand that Merlin held high in the air turned slowly, and the world suddenly changed. With Merlin as the center, a terrifying magic storm quickly formed, enveloping Merlin's body, and countless cracks appeared on the ground one after another, and the momentum was amazing. Merlin at this time was like a wind god, and ordinary people couldn't match it at all. Aberhotui looked at the storm next to Merlin in shock. Others might just think that Merlin's strength was amazing at this time, but it is still hard to say how amazing it is. However, as the Minister of Magic, Aberhotui still has a little vision. Aberhotui knew that even if he tried his best to protect himself with the curse, it was impossible to enter this storm of Merlin. This terrifying storm could directly stir himself into flesh. 2.9 Under the influence of the storm, the protective shield covering the French Ministry of Magic kept trembling, and the frequency of tremors was extremely violent. The protective shield that gave the members of the French Ministry of Magic just now had no support. It's too strong. It's comparable to the mighty power of a god. Aberhotui smiled miserably. He still didn't know the strength of Merlin, but he already understood the difference between his strength and Merlin's strength. It was simply not the same level. Chapter 1131 The Devil and the Devil. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Merlin also saw the helpless smile at the corner of Aberhotui's mouth. From his body, Merlin had already sensed the taste of despair, which was one of Merlin's favorite tastes. Merlin's wand tapped lightly, as if only making a trivial movement. And just as Merlin finished this action, there was a loud bang, and the protective cover above his head broke without warning, breaking into countless light spots scattered on the ground. My God, is this still something humans can do? You actually broke this superlarge magic with such an understatement. This is something the devil can do at all? The members of the French Ministry of Magic looked at all this in horror. They didn't expect that the protective shield they had high hopes would break so easily, which was a great blow to their confidence. If you go to 11 like this, it will be over. Aberhotui took a deep breath, leapt suddenly, and jumped towards Merlin with a breath of determination. Facing Merlin, he was ready to die. This jump was just to arouse the blood of the members of the French Ministry of Magic and enable them to fight. Sure enough, many members of the French Ministry of Magic also aroused anger and forcibly supported their courage due to the hard work of Aberhotui, followed by Aberhotui, and rushed towards Merlin. Hidden among the crowd, Emile sighed slightly. His figure slowly backed away, and quickly moved towards the depths of the Ministry of Magic. Aberhotui exploded with an astonishing aura. His short body was a lot taller, full of heroic spirit, and even looked majestic, which was simply impossible in normal times. Merlin watched Aberhotui lick his lips again. Although the so-called Minister of Magic was old, His energy and blood was still strong. It was Merlin's ideal food. The storm around Merlin suddenly became irritable and swept across the Aberhuttu in an instant. Hey! An unpleasant tearing sound was like the sound of a blood bag being shattered. The excitement on Aberhuttu's face slowly stagnated, and he lowered his head in disbelief. His own body was swept by the storm of Merlin, and the hideous and huge bloodstains crisscrossed Aberhuttu's body. Blood and internal organs rushed out of Aberhuttu's body. His appearance was terrible. Merlin grinned and took a deep breath. The blood gas in Aberhuttu's body did not directly drip onto the ground, but turned into a stream of blood and was sucked into his body by Merlin. This scene is shuddering in everyone's eyes. Their beloved minister was actually killed by Merlin, and he was sucked into his body. Damn it. Aberhuttu lost all control over his body, and could only helplessly watch his body become shriveled, and all his vitality was absorbed by Merlin. Aberhuttu fell heavily to the ground with a bitter smile on his face. He thought that there would be a big gap between himself and Merlin, but he didn't expect that the gap would be so big that it made him desperate. Merlin grinned and trampled heavily on Aberhuttu's head. There was a muffled noise, like a watermelon exploded. The members of the French Ministry of Magic looked at everything cruel in front of them, feeling quite at a loss. As the most powerful person in the French Ministry of Magic, Aberhuttu actually fell like this. Run away. This is not a person at all, but a demon. I don't know who made the miserable sound, and suddenly turned back and wanted to escape. This sound caused a sensation in an instant, and all the members of the Ministry of Magic were caught by the fear in their hearts, and the fear had already crushed their courage. In the face of an enemy that can be defeated, no one wants to escape, not to mention that they are famous wizards, but in the face of an irresistible devil, most people will lose the courage to fight. Hundreds of wizards disintegrated in an instant, without the demeanor of a wizard of the Ministry of Magic. Merlin twisted his feet slowly, and the soles of his feet made a broken sound, which sounded very oozing. In front of me, do you still want to escape? Merlin's wand lightly pointed it, and the storm swept outward in an instant, and every storm contained a sharp wind blade, and even the space was cut up wherever it passed. Help! Who can save me? A wizard screamed and was swept in by the storm, but before entering the storm, a cloud of blood erupted from his body. The sharpness of the wind blade exceeded everyone's imagination. Several wizards in succession also screamed sternly. The powerful storm absorbed everyone around them. There was only one result of those who were absorbed, that is, bursting one after another into a cloud of blood, and the death was cruel. Merlin laughed, and countless blood mists were sucked into Merlin's body along her breath. From the blood mist, Merlin could feel the magic power in her body slowly increasing by 650 liters. This bloodthirsty boosting power made Merlin feel a morbid pleasure and made Merlin extremely excited. Merlin seemed to have returned to the thrill of the crazy slaughter in New Haven, the United States. Merlin's eyes have turned blood red, like a madman. Die. Give me all to die. Merlin's sick voice spread throughout the Ministry of Magic, like a deadly death. The intensity of the storm was getting stronger and stronger, covering most of the Ministry of Magic. Some members of the ministry who had no time to escape had burst into a cloud of blood mist, which was absorbed by Merlin. But the storm did not appear to be stagnant. Instead, it was getting bigger and bigger, and the speed was extremely fast. With the speed of the members of the Ministry of Magic, it was impossible to escape this killing storm. Some insightful people from the French Ministry of Magic also realized this. Chapter 1132 Drag the World into Fear. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ A wizard who seemed to be at the level of the director of the Ministry of Magic stopped his escape and shouted, "Don't run away anymore, you can only have a chance to survive." Immediately, dozens of wizards stopped, and they were considered elite wizards of the French Ministry of Magic. Even if they died, they would die with dignity. Dozens of wizards joined forces to unite the magic power to form a powerful magic cone. rushing straight into the storm of Merlin. Boom! This is the first time that the members of the French Ministry of Magic have broken out the most decent counterattack since Merlin's invasion. Merlin didn't pay attention to this kind of attack. The elite wizards of the French Ministry of Magic looked to Merlin, but some fishes. The storm formed by Merlin instantly covered this seemingly powerful cone of magic power. At first, the cone of magic power was able to break some of the power of the storm, and the sharp wind blade only scratched the surface of the cone of magic power. After all, he was an elite wizard from the Ministry of Magic, and he still had some patience. However, this little achievement soon disappeared. As the magic cone of dozens of wizards deepened, the wind blade in the storm cut open the surface of the magic cone, and then shattered. The wizard among them looked desperately at the sharp wind blades contained in the surrounding storms. They had realized the huge power gap between them and Merlin, but let them feel this gap firsthand, and the price they paid was their lives. The wind blade shredded the protection of the magic cone and poured into it. Countless wind blades were cut on the flesh and blood, and the blood and flesh splashed in the air. This small team that wanted to resist all fell in just 1 second, turned into countless blood mist. Merlin's crazy laughter still circulated. In this arrogant laughter, hundreds of wizards from the French Ministry of Magic fell one after another. Following Merlin's breath became the nourishment of Merlin's strength, and the entire Ministry of Magic became a purgatory. Hundreds of elite wizards of the French Ministry of Magic have all fallen, and some magic staff who are not combatants have no suspense and have all been killed. From the time Merlin attacked the French Ministry of Magic headquarters to the present, in less than 10 minutes, at least thousands of Ministry wizards, including the staff, have all fallen. Merlin laughed loudly. Countless blood mist was absorbed into his body by Merlin, and the magic in Merlin's body became stronger and stronger. Although this increase in magic power is not a big deal to Merlin, for Merlin's strength, even a small increase cannot be ignored. Merlin knew that there was still a power gap between Marx McClown and herself. But with the huge improvement of Marx McClown's 2 magic wands, and Marx McClown's potential to be similar to a monster, Merlin could still feel a lot from Marx McClown. Threatened. Therefore, during the search for Mark's eye, Merlin could not waste time, which is why Merlin used this method to force Mark's eye to show up. This method can not only force Mark's eye, but also improve his own strength. It is simply an excellent method. Merlin stood on the French Ministry of Magic. The air was full of strong blood, and the blood visible to the naked eye was continuously sucked into his body by Merlin from the surrounding corpses. Merlin's body slowly swelled, as if she had become a fat man, but this so-called fatness came from the lives of everyone in the Ministry of Magic in a country, and it was creepy. On a small mountain in the distance, a trembling figure hides on the side of the rock. It is the Emile who left the French Ministry of Magic in the chaos before. At this time, Emile was sweating all over, looking at the French Ministry of Magic as if looking at a tragic hell. Devil. This is a devil. Emile was already unconscious at this time. He could only mutter this sentence, and even left behind what Aberhutu had told him. At this time, there is only a demon in his mind, which will torture his body and mind, and even his whole life. Merlin took a deep breath, and the rich blood in the air was instantly swept away. Following Merlin's breath, she was sucked into her body. The air was fresh again. But there was blood that could not be covered in the freshness. Although the headquarters of the French Ministry of Magic looked the same as usual, there were all kinds of shriveled corpses scattered in various corners, quietly and desperately telling the disaster. And this disaster is about to spread throughout the world. Merlin slowly put away the magic wand in his hand, and the swelling body slowly shrank, and once again restored Merlin's usual thin body. Merlin's fanatical expression also slowly faded and became calm. And what happened just now seemed to have nothing to do with Merlin. Merlin was just a passerby passing by. Merlin wandered above the French Ministry of Magic. The building remains the same, but the people in it are no longer there, transformed into a stiff and withered corpse, posing in various postures in despair, with huge wounds on his body, and lost his life. Hope. This place has become a dead zone, mixed with the will of the deceased. Who would have thought that this place was still full of vitality and voices before half an hour? Merlin thoughtfully looked at a mountain in the distance, and they happened to see a dark figure shivering there, but Merlin did not act goodly. Zhao. He needed such a person to publish his information. This is not only to force Mark-Sai to come out, but also to publish this fear to the entire world and to the world. Merlin, he's back. Palace of Versailles, Paris, France. Dozens of serious-looking men in black stood in front of an office, with a white flower pinned in the pocket of the collar, as if they were paying homage to someone. However, no important people have died during this period in France, so other staff at the Palace of Versailles cannot understand this. Chapter 1133 completely revealed to the world. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ But since this is the office of the president, no one dared to give any pointers. One of the men in black tidied up his clothes and said, "You are out, Sid, wait for me." The people in black around him responded. The soldiers generally obeyed orders and stood at various positions outside the office, pretending that they would never enter the office without stepping on their bodies. The black-clothed man who was talking groaned and pushed open the door of the office. There was a middle-aged man in the office with a straight body and a well-organized beard, highlighting the man's ability. The man in black closed the door and said, "Mr. President, the news is clear. The lean middle-aged man is the president of France today." I saw this president put down the documents he was dealing with and asked calmly, "Where is Aberhutu?" The man in black hesitated for a moment, and said, "Fold. Has the body been found?" A painful color flashed across the face of the man in black, and said, "It can be basically confirmed that the identity of his corpse was found from the magic wand he kept with him." The president paused and said, "What happened to his body?" The black-clothed humanity said, "It should have been cut by a sharp blade before death, so broken, and the head was crushed by a heavy object, which can only be described as terrible." Plus, the president sighed and said, "I should have thought about it a long time ago." Both the US and Yin countries are in trouble, and our country is no exception. "I just didn't expect it would come so soon." The black man said, "It is estimated that Mr. Aberhutu also predicted the disaster of the Ministry of Magic, so Mr. Emile was asked to evacuate in advance. But," the president paused, his face finally fluctuated a little, and said, "Mr. Emile hasn't had an accident, right?" The man in black hesitated and said, "Mr. Emile is fine, but he is completely unconscious." "Maybe." The president heard the man in black, sighed helplessly, and said, "Unexpectedly, even Mr. Emile would be inevitable." "It seems that the wizard is indeed a tricky figure this time." The black man said, "But we used dementia on Mr. Emile, and we probably knew the situation at the time and confirmed the appearance of the wizard." The president dissatisfied, "How can you do this to Emir?" The man in black said firmly, "Now is not the time for our women's benevolence. Mr. President, this wizard has continuously attacked the United States, the Yin country, and our country. If no one knows what they look like, and the next one is not known, which country will be the next one? Besides, Mr. Emile is no longer aware of his consciousness. He is actually nothing." The president shook his head slowly, but he knew that he couldn't get upset right now and had to make a decision right away. The president said, "Pass the appearance of this wizard to the United Nations and also to the International Wizards League. You can't let him do whatever he wants." The man in black paused and said, "Understood." "Then, do we need to deal with China?" The president glanced at the fortitude of the man in black, and he understood what the man in black meant. The president hesitated for a moment, and said, "Paper can't contain fire after all." Both the United States and Britain want to keep the secrets of the wizards, but what is their tragedy now? Let's announce it. The man in black took a deep look at the president. He knew that the announcement of this news would cause a huge sensation, but he seemed to have no choice now. The French government issued a law order, and a photo of a person spread all over the world instantly, without any suspense. This person caused a sensation in the world. The wizard. The legendary wizard actually exists. An article published by an internationally renowned newspaper. Is the terrible wizard the nemesis of mankind? What attitude should mankind use to face the wizard? The perpetrator of the tragedy in the United States is actually a wizard. How terrifying is the power of the wizard? A newspaper and a TV station madly reported this incident. People did not have any doubts about it, because the news came from the French government, which is unbelievable. Find flowers. The news spread all over the world in a windy manner. And Merlin's photos also spread all over the world. People looked at Merlin's thin face and couldn't believe that this person who didn't seem to be special was actually a butcher with blood on his hands. The wizard's news was also made public, and the relationship between humans and wizards became tense again. Among them, the existence of Merlin was the most disgusting mankind. Humans could not imagine that Merlin was also a nightmare in the wizarding world. A residential area in Paris, France, where a family of 5 was originally living in a happy family, but at this time, the members of the 5 happy families were lying in various corners of the house with their bodies shriveled. On the sofa, a man heavily wrapped in a black robe quietly drank the red wine on the table. But the man drinking red wine looked like he was sucking blood, clumsy and extremely cold at the same time. The man stared at the newspaper in his hand, and it looked like a man, Merlin. Merlin put down the wine glass in his hand, and the newspaper in his hand had been shattered into confetti unknowingly and scattered all over the floor. The French government, Merlin said softly, but the tone of the words was like an order from a judge to judge. Merlin stood up, stretched out his body, and said, "Marx McClown, are you still coming out? If you don't show your face, I don't know how much I can do. Maybe you will regret it." The door of this residential area was suddenly opened, and the cool breeze poured into the room here. Merlin's figure had disappeared, but the air still filled with a faint smell of blood. Palace of Versailles, Paris, France. Tens of thousands of troops have gathered here, all with guns and live ammunition, and their faces are extremely serious. Chapter 1134, Battle under the premise of sacrifice. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ All kinds of sophisticated and advanced weapons can be seen everywhere, such as armored vehicles, tanks, artillery, rockets and so on. These legal people are called by the president and gathered here. They are ready to support various places in the country at any time. If they find Merlin's trace, they will arrive as quickly as possible to carry out the beheading action on Merlin. The man in black who appeared in the president's office before also appeared in front of the Palace of Versailles, guarding this area, which has become the most severe place in France. "Mr. Bruton, you can take a rest. There is no need to stay here all the time," said a non-commissioned officer beside the black man. The man in black shook his head slowly, and said, "The wizard is very likely to find us. We can't 380 relax for a moment. Are everything I asked you to prepare?" The sergeant quickly said, "All are ready, but Mr. Bruton, is what you said is true?" "If it is true, we might just," Bruton interrupted. "Well, you don't need to say. I have my reason for doing this. Don't talk too much." The non-commissioned officer could only shut his mouth and muttered psychologically. Bruton looked around, and it was not surprising that the non-commissioned officer would react like this, because just now Bruton gave him an order to put bombers in the nearby Paris military district on standby. But the target was the Palace of Versailles. You must know that the Palace of Versailles is the representative of France. Even the president sometimes works here. It can be described as the place where the face of France is. Nowadays, tens of thousands of troops are deployed here. What does it mean that Bruton let the bomber troops lock the target here? Bruton did not explain, because he was still unsure of his thoughts. If it really does what Bruton thought, then even if the entire Palace of Versailles and the army of tens of thousands of people are buried, there will be no problem. He has set up a sky and earth net to see if that person will run into it. Who are you? Leave here now, this is now a military restricted zone. Suddenly noisy in the distance, I saw several Frenchmen pointing their guns at a person who was wrapped in a black robe. Bruton immediately noticed this situation. Squinting at the situation over there, no one noticed. Bruton's fingers had been clasped on the palm of the commander, and he wanted to send commands at any time. "It's the wizard! It's the wizard!" The panicked voice of a soldier rushed away. The soldier saw Merlin's face and immediately recognized this demon-like man. Bruton's heart was snapped, although he guessed that Merlin would come here. But when Merlin really appeared in front of him, he was still uncontrollably nervous. Merlin slowly lifted the hood, revealing a thin face, looking at the soldiers in front of him with a smile. The soldiers quickly squeezed the trigger without thinking. Hundreds of bullets poured out immediately. Even if there was a steel plate in front of them, they would have been swept away. But what they faced was not an iron plate, but Merlin, who was countless times more terrifying than an iron plate. Merlin didn't bother to avoid this bullet at all, and stood faintly on the spot. All the bullets, no matter how fast, stopped at the moment they approached Merlin, floating in the air, and couldn't get closer to half a step. Merlin looked into the distance, just to meet Bruton's eyes, and the indifferent meaning in his eyes made Bruton feel like entering an ice storehouse. There was a cold sweat on Bruton's back, even soaking his clothes. Bruton took a deep breath and almost pressed the button of the commander in his hand. You know, if Bruton presses this button, the entire Palace of Versailles will be destroyed by the French Air Force in an instant. Tens of thousands of lives. Bruton shook the commander in the handshake, and now this commander, which symbolizes destruction and death, can give Bruton a little confidence. The strength of the wizard Merlin is beyond his imagination. When Bruton prepared this commander, he wanted to kill him and Merlin at the same time when he couldn't compete with Merlin. In this case, at least he can eradicate this wizard who will harm the entire world. But before the last minute, Bruton was unwilling to do this. After all, there are tens of thousands of legal men here, and it still symbolizes the Palace of Versailles in France. Most importantly, he himself is in this area! Bruton lowered his head, avoiding Merlin's gaze, and said coldly, "Slay this wizard right away." A soldier next to Bruton immediately got the order to pass on Bruton's order. In an instant, tens of thousands of French soldiers began to act, the tanks rumbling and roaring unpleasantly. Artillery rockets and other equipment pointed their spears directly at Merlin's position, and the shells had been loaded. Merlin looked at Bruton from a distance. He knew that Bruton was the commander on the French side. If Merlin had the character before, I'm afraid Merlin would not waste any time. The first thing to do is to capture the king, a leader like Luton. But now Merlin didn't think so. Now that he had decided to kill and draw Marseille out, then Merlin decided to enjoy this process. For Merlin, the greatest enjoyment was human despair and pain. Merlin waved his hand gently, and hundreds of 3.3 or thousands of bullets fell on the ground layer by layer, and they were able to reach Merlin's ankle with a crisp sound. When the French people saw this situation, they were frightened, and the quality of the soldiers urged them to immediately look for the surrounding bunkers, and from various gaps and the edges of the bunkers, they aimed their black muzzles at Merlin. Bullets have no effect on Merlin, but guns are still important to soldiers. They can only preserve their confidence from guns, even though this confidence cannot withstand any blow. Chapter 1135. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Merlin's eyes suddenly disappeared, and the French people were hiding behind various bunkers. If Merlin didn't use his mental induction, he could only see all kinds of rustling movements in front of him. Fire! A voice sounded abruptly. Boom! 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 Hundreds of tanks suddenly exploded hot tongues, and thousands of artillery shot out angry anger. The sky suddenly went dark, and it was bombarded by hundreds of artillery shells, which were about to hit the area where Merlin was. But Merlin didn't move anything about it, as if he didn't see it. Cannonballs bombarded Merlin's location, and powerful explosions rang out from it. The coverage was so wide that even a corner outside the Palace of Versailles was dragged. The splendid flames rushed into the air, and the smoke and debris intertwined deadly. Seen. Bruton immediately raised his head and looked at the area on Merlin's side with joy. Did Merlin bluntly resist so many shells? He was so stupid that he could not be so stupid. No matter how strong Merlin 11 is, it is impossible to survive under fierce gunfire. Bruton couldn't help being a little complacent. He felt that Merlin must be too arrogant, so he made such a stupid behavior, and he was to solve the existence of the peerless great demon Merlin, and his name would inevitably be spread. Went around the world. In a short period of time, Bruton has thought about the influence of his reputation spread all over the world, and will even surpass the existence of famous generals in World War II and become the world's top general today. At the time of Bruton's obsession, the smoke slowly dissipated, and there was a small piece of land in the core of the explosion that was not destroyed. It can even be said that in such a fierce explosion, this piece of land was not damaged at all. There was no difference before. On the ground, there was a figure standing impressively, Merlin. Bruton's pupils shrank sharply, looking at Merlin's figure in disbelief. Thousands of shells bombarded a place at the same time, and even the ground was cut into a big pit. How could Merlin be able to do anything in this fierce fire? Nothing. But Bruton hadn't had time to think about it. Merlin moved now. Merlin took a big step, seemingly softly hitting the ground. But when Merlin's big feet trampled on the ground, the whole ground trembled. There were hundreds of meters away from Merlin, and nearly 1,000 faculties. Human body climbs into midair involuntarily. Plus, faced with this situation, these well-trained Frenchmen were also panicked, struggling and shouting desperately in midair, but this kind of behavior was futile, and they could not change the fact that they were suspended in midair. The faraway Frenchman looked at Merlin and his colleagues in midair with a panic face. They were very panicked at this time, and they didn't know how to deal with the matter in front of them, but they knew that this was in front of them. The wizard is definitely a demon with the same level as a devil. Merlin slowly stretched out a hand, and everyone's eyes were focused on Merlin's palm. And Merlin shook it lightly. It was like squeezing a tomato out of thin air, and the bodies of thousands of soldiers were like tomatoes, bursting with bright colors, and the sky was like a bright red rain, blowing in the wind, and falling on the Palace of Versailles. Bruton's whole body was struck by thunder, and he was stunned in place, not knowing what expression to react with. The warm liquid spilled on Bruton's face, giving people a very comfortable feeling. But Bruton didn't feel comfortable. This was 1,000 lives. The moment Merlin waved his finger, the dust disappeared. The Falun Gong practitioners hiding behind various bunkers were also staring at the flowers of blood floating in the sky. These were originally the blood of their companions, but now they are not in their companions, but fall in front of them like raindrops. Bruton tried to maintain his composure, trying not to show his timidity under his hands. Bruton is also considered a famous French general who has experienced hundreds of battles. He also led a powerful French army to massacre the people of North Africa on the North African battlefield. At that time, thousands of people died. A simple 1,000 is not counted. What? At that time, Bruton even thought that he was already a cold-blooded soldier, and his life was not an important thing in his heart, even if he saw more dead people. However, the thousands of Falun Gong practitioners who had just died in the hands of Merlin had carved a deep imprint in Bruton's heart, allowing him to deeply understand from Merlin's methods what real life is like. Garbage. Bruton's heart received a strong shock. He had maintained a calm expression, and cold sweat was constantly flowing down the location of Bruton's temples, exposing Bruton's true feelings. Merlin smiled and stood in this rain of blood, feeling the pleasure of blood pouring on him. At this time, Merlin was smiling like a 353 kind godfather. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would have thought that this cruel and terrifying blood rain would come from this old man who smiled so kindly. Bruton took a deep breath and said, "Don't be stingy with ammunition and cannonballs. and blow me to death. You must kill this evil wizard." Bruton's order spread throughout the French army in an instant. The French people got the courage from Bruton's undoubted military order, roaring out of the bunker, their guns spraying their anger. The artillery of various calibers also fired one after another, and the ground was banged by the powerful impact force. Countless shells with flame tails shot into the air and smashed in the direction of Merlin. The tanks and armored vehicles did not have any cover, rushing out of their respective bunkers, rumblingly launching the fuselage. One after another hot artillery fired in the direction of Merlin. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 1136. The Glory of Death. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ as tens of thousands of Frenchmen opened fire at the same time. The air seemed to be hot for a few minutes, and there was even a wave of heat rippling in the air. Merlin narrowed his smile and looked up at the bullets, shells and rockets from the sky. Merlin finally drew out his wand. A cloud of black energy instantly covered Merlin, and then quickly spread, forming a thirsty black shadow, whose head exactly showed the appearance of Merlin. If you look closely, you can see that this group of black energy is not simply black, but blood red to the extreme and shows a black color. And this blood red gas, filled with a strong smell of blood, seems to come from the human body, and it is still a dead person. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Hundreds of artillery rockets shot on the blood shadow of Merlin, and the splendid explosion flame instantly swept through the blood shadow of Merlin. The scorching heat wave even scorched and cracked the surrounding ground. Under the bombardment of the artillery fire, the blood shadow of Merlin made a miserable scream. Some of the blood that was visible to the naked eye evaporated from it, and even some artillery smashed the arms of the blood shadow of Merlin, and countless blood fog escaped from it. Bruton slammed his fist. His expression of excitement could not be concealed. He knew that the artillery fire had indeed affected Merlin. The French people also cheered constantly. They also thought that the artillery fire harmed Merlin, which infused them with a booster. At least they still have expectations for defeating Merlin. And at this moment, the blood shadow of Merlin, who had been bombarded and nearly disintegrated, absorbed the escaped blood gas, and in the time that everyone could not react, quickly returned to its original shape, and even got a size. "Sorry, you guys can't even touch my body at all." Merlin's hideous smile condensed on the blood shadow, and looked at everyone present with a sneer. Bruton stared at Merlin blood shadow blankly. It was impossible for anyone to survive under the firepower just now. What kind of monster Merlin is, not only is not dead, but there is nothing at all, which is incredible. It's not just Bruton who thinks this way, but also the tens of thousands of French people present. They couldn't think of the enemy they were facing, who knew that Merlin had already surpassed everyone's imagination, and the two were not at the same level. Bruton led the so-called powerful French team, but doing nothing but foolish things. The blood shadow of Merlin radiated dozens of blood chi in a short time and shot into every corner of the Palace of Versailles. The French people were panicked about this. Although they didn't know what harm these blood chi could do to them, it was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, a blood chi accurately hit a far person, and he was trembling all over, as if he was struck by lightning. Trembling and evaporating visible blood chi. In a short moment, the whole person became extremely dry, like a corpse that has been dead for thousands of years. The blood chi overflowed from him. It was the blood chi that invaded him just now, but now the blood chi has grown by more than 1 point. Various screams continued to sound from various places, and some unbearable French people couldn't help but buckle the trigger in their hands, and bullets shot out randomly, shooting their companions around them into a honeycomb. After the blood energy swallowed the soldier's body, he inhaled at will, sucking blood away from the nearby corpses, and then looking for the next target. The French people are completely messy, shooting indiscriminately at the area where the blood is located, and they don't care if it affects their teammates. They are dominated by the fear of death in their hearts and can't think with common sense at all. The cold sweat on Bruton's body has soaked Bruton's whole body. He actually understood in his heart that this war of disparity in strength had already had a result, but he did not want to see this result. The commander in Bruton's hand was slowly drawn out, revealing a red button. Bruton did not hesitate anymore and pressed it again. Glory to France. After pressing this button, Bruton seemed to be drained, and collapsed on the floor, panting. Others still don't understand Bruton's behavior, but Bruton knows that this is the button of death. He pressed the button just now and has determined the fate of tens of thousands of people here. All the people present will die. Bruton looked fiercely at Merlin not far away. The burial of tens of thousands of people was to kill this wicked wizard. The most uncomfortable thing in Bruton's heart is that they are already the result of death, but Merlin's result is still unknown. After seeing Merlin's strength, Bruton was already quite distrustful of the damage caused by the Air Force bombing, but he had no choice. On the battlefield, the slaughter continued. The blood erupted from Merlin continued to spread, bombarding the French, and the powerful French had no means of resistance in front of this. Bullets, artillery shells and even rockets could not stop the attacks of blood. They can be eroded and swallowed by blood one by one, and turned into shriveled corpses. Merlin closed his eyes slightly, enjoying the feeling of exuding blood and growing, making Merlin feel good. Zoe's whole body refreshed, as if a new force was comforting Merlin's body that had survived for hundreds of years, making Merlin feel very comfortable. At this moment, there was a piercing whistling sound in the air. Dozens of huge planes appeared overhead at the Palace of Versailles. The flashing red warning lights indicated that these planes had unusual missions. Bruton raised his head in astonishment, seeing the bomber flying in the distance, and his heart was both horrified and relieved. The horror was that death would greet him, and the relief was that he finally did not have to enjoy the fear brought by Merlin's continuous slaughter. Chapter 1137, Man's Lust. Trump card. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Merlin also felt the strange sound above his head, slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. Plus, dozens of planes appeared in Merlin's eyes. Merlin was not clear as a member of the wizarding world, but many French people couldn't help screaming when they saw this kind of aircraft. They know that this kind of aircraft is called a bomber in the human world. If it is called in detail, it can be called a strategic bomber. Strategic bombers, as the existence of a country's strategic weapons, have always been hidden in places unknown to everyone. They only show up when they are photographed or show the strength of the country. The French strategic bombers will attract the attention of many people every time they appear, let alone the backbone of the French military team. They are even more impressed by the strategic bombers. And now that the French strategic bombers will actually appear on such occasions, they probably also understand what the outcome they are facing. Because the strategic bombers are not ordinary bombs, they are usually missiles with high lethality, or even nuclear bombs. As the issuer of this order, Bruton knew that among the dozens of bombers, 2 were loaded with nuclear bombs. Although they are all small nuclear bombs, it is not a big problem to raise the entire Palace of Versailles. As for other bombers, they are loaded with powerful incendiary bombs and neutron bombs. Under this kind of power, it is impossible for anyone to escape the fate of death. This is something that Bruton firmly believed before he saw Merlin's strength, but after seeing Merlin's strength, Bruton has not confirmed this belief. A judicial officer suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Bruton by the collar and shouting angrily, "Bruton, do you know what you are doing?" Mr. President is still at Versailles. Bruton was also not angry at this time, kicked the officer away, and said, "Get off. The president is no longer in Versailles. This is just a pretense to trick that wizard." The officer looked astonished, and the surrounding Frenchmen looked at Bruton in disbelief and couldn't believe what Bruton said. Their tens of thousands of troops were sent to the Palace of Versailles to protect the president, BBDG, but Bruton said that the president was no longer in Versailles. In other words, their tens of thousands of soldiers are just pawns guarding false things, in order to deceive Merlin's presence. The officer couldn't accept this fact for a while, thinking that all of this was Bruton's trick. but he was so angry that he would raise his MP5 to kill Bruton. Plus. But Bruton had taken out a small pistol from his boots first, and he did not hesitate to press it on the officer's head, with a bang. The officer was stunned on the spot, and a ray of blood flowed from his forehead and dripped onto the ground. At the same time, the officer's body slowly fell to the ground. Bruton spurned and shook his hand. Now his heart was full of anger. It just happened that someone sent him up. Naturally, Bruton would not give any good treatment. What's more, at this time, he was going to die and kill someone. A piece of cake. And now, the entire French army has collapsed. Many French people realize that Merlin is impossible to defeat, and there are bombs ready to be dropped above his head. There is no way to survive for them. All they can do is ghost crying, wolf howling. The escape, as a needless struggle. The French strategic bomber group finally came to their heads. The full ammunition warehouse opened, and countless black artillery shells pierced the sky and smashed to the ground. Some of the powerful rockets loaded on the aircraft also ejected flaming and booming shots to the ground. Bruton smiled miserably, lowered his head, and greeted their death quietly. At this time, Merlin's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt a fatal danger, just like the danger he encountered in Washington at that time. Sure enough, humans still have a lot of powerful methods, and even a figure like Merlin, who is already on the top of the wizarding world, can feel threatened by it. This time it seems to have learned the lessons of the nuclear bombs thrown in the United States before, or someone who is also a wizard has given guidance. In order to prevent the nuclear bomb from being removed by Merlin Phantom, this time it is not a nuclear bomb of the launch type, but all changes carried by bombers. This is not to say that Merlin can't move the bomber's Phantom away, but in the face of this powerful maneuverability, even if Merlin can't catch up with the bombers in a short time, he still has time to send them away one by one. In this way, when the nuclear bomb was dropped, it had already entered the detonation zone directly, and it was too late for Merlin to do anything else. It seems that it took a lot of effort. Merlin also saw all this in an instant. Even the surrounding space has been reinforced with magic, and it is difficult to break away in a short time. It is estimated that it is with the power of the whole country come to prepare for this battle. However, Merlin did not show any panic. He has encountered this situation once in Washington, and he will naturally not panic if he encounters it again now. However, it's still a trick. Merlin's wand slammed, so the blood radiated instantly returned with Merlin as the core, and gathered on Merlin one by one. Every time a blood chi comes back, the blood strength in Merlin's body is strong. All the blood chi returns, causing Merlin to burst out a powerful magic wave again. And this magic wave is even stronger than the previous magic power of Merlin! Merlin wielded the magic wand vigorously, and suddenly a huge blood shadow formed beside Merlin, enveloping Merlin heavily, and his blood was so strong that he couldn't imagine how many people would die if he wanted to condense such a powerful blood. Merlin was protected by the powerful blood, but Merlin didn't feel that this blood shadow alone could protect herself. So beside Merlin, a magical barrier quickly formed. Multiple armor protection. Chapter 1138, Infinite Loop. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Each magic barrier has extremely powerful defenses, able to withstand the full blow of Dumbledore's top wizards in the wizarding world, showing its defenses. Within a few seconds, no less than 10 magical barriers had been formed around Merlin, and it seemed that Merlin could continue to gather the defensive magical barriers. But time had not allowed Merlin to make any more actions. Dozens of French strategic bombers and hundreds of shells and rockets have descended on the ground, like a gift from death to mankind. Flames, shockwaves, and death instantly spread to the entire Palace of Versailles. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying high temperature has gathered momentum and has impacted all people and things. The fragile human beings cannot form any resistance at all in the face of the high temperature. The whole body is turned into coke, printed on the ground and walls, leaving only a shadow of death in world. Tanks, armored vehicles, and guns in the hands of the soldiers seemed to have entered a huge furnace, turned into a stream of molten iron and steel, flowing on the ground that had already burnt red. The luxurious and exquisite palace of Versailles also festered instantly under the terrifying high temperature. The historical buildings left over from hundreds of years were destroyed into flat ground in just a few seconds, and there was not even a trace of residue. The reinforced concrete melted in the high temperature. Exhausted, no longer exists. A small mushroom cloud suddenly rose up, and the nearby towns and cities were also destroyed. The death toll reached the 100,000 mark. The innocent people in the nearby towns didn't know what was going on. They were just a surprise, and they were printed on their side on the wall, buried in the house. Fortunately, the bombers summoned by Bruton were loaded with only small nuclear warheads. The so-called power is limited. It only destroyed the Palace of Versailles and nearby towns. If it were replaced with a normal nuclear warhead, I am afraid that even Paris would be can't keep it. In the high temperature, a blood gas quickly collapsed, evaporating continuously, and red steam can be seen with the naked eye. It was originally the blood in the human body, and the blood gas and the high temperature confronted each other, but it was obvious that the blood gas could not resist the high temperature and was constantly evaporated, and finally collapsed, revealing Merlin, which was blocked by more than 10 magic barriers. Through the magic barrier, Merlin could still feel the terrifying high temperature outside the barrier. Even if Merlin had amazing physique, his face was still flushed. If it were an ordinary person, even a wizard, he would have exploded and died. After all, this high temperature is really terrifying. The outermost barrier around Merlin finally couldn't bear it, and it shattered, as if being implicated. Several barriers broke apart one after another, and the escaping magical fluctuations were instantly crushed by the high temperature and disappeared. Merlin took a deep breath, continuously supplying magic power from his body to support the magic barrier around him. Merlin was also in a lingering fear at this time. He didn't expect that mole shells could actually have such a devastating power. If it weren't for these powerful shells that didn't directly hit Merlin, Merlin really didn't have the confidence to retreat completely. But despite this, Merlin is not feeling well today, being affected by this high temperature at all times. The magical barrier formed can't stop this terrifying high temperature at all, and can only slowly break apart. Merlin took a deep breath, and what he breathed into his lungs was hot air that burns internal organs. I saw Merlin's body instantly lifted into the sky, moving towards the high air. While moving, the magic barrier that guarded Merlin burst open one after another, and finally all shattered when Merlin escaped the high temperature on the ground. Merlin was high in the air. At this time, Merlin's appearance could not be said to be pretty. I saw that Merlin's clothes were dry and shattered at the touch of a touch. It was not Merlin who used magic to maintain his wizard robes, which might have burned out long ago. The skin on Merlin's body was abnormally dry, revealing obvious wrinkles, which made Merlin even more old. At this time, Merlin exhaled. It was an incomparable hot breath that instantly evaporated in the cold air high in the sky, turning into a few drops of water dripping onto the ground. Seeking flowers. Merlin lowered his head and could vaguely see the situation on the ground. At this time, the Palace of Versailles had been completely destroyed, and all the French were not spared. Merlin gave a fierce puck. I thought that with so many soldiers here, he should be able to absorb a lot of blood chi, but now that he is so exposed to the high temperature, there is no blood chi that can be absorbed by Merlin. This place no longer allows Merlin to stay. Merlin trembled all over, and the dry robe shattered, a blood overflowing from Merlin's body, covering Merlin's body, forming a blood-colored robe. Merlin stopped taking pictures and left straight away. The heat of the destruction of the Palace of Versailles in France, no less than the tragedy in the United States and the great changes in the country of Ying, spread across the world in an instant. Originally, when the French Ministry of Magic was destroyed, the deeds of the wizards were made public. Now it is reported that wizards attacked the Palace of Versailles, which eventually led to the destruction of the Palace of Versailles, and even the number of deaths and injuries reached more than 100,000. Drive the upper hand. Human society and governments have shouted the slogan of eradicating wizards, and the hatred and dissatisfaction of mankind towards wizards has reached a new height. Marx McClown, who was in the confinement of the illusion, didn't know yet. It was just that within a short period of time when he was navigating this cyclical world, such an ups and downs had happened all over the world. Crack! Everything in front of Mark's eye shattered like a mirror, revealing a new forest again. This time, the forest is extremely real, and even the lines of the big trees in the distance are very clear, but it is definitely not a problem of eyesight, but simply allows people to see clearly. Upon seeing this, Marx McClown's heart froze. Chapter 1139 Peerless King Kong. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marx McClown knew that he had not broken free from the illusion, on the contrary, he had fallen into a deeper illusion. Marx McClown watched the surroundings vigilantly. This forest was also very familiar to Marx McClown's eyes. If Marx McClown didn't guess wrong, this would be the scene of his movie once again. Plus, there is just a problem. I don't know which movie it is this time. Marx McClown was not in a hurry. He knew, and immediately he knew which movie scene he came to. Woo! With a loud noise, the whole land broke apart, and a magnificent figure leapt from it. It turned out to be a huge ape. Seeing the familiar appearance of the ape, Marx McClown sank in his heart. Isn't this the King Kong? I haven't seen this movie Marx McClown either. If I don't have it on February 27th, Marx McClown is familiar with this movie. The wild eyes of this huge King Kong immediately locked Marx McClown, without any hesitation, directly smashed it with a heavy palm, as if Marx McClown were his deep enemy. Marx McClown looked around in contemplation. Trying to solve this King Kong is a very simple matter for Marx McClown, but it is difficult to get rid of this illusion. Marx McClown fell into this illusion from the time he entered the Forbidden Forest and approached the King of the Forbidden Forest. Marx McClown had never encountered this situation in the Forbidden Forest before. So now the only one that can explain this situation is that Marx's eye has fallen into the illusion caused by the vampire artifact that seals the King of the Forbidden Forest. Unexpectedly, this secret treasure of the vampire is so powerful. Not only can it trap the King of the Forbidden Forest, but now even Marx's eye is trapped unknowingly. Marx McClown leapt lightly and easily evaded the power of King Kong's blow. He saw that King Kong's giant hand blasted the ground instantly, and the surrounding sky trees were torn apart and burst open. Marx McClown's eyes condensed, and the eyes that looked at King Kong were full of killing intent. Just when Marx McClown was about to make a move, a familiar voice once again sounded behind Marx McClown. The weird squeaky voice can't understand the meaning of words at all, but Marx's eye can hear the meaning. Marx McClown turned back suddenly, and indeed the ape sitting on the jeep appeared again. It's just that this ape didn't drive directly towards Marx's eye's direction this time. Instead, he drove by a jeep not far from Marx's eye. The ape still yelled in an unclear voice, "Follow me, follow me." Marx McClown didn't hesitate this time. She shouted and asked, "Where is the King of the Forbidden Forest? How can I find the location of the seal?" The ape sitting on the jeep did not answer Marx's eye's question, but still shouted, "Follow me, follow me." The ape is like a puppet without thinking, yelling slogans. But there is no response. With a kick in Marx McClown's footsteps, his figure moved towards the jeep ape apparition. Originally, Marx McClown believed that it was not difficult to catch up with the jeep monkey at his own speed. But who knows that as Marx's eye's phantom shifted, the jeep ape's speed also skyrocketed, keeping a short distance from Marx's eye, and moving away from Marx's eye. Not long after, the jeep ape had disappeared from Marx's eye's sight, and never seen again. Marx McClown gritted his teeth fiercely. The speed of the jeep ape was something Marx McClown hadn't expected. Now Marx McClown can think of the only strange jeep ape that can break this illusion. But this jeep ape looked very strange. Marx McClown didn't answer anything when asked, and even the speed was amazing. Marks McClown had no choice about this for the time being. Marks McClown could only take a sigh of relief and looked back at the irritable King Kong behind him. Since he couldn't break this illusion for the time being, then this King Kong could barely become Marks McClown's punching bag. An extreme cold air rose from Marks McClown's side, and immediately locked onto the King Kong not far away, and a powerful wave of magical power immediately filled the surrounding space. As soon as Marks McClown waved his magic wand, a golden holy sword immediately shot at King Kong, and the powerful magic power suddenly tore the entire land, and countless towering trees rose from the ground and shot directly at King Kong. Marks McClown's magical power carried the aura of ruining the world, and instantly bombarded the huge body of King Kong. But this time King Kong was not directly destroyed as Marks McClown had imagined. Instead, a huge blood hole appeared in his chest with spring-like blood constantly emerging in the middle, which was very shocking. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't use too much power to break through Leng Feng's illusion just now. He just used enough magic power to deal with moles. And to deal with this King Kong, Marks McClown also used magic power that he thought could kill directly. But I didn't expect that this King Kong didn't break directly like Marks I thought, and even the surrounding illusion did not change. Marks McClown frowned slightly. If a real King Kong appeared in front of Marks McClown, the energy just now could kill King Kong in seconds. But why didn't King Kong in the fantasy realm be killed by Marks McClown in seconds? This illusion is definitely not as simple as Marks McClown thinks. That is to say, it is not just that strong strength can destroy the maintenance of the illusion, and certain conditions must be met. A huge blood hole appeared in the chest of King Kong, who was hit by Marks I's magical power. King Kong didn't seem to feel the pain of his body. He roared towards Marks I, and stepped on a large area of forest, swaying blood like raindrops, watered in 4.5 collapsed forest. Marks McClown's eyes condensed, and he already felt the difference between this illusion and the previous Leng Feng illusion. The illusion where King Kong is located is obviously more powerful, and it is difficult to be broken by Marks McClown's power. So King Kong can survive Marks McClown's magic power that he thought could kill in one hit. Marks McClown took a deep breath. This illusion really had something to do with others. If Marks McClown didn't guess wrong, this illusion will continue to increase. Chapter 1140 Dare to be God in front of me? This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. The illusion even absorbs the energy of those involved, so it can maintain the illusion all the time. But even if Marks I knew this, it was useless. This kind of illusion could not be torn apart with force at all, but to find the flaws in the illusion, otherwise there would be no escape. The vampire family is worthy of being a powerful race recorded in history. This kind of secret treasure is not something that ordinary races can handle. It is no wonder that the powerful king of the Forbidden Forest will also be trapped by the vampire family. Marks McClown was also a bit regretful at this time. If he knew that this vampire's secret treasure had such a great effect, then she should ask Lilith how to crack this secret treasure instead of ramming it here like a headless fly. Before Marks McClown thought about this question, King Kong had already rushed to Marks McClown's face, raised his thick palm, and slapped it with a heavy palm, instantly rolling up the heavy hurricane, and even overwhelming a forest under Marks McClown. Marks McClown raised his magic wand, and another golden holy sword appeared in front of Marks McClown. But this golden holy sword kept bursting with sharp sword energy, cutting the surrounding air, and the golden 11 holy sword that Marks I had formed before. There is a general difference. Whatever King Kong you are, die for me. With a heavy finger at Marks I's magic wand, the golden holy sword suddenly pierced through the air, and the entire space was directly split into a black space crack, showing the power of this golden holy sword. The golden holy sword pierced directly into King Kong's forehead, but this time it did not burst any blood, but like breaking a piece of glass, King Kong and the space behind him shattered. Countless spatial cracks spread to every corner of the world, fragmented. Although this kind of illusion cannot be cracked with power, it does not mean that Marx McClown will not use power to destroy the illusion. No matter how powerful the secret treasure of the vampire is, it is only a secret treasure. After all, it has no spirituality. And Marx I, as the best wizard in the world today, how could he be trapped by this kind of secret treasure? But at this time, Marx McClown didn't have any joy in his heart. He was able to break the illusion, but he couldn't break himself out of the illusion. If this continues, it will be just a waste of effort. Marx I must find a way to crack this illusion, once and for all. But how can we solve the illusion of vampire? Marx McClown immediately thought of the Jeep ape that appeared in front of him just now. This ape is the most suspicious thing in Marx I's illusion. Not only is it incompatible with the illusion, but even let Marx I follow it. This thing really makes Marx McClown feel strange. However, the speed of this Jeep ape was so amazing that Marx McClown couldn't keep up with the speed of the Jeep ape. It's not so much that Marx I can't catch up with the Jeep ape, it's better to say that this illusion limits Marx I's perception, making Marx I think that he is not as fast as the Jeep ape. After all, it is the ghost of this illusion. However, everything is fine. Marx I is still trapped in the illusion. What Marx I has to do now is to find the Fouquet tape and see if he can find a way to break the illusion from the Fouquet tape. In front of Marx McClown, the broken glass of space slowly disappeared. Marx McClown fell into a pitch-black abyss again, falling continuously, falling down, and the sense of weightlessness constantly impacted Marx McClown's body and spirit. Marx McClown relaxed and stared at her surroundings. Soon, another new world appeared in the dark space abyss. This time it was not a dense forest, but a huge city. A huge city poured out of reinforced concrete. Marx McClown landed on the ground, and the people around him came and went, as if he hadn't noticed Marx McClown, an uninvited guest who descended from the sky, still busy doing his own things. Marx I can feel that this space is more real. Sure enough, Marx I breaks through the illusions, and the illusions that appear next will be more real and real. So Marx I continues to break through the illusions is not the solution, it is still the right way to find the Jeep ape. Marx McClown took a deep breath. This time I don't know what movie scene it is, but Marx McClown doesn't care about this. What he cares about is when the Jeep ape appears again. Suddenly, there was a violent sound of breaking through the air from high in the sky, and a stone hammer exuding electric light crashed down and hit the ground heavily. Marx McClown's eyes condensed, looking at the stone hammer emitting light in front of him. From this stone hammer, Marx McClown could feel a faint threat. The owner of the stone hammer must be a tricky enemy, who is not at the same level as the enemies that appeared in the illusion before. A strong man exuding an electric arc landed in front of Marx I with the roar of thunder and lightning, and his rough face predicted the man's character. Marx McClown looked at the man coldly. Her eyes didn't mean anything, only the most calm attitude was looking at the man. The man heavily pulled out the electric stone hammer on the ground and said, "Who are you?" Marx McClown took a deep breath 307, and said, "Marx McClown, how about you?" The man smiled coldly and said, "Are mortals qualified to know the name of God?" Marx McClown didn't make any reaction. He probably knew the general situation before him. He fell into a movie world again, and if Marx McClown didn't guess wrong, this movie should be Thor. The man saw that Marx McClown didn't mean to speak. He narrowed his eyes and slammed the huge electric hammer at Marx McClown. It was obvious that the man was very dissatisfied with Marx McClown, probably because Marx McClown ignored him. For the sake of, sure enough, it's just an illusion, the real Thor, the character is not irritable to the extent of casually dealing with humans. Marx McClown snorted. Although the man was a little threat to him, it was only a little threat, and it was nothing at all. If a man provokes Marx I unfamiliarly, Marx I doesn't mind letting him see what is the power of terror. Chapter 1141 Beat Thor. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The man's stone hammer with electric glow came to Marx I in an instant, and the electric light illuminated the entire area. The electric glow even pierced the surrounding air, giving off a burnt smell. Marks McClown smiled faintly, stretched out his palm, and caught the man's stone hammer abruptly. Boom! With a loud noise, a dazzling electric glow burst out of Marks's body, and the entire area seemed to have fallen on a huge light source. The electric light blasted the ground directly, and the cars around Mark's were also spread by the electric light, and one after another booming explosion. The man's pupils shrank sharply, and he never thought that Marks McClown would dare to catch his electric hammer empty-handed. This was something he had never thought of. Marks McClown held the electric hammer in the air. Countless dazzling electric lights entangled Marks McClown, but Marks McClown seemed to be okay, lightly flung the electric hammer in his hand and threw it in front of the man, saying, "You are the god of thunder." McClown's right. The man caught the electric hammer, smiled coldly, and said, "Since you know I am Thor, you dare to be rude to me." Marks McClown laughed and said, "You think you are the god of thunder, but you think you are the real mansion. You are too arrogant." Thor hummed heavily and raised the electric hammer in his hand again. Countless electric lights appeared in Thor's hands. This kind of lightning instantly covered Thor's surroundings. If an ordinary person accidentally approached Thor, it would only take an instant to be scorched by such electric lights. Without hesitation, Raytheon directly swung a powerful electric hammer towards Marks McClown, as if he was going to fight Marks McClown personally. In the face of the fierce Thor, Marks McClown didn't have any fear at all. Instead, he rushed forward, without even pulling out his wand, only to fight Thor with blood. Thor laughed and said, "You want to fight me like this? I think you overestimated your own strength." Thunder God blasted Marks McClown's body with heavy hammers, and Thunder God was very confident in his own strength. With this hammer, even a building would be destroyed directly, but when Thor's electric hammer hit Mark's eye, Thor seemed to hit a hard rock, with no effect at all. Marks McClown smiled faintly. He actually held Thor's electric hammer with his backhand and slammed it hard. The strong body of Thunder God was instantly thrown to the ground by Marks McClown. The ground was originally a cement floor, and it was as fragile as paper in front of Thor's body, and it was suddenly broken. Countless pieces. How can that be? Thor was lying on the ground. His face was shocked. Marks McClown's strength has exceeded his imagination. As a god, he never thought that someone could force him to be like this. Marks McClown didn't mean to give him the slightest face. He put his foot in Thor's chest. Boom! The chin rubbed the ground and instantly tore a huge crack, slammed into a building. The impact did not stop, and rushed out of the building, then slowly stopped. After all, this was only in the illusion. Marks McClown didn't need to think about Thor's feelings, and this Thor was obviously irritated by Marks McClown. Thor didn't know that he was a character in the illusion, but he really thought he was a mansion. How could he tolerate Marks's behavior? Thor waved his electric hammer, and the electric hammer formed an indistinct shape in Thor's hands. Thor slowly lifted into the sky, and the originally blue sky became densely covered with clouds, with countless lightning hidden faintly. Thunder God's loose hair was affected by the electric arc, floating in the air like a madman, his cold eyes staring at Mark's eye. Marks McClown was not in a hurry to make a move. No matter how powerful this Thor was, he was only a character in the illusion. Marks McClown wanted to kill the Thor, but it was easy to do. Marks McClown didn't make a move because the G-Pape hadn't appeared yet. And even if Mark's eye killed Thor and broke this illusion, the problem of this illusion has not been solved yet. Mark's eye just wants to enter the next illusion, so killing Thor is not the solution to the problem. Thor didn't care what Marks McClown was thinking about. In his opinion, Marks McClown dared to treat himself this way. This was already challenging his authority. He had to kill Marks McClown. A huge group of thunder and lightning light appeared in front of Thor, like the sun, and crashed into Mark's eye. When this ball of lightning came down, I am afraid that at least a large area will be completely destroyed. Just when Marks McClown wanted to raise his hand to resist Thor's attack, a familiar voice sounded again. But this time, this voice appeared on the side beside Marks McClown. It was the voice of the G-Pape. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. The Jeep-Ape roared, yelling Marks McClown to let Marks McClown follow him. Marks McClown's attention instantly shifted to the Jeep Monkey. Compared to the so-called Thor, the Jeep Monkey was undoubtedly more attractive to Marks McClown. At this time, the Jeep-Ape was driving a Jeep, galloping all the way on the roads of the city, screaming constantly. No one could understand the words of the Jeep-Ape. Even Marks McClown couldn't understand the Jeep-Ape's shout, but Marks McClown could understand the meaning. Marks McClown shouted, "Where do you want me to go? Who are you?" The Jeep-Ape seemed to have not heard what Marks McClown said. He still drove the Jeep flying okay on the road. The accelerator stepped on and moved away from Marks-I for an instant, but the Jeep-Ape was still yelling, shouting for Marks-I to catch up with her own words. Marks McClown hadn't set off to catch up with the Jeep-Apes. At this time, Thor's electric hammer had reached Marks McClown, and it was bombarded with terrifying lightning energy on Marks McClown. Boom! Marks-I shot into the ground like a cannonball, and the surrounding concrete floor was shattered. A nearby building was shaken slightly by the shock, and finally could not withstand the huge impact and collapsed! Exclamation mark. Chapter 1142, Imperfection. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Vulcan stood proudly in the air, laughing, as if he had already defeated Marks McClown. Marks McClown slowly got up from the cave on the ground. His body was covered with all kinds of dirt and dust, but Marks McClown didn't care about the dirty things on his body at all, but stared at the Thor in the air with cold eyes. Because of Thor's obstacle, Marks McClown has lost her best chance to pursue the Jeep-Ape. Although Marks McClown also knew that even if he was given time to chase the Jeep-Apes, he still couldn't catch up with the Jeep-Apes. It was unrealistic to catch the Jeep-Apes. However, this method of Thunder God made Marks McClown extremely dissatisfied. Did he really think that he was a person who could just be bullied if he didn't move the truth? Thor clearly noticed Marks McClown's sudden change of eyes, but he was not afraid at all, and shouted angrily, "Air and other mortals, dare to be angry at the mansion of God, do not know how to repent, it is a death penalty." Marks McClown smiled coldly, and said, "You don't even know what you are, and you pretend to be a god. You don't know the heights of the sky. Let me tell you what power is." Marks McClown drew the magic wand from his sleeves and slowly erected it. In an instant, 470 heaven and earth stirred, and the fluctuation of magic power in the air continued to brew, as if the heaven and earth were about to change. Vulcan's expression changed. He also noticed the change in Marks McClown's strength. He was not the same person as Marks McClown just now. Marks McClown with this strength had already posed an extremely dangerous threat to Thor. But before Vulcan could make any response, in the next second, Marks McClown had already appeared in front of Vulcan, sneered into Vulcan's eyes. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty killing. This is the murderous aura that Marks McClown has accumulated over the years. Let alone such an illusion figure like Thor. Even if a famous wizard in the wizarding world stands in front of Marks McClown, it is hard to guarantee that he will not be affected by Marks McClown's killing aura. Vulcan stared into Marks McClown's eyes, as if a black hole was brewing in Marks McClown's eyes, absorbing people's mind and entering a huge hole of blood, spinning, spinning, and spinning again. Die, you false illusion. The top of Marks' wand was condensed into a giant sword exuding golden light, which penetrated Thor's chest straight, and brought out a bright red blood, which continuously overflowed from Thor's chest and dripped onto the ground. Thor suddenly reacted at this time, but it was already too late. Thor looked at the blood hole in his chest in disbelief. He didn't know that he was a figure in the illusion. He was still thinking about how, as a great figure like a mansion, how could he be killed by a mortal? This is completely impossible. Marks McClown gently shook the magic wand in his hand, and the sword aura of the golden giant sword suddenly shredded Thor's body, and countless warm blood splashed on the entire ground and Marks McClown's body. Marks McClown felt the blood of Thunder God. his expression unchanged. Although this kind of blood made people feel very real, Marks McClown still knew in her heart that all this was just an illusion, and there was no dead person at all. The surrounding environment was slowly changing because of Thor's killing. The whole world was distorted, and it was about to enter the next illusion. At this moment, Marks McClown didn't panic, but was thinking about some issues carefully. The illusions that appear in front of Marks McClown's eyes are all movies with a slight impression on Marks McClown. In other words, these illusions are basically some scenes in Marks McClown's own mind. If Marks couldn't find a way to stop this illusion, he would always reincarnate in his imagination, unable to escape. As for the Jeep-Ape by Monkey, it is probably the low-profile projection of the King of the Forbidden Forest. After all, there are only Marks and the King of the Forbidden Forest in this illusion, and they are also the most inconsistent existence in Marks' imagination. It just so happens that the archetype of the King of the Forbidden Forest is also an ape, which can show that there is a close relationship between the Jeep-Ape and the King of the Forbidden Forest, because it is a low version of the Forbidden Forest King. This Jeep-Ape has a very low IQ, and it can even be said that it has no IQ, just a puppet. This is why Marks McClown asked the Jeep Monkey, but the Jeep Monkey didn't answer at all, but just mechanically called Marks McClown to follow him. According to Marks McClown's reasoning, I am afraid that in the illusion of the King of the Forbidden Forest, there is also a low-profile version of Marks McClown doing the same thing. These two projections are probably the only loopholes in this illusion. The secret treasure fantasy realm of the vampire family is indeed superior, and it can even be said to be perfect, but this fantasy realm also has obvious drawbacks. That is, it can only trap one person and endlessly loop the fantasy world. But it is precisely because Marks joined this illusion that a loophole appeared in this illusion, resulting in the unstable factor of the Jeep-Ape, which led to the flaws in the perfect illusion world. At the same time, outside news has been covering the cruel massacre of Merlin. According to reliable information, the bombing of the Palace of Versailles in France 2 days ago has been determined to be the work of wizards. That incident probably caused more than 35,600 casualties of legal personnel, and countless casualties among the rest of the people. It is conservatively estimated that it will not be less than 70,000. Which is the most humiliating incident since the founding of the French Republic. The collapse of the army in the Kingdom of Ying not long ago has also been determined to be the work of the wizards. It is said that the government of the Kingdom of Ying discovered the place where the wizards gathered and secretly launched the army to carry out the raid, but the results are regrettable. More than 56,000 Ying people died in the hands of wizards. After such a long period of precipitation in the Washington incident in the United States, the truth behind it has surfaced. It is not very different from what everyone thinks. It is also the work of wizards. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 1143, Launching a General Attack on the Wizard. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. The exact same thing is that in the 51 area of the United States, there was also a wizard massacre. More than 8,000 me people were killed in the barracks, but this loss is not comparable to the millions of casualties in Washington. What kind of? During this period of time, various media in various countries continuously broadcast relevant information, creating an illusion that a wizard is about to attack the entire human world. Some humans who don't know anything about wizards are constantly clamoring to form an army to kill the evil wizards. The relationship between wizards and humans has deteriorated extremely, and the war is on the verge of breaking out. And the wizarding circles of various countries are really hard to say about this. They don't know the existence of Merlin. Even if they know it now, they are sure that Merlin is just the common enemy of all their wizarding circles. But the outside world summed up Merlin's existence in the entire wizarding world, thinking that this was a long-planned attack on humans by the wizarding world. Governments of various countries have been hostile to the wizarding world of various countries. No matter how the leaders of the wizards explain to the government officials of various countries, the governments of various countries have not heard it. and even government forces have encircled and suppressed the wizarding world. Europe, a huge mountain peak in the Alps. This is the headquarters of the European Wizards League, which is equivalent to the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic in the European wizarding world. The European Wizards League was originally just a name. After all, the Ministry of Magic in each country has its own nature and governs their respective fields. The establishment of the Ministry of Magic in the European wizarding world is nothing more than a mere appearance. In normal times, the existence of the headquarters of the European Ministry of Magic is not important at all. At most, it solves the chores between the wizarding circles of some countries, but now, this headquarters is being targeted by the governments of various European countries. They believe that the war of wizards against mankind has already begun, and they must make a counterattack to show that they are not afraid of the power of wizards at all, also in order to add some confidence to the people in their country. On the top of the huge mountain peak of the Alps, an old wizard leaned on a cane and stared into the distance with a sad face. The frozen snow on the peak was constantly beating his old face, and from the distance of his sight, he could just see the gathering in the distance. Government forces of various countries. Mr. Gobelstein, I'll just say where you have been. Now the League is in chaos, and you need to go back to host it. Why did you come here to see the scenery? A young wizard appeared anxiously riding a flying broomstick behind the old wizard. Gobelstein looked back at the face of the young wizard and said, "What can I do when I go back?" The young wizard was taken aback for a moment, and said, "At least you are our leader. If you are here, we can calm down in our hearts. Otherwise, the ministry will be messy now, like the end of the world." Gobelstein slowly shook his head and said, "What you need now is not peace of mind, but to leave the Alps as quickly as possible. If you can hide, you will hide, and if you can't hide, you will keep running. Survival is the most important thing for you." Important. The young wizard was crying and said, "Mr. Gobelstein, how can you do this? You are our leader. If even you are so unsure, how can we deal with the next battle?" Gobelstein suddenly angered. "Who told you that we are going to fight?" Gobelstein's voice was so loud that he even shook the surrounding snowdrifts and smashed down. The young wizard seemed to be frightened, stupefied, and didn't know how to answer. Gobelstein continued to furiously, saying, "There are more than 80,000 soldiers from France and that country camping there, and 50,000 troops from Italy and Switzerland are also ready on the other side. There are only more than 1,000 people on our side who can fight. There are less than 100 wizards. What are we fighting? Do you want to die?" The young wizard was frightened by the appearance of Gobelstein, and could only instinctively replied, "But we will die if we don't fight." Gobelstein's chest was undulating, and Gobelstein's excitement could be seen. The battle is bound to die, and it also directly started the war between our wizards and humans. We must not fight back. If the order goes on, everyone will evacuate immediately. Those who can't be evacuated must not act on humans. Have you heard that? Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. The young wizard stubbornly grabbed the hem of his wizard robe. He didn't have as much as Gobelstein thought, but when they heard him, they were noble wizards, but they could only flee uselessly, and even if they were killed, they couldn't fight back. This is too unacceptable. The young wizard took a deep breath of the snow-capped air, and his icy feeling instantly froze his internal organs. He nodded heavily, twisting the flying broomstick, and flew toward the Ministry of Magic headquarters. Gobelstein turned his head and looked miserably at the human army in the distance. Others can retreat and escape, but he can't. He is the leader of the European Wizards League, and his inner pride can only tolerate Gobelstein's glorious death on behalf of the European Ministry of Magic. But at this moment, the young wizard pondered Gobelstein's words with a grievance. The more he pondered, the less he felt. They are noble wizards. Why should we be chased and slaughtered by the human army and cannot fight back? This is absolutely unbearable. Mr. Gobelstein has just given me an order. Everyone prepares their own magic wands and fights for us wizards. This battle will definitely show the glory and determination of our wizards. The young wizard looked enthusiastic and yelled at the entire European Ministry of Magic. We want to tell all moles that noble wizards are not something they can provoke. At this time, he can no longer care about anything, even if Gobelstein is standing in front of him. He can't care anymore. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 1144. It's you who made trouble. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ He could not tolerate the wizard withdrawing in front of moles, even if it was a false order. He would have to vent the suffocating anger in his heart. The wizards of the European Wizards League looked stunned. Mr. Gobelstein would actually issue such an order. Didn't he know that the wizards of the European Wizards League had no fighting power? With their thousands of wizards who can only use simple magic and the human army, there is no chance of winning at all. However, as their leader, since this order was given, they, as subordinates, have no retreat. The members of the Ministry of Magic present secretly made up their minds and took out the wands from their sleeves. And everyone was frowning. They knew the consequences of the war between the 380 and the human army, but they also knew that Mr. Gobelstein gave them such an order and they had no choice. At this time, on the mountain peak in the distance, Gobelstein stared at the front, where the tens of thousands of human forces had been prepared, and dozens of trucks with long barrels stopped aside. Gobelstein didn't know that such things were called artillery cars, but he could clearly feel that those cars were extremely threatening to him. Plus, I saw the artillery behind these artillery carts slowly rising with an unpleasant belching sound. Some soldiers filled the artillery shells into the artillery barrels, and it seemed that they were preparing to bombard this side. Gobelstein took a deep breath. He was determined to die. For this reason, he was willing to kill the enemy alone and buy the necessary time for the colleagues of the Ministry of Magic. Just when Gobelstein was about to leave, he suddenly felt that his whole body was unable to move. A force he could not resist pressed against him, and he felt a desperate wave from this force. War is always so spectacular, isn't it? A voice sounded, and Gobelstein listened to this unfamiliar voice. He had never heard it before, but Gobelstein felt awe-inspiring from it. A thin figure appeared in front of Gobelstein. His angular face immediately reminiscent of a vulture, the kind of bird that specializes in eating dead people. Merlin. Gobelstein gritted his teeth and said, "You are the most popular wizard right now, and you are instigating the war between wizards and moles." Merlin chuckled and said, "I am doing this for you unconvincing wizards. Otherwise, you might as well just die." Gobelstein shouted angrily, "You are a bloodthirsty devil. All you bring to the world are death and destruction. You are simply a messenger from hell." Merlin's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard what Gobelstein said. Instead, he sat quietly on the side of Gobelstein and said, "There will be a good show soon. I really look forward to it." Hearing what Merlin said, Gobelstein's heart was shaking, and a bad omen immediately appeared in Gobelstein's heart. He knew Merlin was a lunatic, but he didn't know what a lunatic would do. With a smile on Merlin's face, he quietly looked at the human army being prepared in the distance, like a child watching a play, and even seemed a little innocent. But Gobelstein knew that there was someone beside him. The devil out of nowhere. If it weren't for Gobelstein's whole body imprisonment, he would rush forward and fight Merlin desperately if he said anything. Merlin suddenly became excited and pointed to the distance and said, "Look, they did it." Gobelstein immediately turned his eyes, and sure enough, the artillery carts of the human army in the distance had been loaded. The huge brackets supported all the artillery carts, and there was also a roar in the distant air, which was extremely ear-piercing. Gobelstein didn't know the artillery car, but he knew that humans have something called a bomber, carrying powerful bombs, each of which can harvest the lives of hundreds of people. Gobbelstein turned his head vigorously, wanting to see the direction of the European Wizarding League, hoping to see the members of the Ministry of Magic leaving the ministry on flying broomsticks in droves to escape the roar of death! Merlin also seemed to have sensed Gobbelstein's intentions and let Gobbelstein regain control of his opponent. So Gobbelstein was able to turn his head and look at the Ministry of Magic. As Gobbelstein thought, thousands of Ministry wizards rushed out of the Ministry on flying broomsticks. Just when Gobbelstein wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, his heart suddenly tightened. He found that the wizards rushing out of the Ministry were not trying to escape, but holding their wands tightly and stepping on the battlefield. Didn't I give an order to retreat? How could this happen? Gobbelstein could no longer pay attention to his appearance, and yelled out of gaff. On the other hand, Merlin smiled happily, and said with a good show, "It's been a long time since there has been a war between wizards and humans. I really miss it." Gobbelstein read eyes and stared at Merlin, as if Merlin was his life and death enemy. Needless to say, he knew that Merlin must be the cause of trouble, otherwise it would be impossible for the members of the European Wizard League to rush out at this time. And at this moment, Gobbelstein saw a young face hidden in the Ministry of Magic. It was the young wizard he had ordered before 5.0. The wizard turned his head weirdly and glanced at Gobbelstein, with a weird red glow in his eyes. It's you who are playing tricks." Gobbelstein yelled hoarsely and stared at Merlin. If his eyes could kill, it is estimated that Merlin had died hundreds of times. Merlin smiled ha-ha on the side, and did not answer Gobbelstein's question. Chapter 1145, The Wizard's Doom. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Hundreds of roaring bombers appeared on the horizon, cutting through the sky and bringing out hundreds of beautiful traces in the sky. They flew to this side boldly. Thousands of wizards are also riding broomsticks, like cavalry in the air, fearless, rushed towards the fleet. Hundreds of bombers were equipped with machine guns. In the face of threats from the air, they had to turn on machine guns to respond. For the air power of other countries, machine guns are not very useful. After all, today's fighter jets and bombers are not low in flight speed flexibility, and the chance of machine guns being hit is too low. But these machine guns pose a great threat to the wizard riding on the broomstick. Thousands of bullets swept into the air like a torrent of steel, and they didn't know what they were facing. Wizards have not been in contact with humans for too long, and even wizards who love human culture have a little knowledge of human culture, let alone know what these bombers shoot out. 11. The bullets shot into the wizard's body, bringing out a line of blood. The flying broomstick was also fragmented in the bullet shooting. The human body and the flying broom were like falling into the air in a meat grinder, with flesh and wood chips flying in the air. In just a few seconds, hundreds of wizards were directly swept into a hornet's nest, and blood was splashed in the sky. The wizards finally realized that these were deadly things, and they couldn't touch them casually. The wizards immediately controlled their wands to disperse, but by this time it was too late, and more than 100 wizards were buried high in the sky. Originally, there were only more than 1,000 wizards in the European Wizards League, and more than 100 died instantly after the battle. This was a great blow to the morale of the wizards. Fight with them. The young wizard hidden among the wizards once again fanned the flames, and the wand summoned a huge fireball, which blasted one of the bombers. This wizard did have 2 brushes. The fireball hit the bomber's propeller. The bomber's engine burst open. The huge flame instantly enveloped the entire plane and slanted into the ground. The actions of the young wizards obviously aroused the blood of the wizards. The wizards roared and summoned enchantments. Fireballs, ice winds, and lightning appeared around them, whizzing towards the bomber group. Gobbelstein didn't know when the 2 lines of murky tears were left. If the wizards were afraid of human thermal weapons, or they would run away in a rush to save their lives. However, under the leadership of the young wizard, everyone's fighting was aroused. and they were also brought into the abyss of death. On one side, Merlin laughed and watched with gusto, as if it was just a movie, not a live battle. Sure enough, under the fierce attacks of the wizards, a dozen bombers were attacked because they were too heavy to dodge. They emitted thick smoke and plunged to the ground. In the fierce battle, dozens of wizards were accidentally and bombed. Sweep into a sieve. The wizards and the bomber group crossed by, paying a corresponding price for each other. The wizards had not had time to take a breath. The artillery on the ground had already started an angry roar, and the hot artillery formed a net of artillery covering the sky. These artillery shells are far more powerful than bullets. As long as they hit, they will inevitably blow up the wizard to pieces, leaving no flesh and blood. The wizards also realized that these artillery is a great threat to them, and hurriedly avoided the artillery in the air. However, the speed of these ordinary wizards is far less than that of artillery. In the dense artillery array, each wizard exploded in the air, and the stumps of their limbs were splashed in the air. The fragments blasted by the shells are also deadly weapons, cutting the bodies of the surrounding wizards, bringing out bloodlines, and the entire sky is like a nose hell. Fight with them. Our noble wizard can't tolerate these incompetent moles. The young wizard was enthusiastic and roared. Many wizards were already frightened by the sacrifice in front of them. The battle has only been a few minutes, and the number of wizards who died has reached more than 300, and everyone is even injured. They weren't wizards in charge of fighting, and their fighting consciousness was not strong. With such a high casualty rate, anyone would feel fearful. The young wizard roared, "We have no retreat. Wouldn't we let the moles let us go now? We bear the pride of wizards, and we must fight to death with the most brazen attitude." He continued to encourage the wizards. But these wizards are not fools anyway, and they also find that something is wrong with the young wizards, which is so different in normal times. But they can no longer raise any objections. In the most central battlefield, they are indeed the same as the young wizard said. They have no way out. Gobolstein also found the wizard's embarrassment, and couldn't help shaking his head in regret. If he personally returned to the Ministry of Magic, it would be impossible for the young wizards to pretend to give his orders, nor would the wizards lead to such an outcome. After all, it was his problem. Merlin didn't pay attention to the condition of Gobolstein next to him. By his side, a trace of blood that was difficult to see was continuously transmitted into Merlin's body along the air. The source of the bloodline was the dead wizard and human soldier. The casualties of the wizards in the air continue to expand. They have become the best targets for human soldiers, and they can only be passively attacked. However, their curse attacks bombard the ground, and the threats they cause are really limited, or even rare. Pathetic. Let down to the ground, or we will all die. Finally, a wizard yelled out, and no one could live if he stayed in the air. The wizards panicked for a while. They were already shocked by the artillery fire of the human army. They never thought that there would be such tactics and weapons. Chapter 1146. Cruel One Side. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ However, these wizards can't be blamed. Since the wizards have been separated from the human world, the wizards have really little knowledge of humans, and it can even be said that they are pitiful. Plus, in the minds of wizards, humans still existed in the cold weapons age, with only spears and shields, and at most they possessed muskets with slow reloading speeds. They were not at all an army with such terrifying firepower today. In addition, the wizards of the European Ministry of Magic can only be counted as clerks in the wizarding world, and they are in charge of some of the daily affairs of the wizarding world. It's okay to say, but to fight, they are really too demanding. And they are not even the enemy of one. The wizards swooped into the ground in a panic. Bullets and artillery fire continued to pass around them, but they couldn't take care of that much anymore. In their minds, staying in the air was just a target for humans. only landing on the ground. There is a silver lining. This is the simple idea in the minds of the wizards. They don't know that on the ground, there is also the existence of hell. One by one wizards were hit by gunfire in midair. They let go of the flying broomstick and smashed them to the ground. Some of the poor people who were unfortunately hit by the shells exploded countless pieces, which was terrible. Gob 370 Erstein's bloodshot eyes were all over his eyes, and he watched his colleagues fall into the gunfire one by one, the blood blooming in the air wanton. He felt desperate like never before, even if he was killed by Merlin immediately. Death is better than it is now. Gob Ulstein suddenly turned his head, stared at Merlin, and yelled, "You devil, you must not die." Merlin ignored Gob Ulstein's words, but watched the wizards struggling in midair with interest. In his opinion, this was a very interesting thing. The bloodline spreading beside Merlin became more and more dense, and it was even obvious to the naked eye that the blood in the air turned into bloodlines and poured into Merlin's body. Gob Ulstein immediately discovered Merlin's anomaly. Although he didn't understand what was going on, these bloodlines obviously came from dead people. It must not be a good thing for Merlin to do such a thing. This made Gob Ulstein even more resentful in his heart, wishing to eat Merlin meat raw and drink BBFC blood. But Gob Ulstein couldn't do anything. He could only watch Merlin slaughter his wizards with dirty methods, and even drew nutrients from them. He could do nothing but hate. At this time, the wizards' adventurous actions were responded. More than 700 wizards faced the fierce gunfire and forcibly landed on the ground, but they could still stand up when they fell on the ground. There were less than 500 people and more than 200 wizards was killed in a few seconds of landing. The wizards were surprised by such tragic casualties, or that they finally experienced the horrors of war. The cruelty of war destroyed their final will. How could this happen? All my members are dead. Wix was shattered by a black object, and my flesh and blood splashed all over me. It's really terrifying. Mato, William, Sweet, all dead. Everyone is dead. Some wizards have lost their sanity, falling on the ground with godless eyes and only muttering meaningless words in their mouths. At this time, they are no different from the Walking Dead. The snipers in the human army have already been in place, hiding hundreds of meters, thousands of meters away, and the sight of the sniper scope has aimed at their fragile heads. Boom. 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 A burst of intensive gunfire was not a blast of submachine guns, but hundreds of sniper rifles found their prey, and at the same time they emitted deadly flames. The wizards who landed on the ground exploded with blood, and dozens of people fell in unison. There were dozens of people who were shot into their bodies because of the deviation of the bullet, and they didn't die for a while, but it was no different from death, but it made them more painful. Some wizards who were aware of the cruel facts came to their senses. Since they chose to resist, they have embarked on a road of no return, and this road is destined to be filled with their blood. All they can do is fight. Dead, kill, continue fighting and show them the power of our wizard. The young wizard was still alive. At this time, standing in the middle of the wizard, he raised his wand high in the image of martyrdom. In the next second, the bullet knocked on his forehead, and the plasma sprayed on the ground like hot water, and then slowly disappeared. The source of the disappearance was in the direction of Merlin. The human soldiers thought he was the #1 person who incited the wizards to resist, so the sniper immediately locked his eyebrows and squeezed the trigger. The wizards gave the young wizard a miserable look. At this time, they believed that the wizard had died for the glory of the wizard, without any doubt, and the death of the wizards around him finally aroused the last blood in the hearts of the wizards. Kill those moles. Some wizards who were unwilling to be killed vigorously waved their magic wands and shouted slogans, summoning them to cast the most powerful spell, and slammed into the direction of the human army. These fireballs and icy winds did play a lot of role. Some human soldiers could not escape and were affected, but the damage was really limited. After all, these wizards were not good at fighting. Nor did they kill people. The threats caused by exhausted magic power are too limited. Only 4 or 5 unlucky soldiers were directly hit by these curses and died. Most of them suffered a little injury. This loss is simply not worth mentioning to the soldiers. The wizards desperately used the curse, trying to make themselves die as glorious as possible before their lives ended. At least they also died fighting hard, rather than being uselessly shot headshot. Chapter 1147, Disgusting Revenge. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ While the wizards were fighting, hundreds of elite human soldiers had sneaked into their area, hiding behind various grasses, rocks, and hillsides. Their deadly guns had been aimed at the wizards' foreheads. Plus, the number of wizards plummeted, and one after another fell in a pool of blood. Some of them fought hard, some cringed and wanted to escape, but they were no exception. The bullet became a deadly thing that would kill their lives. A wizard was covered in sweat, hiding behind a big tree. The wizards who stood with him just now had all been killed, lying on his feet in all directions, with a huge blood hole on top of his head, some even skulls. They were all lifted up. Where do wizards have seen this kind of formation? You must know that the battle between ordinary wizards is like a medieval knight's duel. Elegant and gentleman, who wins and loses, and those who die will be willing to die. In particular, killing people with a killing curse like Voldemort has been regarded as cruel, but now every deceased wizard either drops his arm or breaks his leg, or his head is lifted and his body is burnt to black, broken into pieces. Flesh. The tragic real war has stimulated the fragile hearts of the wizards, and the little blood that has just appeared has been wiped out. The wizard shrank and hid behind the tree, and the sounds of spells and various guns were constantly ringing in front of him. Plus, soon these voices slowly became weaker, not because the degree of human offensive was weakened, but the strength of the wizards' resistance was weakening. The wizards have reached the end of the world. They don't understand the modern warfare of human beings in the age of thermal weapons. Of course, they will not avoid the gunfire of human soldiers, standing in obvious places and being knocked down one by one. Before he died, he didn't know which direction he was dying in, and he died unwillingly. Now there are less than 100 wizards left in this area. Few of these wizards can continue to fight. Even the wizards who are still fighting are swaying their wands, invoking spells, and then smashing them into the distance. Can't see the enemy's position. The sweaty wizard shivered and shrank behind the tree. He didn't dare to move around. For a while, no one noticed his corpse. The remaining wizards also gathered together. At this time, the number had dropped sharply to more than 40 people. You must know that less than an hour ago, they had thousands of wizards, but now they only have more than 40 of them, and the twists and turns they experienced can be imagined. Everyone looked at each other, and they all saw an expression called despair on each other's face. Indeed, whether they resist or not, their fate has already been decided. They were nestled in the last area. Soldiers with helmets emerged from the surrounding grass. The black muzzles were raised, and hundreds of still warm guns pointed directly at them. The wizards looked at the soldiers around in horror, and instinctively raised the most trusted magic wand in their hands. They didn't think about resisting anymore. They knew that resisting them was to die, and raising the magic wand was just their instinctive reaction. But this action made the soldiers aware of the danger, and the index finger squeezed the trigger suddenly. Da, 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 da. Intensive gunfire sounded. Bullets swept across the fragile bodies of the wizards like a torrent of steel. A huge iron net was formed between the bullets, harvesting the bodies of the wizards, and blood spluttered on their companions. Dozens of wizards fell instantly. On the spot, the last wizard hiding behind the tree trembled at everything in front of him. All the wizard companions were dead, leaving him alone, and he didn't know how the human army would torture him if he caught him. As if he had made some determination, he put his wand into his mouth with a shaking hand, and strange waves of magical power were emitted from the tip of the wand. After the human soldiers solved the last group of wizards, They watched the wizard corpses in one place vigilantly, wanting to see if they could find the last remaining wizards. Find flowers middle dot. At this moment, a curse sounded from behind a tree, frightening these soldiers to get down immediately. But no curse blasted them at them, but burst open behind a tree. Then a wizard's body hit the ground heavily, and a huge blood hole appeared in the back of his head. All members of the European Ministry of Magic died in battle. In later generations, this war between humans and wizards is rarely known, because shortly after this war, Merlin took over the rest of the war, and everyone died here. But this war is the first war between humans and wizards hundreds of years later and should be remembered. The two warring parties were all 1,038 members of the European Ministry of Magic, while the human side had an army of more than 85,600 people. The human army lost more than 400 people, most of which were killed in plane crashes. McClowns, the European Ministry of Magic is completely wiped out. Gobalstein looked at the messy battlefield in the distance. Just now, he watched all the people under his command die in battle, but he could only stand beside Merlin and could not do anything. There is no word to describe the current mood of Gobalstein. He desperately wants to die immediately. At this time, Merlin stood up and smiled lightly, as if just watching a good movie, and said, "These moles are really upsetting. Don't be sad. I am also a wizard. I will help you revenge." Gobalstein stared at Merlin bitterly. His lips had been bitten, and he wanted to eat Merlin's meat raw. Merlin smiled coldly, and then his body slowly disappeared in place, leaving behind the imprisoned Gobalstein. On the battlefield, the sorcerer's corpse was lying on the ground, unwilling to open his eyes, and looked at the sky. Chapter 1148. Then you don't know the wizard too much. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Surrounded by soldiers from various countries holding guns, the soldiers arbitrarily scanned the corpses of the wizards for fear of missing any wizard. Bullets splashed blood on the wizard's body, and the blood stained the ground. The human soldiers patrolled the wizard's corpse continuously, and as long as there was any disturbance, dozens of bullets swept past. They absolutely cannot allow any living wizards to exist. In their hearts, the more evil things such as wizards die, the better. Thousands of corpses of wizards in the European Ministry of Magic lie here, commemorating the tragedy of the battle. But they didn't know that they died. It was not just all the wizards and wizards of the European Ministry of Magic, but all the people present. But their 350 had no eyes to see all this. Make sure there are no wizards alive here, if not, we will attack their headquarters. A military captain said a word to the walkie-talkie on his chest, and the walkie-talkie suddenly clicked and replied, "The wizard headquarters is being bombed by our air force. Don't worry, we will notify you when the bombing is over." Past. The military captain replied with a reply, and turned off the walkie-talkie dissatisfiedly and said to his companions, "I don't know what I'm afraid of. Let us just kill it, so why let us stand by here?" The military captain spit on the fallen wizard corpse beside him, and said angrily, "These wizards deserve to be killed one by one, so the bombing will not vent our hatred." The soldier on one side shook his head nervously, and said, "The wizard is not as easy to deal with as you think. Haven't you heard that the army of Ying and the United States are all miserable by the wizard?" The military captain murmured dissatisfiedly, and said, "How is this possible? Wizards are not all flesh and blood, and bullets will have to die for me." In his opinion, although wizards' magic sounds amazing, it is far inferior to thermal weapons in terms of fierce firepower and coverage. This is especially true for the most critical range. Wizards basically aim with the naked eye, while modern armies can directly strike a few kilometers away from the naked eye. This is simply the advantage of the rolling level. If you really have this kind of short-sightedness, then you still don't understand the profession of wizards too much. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded, and the place where the sound was made was behind the military captain. The military captain turned around abruptly, and the rifle in his hand was directly on the speaker's forehead. At this second, it can be seen that the military captain still has good military qualities and responded very quickly. The companions of the military captain also reacted for the first time, and the gun in their hand pointed at an old man. The blood-colored wizard robe on the man had already explained his identity. It was Merlin. Without any hesitation, the military captain pulled the trigger, the fire pin hit the iron plate, and the bullet was fired instantly. The military captain laughed ferociously. This situation would inevitably blast Merlin's head through a big blood hole, just like a wizard who died on the ground. It's really just a stupid human being. Merlin was still smiling, as if not caring at all. The bullet shot out of the gun, but did not hit Merlin's head. Instead, it stopped in midair and slowly turned ahead. When the military captain did not respond, it penetrated into the forehead of the military captain. The military team had a long mouth, speechless for a while, and fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding soldiers were suddenly startled and hurriedly fired bullets from the gun at Merlin. But the bullet hadn't shot out of the barrel, and the whole gun was shot through and shot into the chest of the soldier. The 5 soldiers fell to the ground in less than a second. The walkie-talkie on the front of the military captain's chest turned on automatically at this time, and Shasha said, "Attention all the small teams, after sweeping your area, go to the A1 area to gather. We are going to drive into the wizard headquarters to sweep up." Merlin looked at the walkie-talkie in the chest of the military captain indifferently, smiled faintly, and stepped on the walkie-talkie to pieces. Attention, attention. A small team that was active in the E58 area just lost contact. It should have survived with the remnants of the wizard. All small teams must be careful, must be careful. The walkie-talkies on the chests of all the soldiers made such a sound. While sending them a dangerous message, they also gave them a clear goal. All of the nearby squads moved towards this area. However, Merlin has disappeared in this area, but appeared high in the sky. He sensed that the military camp is not far away. What he has to do is to turn everyone here into his nourishment step by step. The temporary camp of the human army is located here. This is the headquarters of the combined forces of Germany and France. The commanders of the French army and the commanders of the German army are here to give orders. A radio commander turned around and said, "Commander, a small team in the E58 area has lost contact. We have sent surrounding teams to see what's going on." The French commander wearing a blue general uniform nodded slowly, and said, "I see. There should be wizards who have not died completely. Be sure to find out the wizard who survived 5.4. Even the dead wizard must make up for it." The gun. "I would rather kill by mistake than let anyone go." The radio commander hurriedly nodded, turned around and prepared to publish this information. At this moment, someone from the radio station replied, "The report reports that the E58 area has been checked. All wizards have died, and the disappeared units have been wiped out. They were all shot dead." The commander of the French army was taken aback, and said, "Is it ours?" Chapter 1149. The last one is me. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ The radio commander immediately replied, "It is a soldier from the country." The French commander took a cold look at the German commander next to him, and said, "Could it be an infighting in the army?" The German commander snorted and said, "I am not as unbearable as you think. Are you sure there is no such thing as a wizard there?" After this sentence was asked to the German radio commander. The German radio commander had not answered yet. An old voice replied, "No. The last one is me." The commander of the German army and the commander of the French army were shocked, and immediately turned their heads to see Merlin, who was wearing a scarlet wizard's robe, was smiling and looking at them. The French commander hurriedly took out his handgun and pointed it at Merlin, and said angrily, "Who are you?" The German commander was rather calm and didn't take out a pistol. He knew that since Merlin had the ability to come here, the pistol would naturally have no effect on him. Merlin Shiren waved his hand and said, "Isn't I the wizard you are looking for now? Am here. What can you do?" The surrounding commander and guards had already drew out their guns and surrounded Merlin with a face. "Be alert, even with fear." Merlin Chiron sat down on a side chair, and said in time, "You all know my intention to come this time. I'm here to slaughter all of you." When Merlin said this, he seemed to be saying that he had just eaten lunch, and the understatement revealed a daunting murderousness. When the surrounding soldiers heard Merlin's words, they looked at each other in unison. In their hearts, they just thought that Merlin had come to die, and it was no longer stupid to say such big words. They didn't know Merlin's strength, and it was understandable to have such a reaction. Merlin wasn't surprised at all. He had thought these moles would react like this. After all, they didn't realize the existence of wizards for them, and how terrifying Merlin was for them. The moment they knew, they were already dead. Merlin smiled and said, "Always such a boring massacre is really boring, so I think I will make you a little decent this time, so that I won't be too boring." The French commander took a deep breath and didn't hesitate anymore. He directly squeezed the trigger of the pistol in his hand. They didn't have to talk to the madman when facing the madman. At this moment, Merlin gently lifted his wand, and the top of the French commander's pistol suddenly twisted. The metal made of titanium alloy was distorted out of thin air, giving people a great visual impact. The bullet was also fired in the gun at this time, and the twisted barrel blocked the bullet's track, so that the bullet burst open the pistol barrel instantly. Fragments spattered suddenly, cutting away the French commander's hands and face. Bright blood exploded, and the painful French commander screamed back, looking at the wound on his hand in disbelief. Merlin was smiling, looking at the commander-in-chief of the country in his spare time, as if saying that you can also try it. The commander of the country swallowed secretly without impulsiveness. He was not an impulsive person, nor did he want to be embarrassed like the French commander. Merlin asked, "How many moles do you have here?" "Oh, moles? Are you people who can't make magic?" The commander of turned his head and listened to the translation, before he said, "You know what these are trying to do?" The translator told Merlin according to what the commander of said. The smile on Merlin's face did not diminish, but the translator's eyes widened. He only felt a flame rising from his body, and then swallowed him instantly. No one knows exactly when the flame on the translator rose, but everyone can see it. The flame only took less than a second to swallow the translator into ashes and become a ball of suspension. White flames in the air. Against the backdrop of the white flame, Merlin looked like an emperor in the fire, proudly watching all the ordinary people present. "If I ask, I don't want to hear an answer that is not an answer," Merlin said slowly. Although the commander-in-chief of is not familiar with English, he still has some common sense in English. He probably understood what Merlin meant, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Only then did he realize that Merlin and the wizards they encountered were not of the same level. The French commander did not realize this. The scars on his body inspired his bloodiness. He jumped up and grabbed a submachine gun from the guards beside him. It swept across it. Dozens of bullets were about to kill Merlin, shot into a blood sieve. Merlin's expression was a little serious, and the wand was likely blocked, and an invisible magic barrier appeared in front of him, immediately blocking all the bullets in the air. The powerful momentum of the bullet had no effect in front of Merlin, floating in the air and spinning constantly, as if it were a plaything in Merlin's hands. Merlin 367 raised his eyes slightly and looked at the French commander as if he were looking at a dead person. A bullet disappeared in the air. At the same time, the French commander uttered a scream, and his arm splashed out halfway. It was actually hit by the bullet at the elbow, and this bullet shot his arm alive. The French commander's screams were just raised, and another bullet disappeared. The French commander's other arm broke instantly, just like the previous arm. At this time, the French commander was waving two blood-spraying severed arms. The tragic. Everyone looked at the miserable situation of the French commander and did not dare to say anything. They had realized the horror of Merlin, not only because of his strength, but also because his mood was difficult to figure out. Merlin squinted his eyes and collected the expressions of everyone around him. Then he nodded slightly. The head of the French commander burst open in an instant, and the blood-filled the sky filled everyone present. Chapter 1150. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Merlin looked at the commander of again. The meaning in his eyes was very obvious. The commander of the country couldn't help but shudder, and suddenly ran away. He was a commander, and there was no need to fight this madman. He would not do anything stupid like the French commander. But before the commander of the country took the first step, the white flame in the air had covered the commander, and Merlin's long sigh slowly spread, saying, "It's really a stupid mole. He doesn't even know a single question. Answer. Boring." Merlin turned his head away, and the body of the commander of the country turned into a mass of ashes, floating in the air radiantly. Merlin stood up, and the two commanders really made Merlin too boring, so Merlin didn't have a good mood either. At this time, all the soldiers in the camp ignited a ball of flames, burning them all out, without even making a sound. Merlin took a big mouth, and all the flames were inhaled into Merlin's body. Merlin's body swelled and returned to normal in an instant, and the magic power in his body became stronger again. Merlin opened his hands and countless bloodlines burst out from Merlin's body, spreading around him at the fastest speed. As long as there were moles nearby, these bloodlines would entangle unscrupulously. The soldiers panicked and wanted to avoid the bloodline, but all their efforts were useless. The bloodline absorbed everyone, deeply rooted in their bodies, drawing energy frantically. The soldiers froze in place in horror. All the blood on their bodies was absorbed by the bloodline, and their bodies shriveled into a mummy, standing stiff in place. The state of death always remained at the moment they died, and the expression of despair and horror on everyone's face remained permanently. Merlin could not help laughing as she felt the energy sent back by countless bloodlines. Although this kind of killing was boring to Merlin, the improvement in strength was indeed obvious, and Merlin felt the strength of his own strength, and couldn't help laughing crazy. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Merlin's bloodline has covered several kilometers, and thousands of soldiers within the range have all turned into zombies, staring unyieldingly with their eyes, seeming to tell how they died. The wrongdoing. The people from the Yin country and in the periphery also realized that something terrible had happened here, and wanted to escape from this area. Soldiers driving tanks and armored vehicles also speeded up the throttle and raised a large number of them. The dust drove towards the periphery. The speed of Merlin's bloodline surpassed their imagination, and the bloodline blew a burst of wind in the air, and instantly shot into the soldiers' bodies. The soldiers just felt that their bodies quickly became cold, and finally the emptiness of coldness swallowed them. They turned into shriveled sculptures, without any blood, standing rigidly in place, turning into the most terrifying statues in the world. The soldiers saw the companions behind them turning into stiff statues one by one, but they had nothing to do with their grief and anger. They didn't know how to deal with Merlin's bloodline. They also saw that their companions tried to shoot with guns or bomb them with artillery shells, but it didn't work at all, but accelerated the speed of the bloodline approaching them. They could only be entangled by the bloodline one by one, and finally swallowed by Merlin. Under this bloodline, everyone has fear in their hearts. They no longer have flukes. This is not the mighty power that humans can resist. This is the power of the devil. They ran forward madly, and didn't care where they were in front of them, even if it was a cliff. They jumped. They would rather die under the cliff than they would be caught by the bloodline. Soon there was a sick thought in their minds. They must run faster than their companions. The companion died, and they were even a little grateful, thinking that the death of their companion gave them more time, allowing them to better escape. Although this idea has no basis, it is just the product of their extreme survival, but at least it makes them a little bit happy before they die. Boom. 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 Some soldiers couldn't help this fear of being chased by death. He pointed a gun at his forehead or reached into his mouth, and directly squeezed the trigger. The blood splattered in the air, absorbed by the crazy bloodline, dissipated in the air, and even a drop did not land on the ground. The bloodline's terrifying swallowing power was visible. The slaughter continued, and it seemed that a huge blood-colored flower appeared in this area, which was composed of countless bloodlines, coquettish and conspicuous. And as the foundation of this blood-colored flower are the stiff corpses of thousands of soldiers. They looked forward with unyielding eyes, but they no longer had a focus. In the distance, Gobelstein looked at this huge blood-colored flower and couldn't help crying bitterly. Gobelstein hates Merlin, but also hates his incompetence. He could only watch Merlin slaughter everyone, but he could only watch, like a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting for Merlin to give him his final sentence. A trace of determination flashed in Gobelstein's eyes. Since he was unable to fight Merlin, then he must at least influence Merlin's killing of himself. Merlin cannot be satisfied, and Gobelstein is willing to do anything for this. Gobelstein Good showed his wand, tremblingly turned upside down and pointed to himself. On this day, the entire European Alps was shrouded in haze. France and Germany launched more than 80,000 troops to attack the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic in Europe, a big victory. The European Ministry of Magic died in this battle. More than 1,000 people died in the Alps. The headquarters of the Ministry of Magic was bombed into ruins. When the Anglo-German allied forces wanted to win the battle, they encountered Merlin. Merlin sniped the French-German coalition forces with only one person, and in just one day, all 85,678 French-German coalition forces were killed.